This is Winnipeg Sports Talk Daily with Andrew Hustler Paterson and Michael Remis.
What is going on, Winnipeg and Manitoba? Welcome to a special edition of Winnipeg Sports Talk Daily. Cranking it up a little early today on NHL trade deadline day, and it also happens to be 3 years to the day since our first ever episode of Winnipeg Sports Talk on March 8th, 2021. I'm Andrew Paterson, Michael Remis jumping on, Connor Hrabchak with us as well, and a variety of guests that will take us right through the final buzzer, the deadline at 2 to 3 or thereabouts afterwards, when we'll have a little fun at the end of the show with our usual marble race and all the other stuff that comes with a normal Friday episode of Winnipeg Sports Talk. But we're coming in hot right out of the gate. Welcome to everyone that's joining us right off the bat here for a little bit of an earlier edition of WST, because Kevin Cheveldayoff has made a big, significant move, and the Winnipeg Jets now are welcoming Tyler Toffoli into the mix. We're going to get all over this. Ken Wiebe is going to join us from Seattle in about 20 minutes to give his thoughts on it, as well as what he's hearing about maybe some more moves for the Winnipeg Jets, as well as the rest of the National Hockey League. This is going to be a lot of fun today. Great to have you all with us. Shout out to the podcast listeners. This pod is going to be extra long today, so we'll I imagine we'll probably put it out in its entirety. But hopefully you podcast listeners can hang with us the entire time as well, because needless to say, we've got lots to get to. And hey, just as we get into the program, a big thank you to all of our regular podcast listeners, YouTube viewers, and of course our sponsors that have made this show such a success since we started 3 years ago, right up until this exciting edition today. Of course, our sponsors: Princess Auto, Coolbet Canada, Consolidated Supply, Manitoba Battery, Modern Man Barbershop, Canadian Club, the Winnipeg Jets, Little Brown Jug, Wallace & Wallace, F Apparel, Aikens Lake Wilderness Lodge, Royal Sports, Boston Pizza, and of course our friends. We will have plenty of time to do a Why Not question of the day for Not Autocorp over at Waverly and McGillivray. So Ken coming up in about 15 or 20 minutes. I'm already seeing all these super chats right now. Thank you so much. Hockey Mom, Stan Scott, happy 3-year anniversary. Thanks for so many great shows. Happy anniversary, guys, from Jet Oil Tom. Nice one from Eric Bayer. Congrats on 3 years, WST. Thanks for all the sports coverage you provide. Some gifted subs from Derek Schmidt. And I did see Schickster drop a 733 super chat in, because, of course, Tyler Toffoli will be the second Jet ever to wear number 73 after CJ Cease. Listen, just as we bring in Michael Remis, let's let Winnipeg ambassador Willie Jefferson welcome Tyler Toffoli to Winnipeg. Chevy brought the smoke this morning, and Willie has a message for Tyler Toffoli.
Man, come on down to Winnipeg.
Come on down to Winnipeg, man, and get in here, Remis. I'll pull the curtain off. We spend probably half our lives texting with each other and firing things back and forth through DMs. We talk to each other enough on the program that we don't spend a lot of time on the phone. So on days like today, when I see the phone ringing from Michael Remis, I know something is up, and that's exactly what happened about a half an hour ago. Tyler Toffoli on his way to the Winnipeg Jets, still waiting for the draft pick compensation, but no players from the roster going the other way. Pretty big move, and that's going to make a lot of Jet fans very happy, as there was a little bit of anxiousness, I think we can all agree, as we got a little closer to the deadline with some other moves happening around the league, and particularly in the Central and in the West.
Yeah, we saw Vegas load up a couple moves. Man, I can't keep up with these super chats here, by the way. Thank you, everyone. This is incredible here. I knew it was going to be a big show, and shout out to Chevy for making a deal before it's done. We're not here waiting till 3, and they announce it after the show, which has happened a couple times. But, we had some comments saying, the Jets are going to lose, and people didn't think Chevy was going to make a move after seeing Colorado load up Vegas. And, some people were saying, all they did is Sean Monahan. You should be happy with that. And I was like, hey, I'm not going to jump to any conclusions about the Winnipeg Jets moves at the deadline until it's after the deadline. How can you say, every time, shout out to Cheveldayoff, every time the Jets have had needs, he's certainly addressed them at the deadline. We still think maybe they'll get a defenseman. That's been talked about for a while, but pretty clear. And we don't know about Gabe Vilardi's long-term injury. He's not playing this weekend. We'll hear more about that. We thought, okay, if he's out, they need a forward, and they needed, some scoring anyways. Cole Perfetti, he's fallen off. I, again, can't keep up with the super. I've never seen anything like this. So, I know. So it was really pumped to see the move, and yeah, I got very, very excited on the phone. I called you saying, we got to trade. We got it. And I got to get should I get the horn? The horn out here for this one?
Yeah. You know what? Yeah, exactly.
People are asking to do the Batman impression
right now. And for everyone that was losing their mind, the Jets hadn't done something. I mean, don't complain about your shitty Christmas presents on December 23rd. I mean, you have to wait until the event actually happens to then truly evaluate what happened. Let me just quickly get into these super chats right now. Sam Crow,
There's too
happy
many.
anniversary to my tribal chief. The highest praise. Ben Howard, congrats on 3 years. Thank you so much. Patrick Curry, Chevy on top. Another one from Patrick Curry. Thanks so much there. Just trying to get through all these. We've got Ben Howard. We had Sandy Sharp, Spency, super chat only mode, pay to win. FR in DC, congrats on 3 years, guys. Thanks for doing what you do every day. My only complaint is that you take the weekend off. Cut us some slack. Dan Jets fan, one of our great supporters. Happy 3rd anniversary. Huss, Remo, and Connor. So jacked to see we got Toffoli. Mikey McBikeface, happy anniversary, guys. Thanks for feeding my Sports Talk Hunter for the last 3 years. Bart Ullman, thanks so much, Bart. Adam Douglas, appreciate you. Jessica Drackle, thank you, Jess. And I did see a funny one. There's Sklardy. Happy anniversary to WST. Thanks for all the work you guys do to get us the scoops. Scott Westman, Portage and Main Parade inbound. We might need to pump the brakes on that, but people are fired up. And T-Will, this is the perfect one, especially for those that are with us each and every day on YouTube. Happy 3 years of making me horribly unproductive at work. Our buddy Joey Panks, one super chat for every trade the Jets made today. Spency with the hype train, Sandy Sharp as well. So we're just Hockey Mom as well, and Stan Scott. Thank you to everyone supporting the channel today. As I mentioned, and I'm sure you guys probably saw this. Connor had a nice piece on Toffoli over at the Hockey Writers earlier this week. And hey, going into this morning, there were sort of 3 guys that we thought would be a real nice fit in the top 6 for the Winnipeg Jets, and obviously with varying cost. Buchnevich, with his extra year of the deal, was going to be, I think, a significant cost that, as we talked about, without a first-round pick, you might have to be talking about trading a talented young player. Jordan Eberle and Tyler Toffoli were those other guys. And personally, Toffoli was, listen, I got a lot of time for Jordan Eberle and would have loved him on the Jets. But Toffoli, I think, was the guy the majority of Winnipeg Jets fans maybe going into this morning had their sights set on. And lo and behold, they've got that. Now, Reem, I know that we are trying to get I know we're trying to get confirmed, and I mean, Ken's going to jump on right away, so I'm sure he's probably been digging around on it. Did understand it was a second, and I believe the second's actually not the Montreal second, a second from next season, as well as an additional pick.
Yeah, I was just watching the stream on TSN, their show, just as we got ready, and Dreger was looking at his phone and wasn't really sure. And he's like, yeah, I think it's a second in 2025 and a third this year. And yeah, the Jets do have the Montreal second. So we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see what it is. The Jets haven't put out anything official. Darren Dreger, we know he's pretty well connected. So no doubt this has gone down. But we'll wait and see what it comes in as. So that's all I can say. And we didn't get to load the trade horn, Huss. So let me just
put the horn on, Remis. Come on.
There it is. There we go. I guess
Toffoli, come on down to Winnipeg.
I didn't even do the breaking news sounder either. Did I play that?
We may have some more breaking news.
Yeah, maybe we'll save it for
we
later.
Can't do it after the fact. We were, and then the breaking news was already breaking as we started the show. But again, we're going long today. Mm-hmm. Great to see everyone here. My God, we're already at like 8:50. By the way, if you have just sort of found us, it's the trade deadline show / WST birthday party. 3 years. Hit that subscribe button. Get in on the chat. Talk with all of our other regulars. It should be a very fun and festive. I mean, I can already feel the festive nature of the chat, especially considering some of the angst that was around the chat for the for the last couple of days. But listen, this is going to be fun today. Kenny's going to join us right away from Seattle. We're going to have Connor before 12 o'clock. He had a great piece on Toffoli. We'll kind of dive into a little bit more about what he brings to the Winnipeg Jets. Mike McIntyre is down at the rink. Jeff Hamilton's going to jump on with us. Billeck as well. And we're going to be all over this. By the way, one other pretty significant trade this morning that I'll just quickly mention to you. Evgeny Kuznetsov going to Carolina on the heels of the Jake Guentzel acquisition. And I'm going to talk to Ken a little bit about the cost for Jake Guentzel and what we're sort of finding out about the market for the remaining players right now after some teams had already made significant moves. But of course, the focus for the majority of us right here is what the Jets are up to and the big swing on Tyler Toffoli from the New Jersey Devils. Let's do this and head out to Seattle. Rinkside.
One sec. I'm just gonna bring him in. I didn't see he was there.
We can bring. Oh yeah, Ken's ready to go. He's chomping at the bit to get in the program right now. He's looking great. He's got a very nice suit done up. He is at ringside. But as I mentioned, the Kuznetsov, who was waived earlier this week by the Capitals, was sent to the Hershey Bears. He got sent to Carolina as well. So and Carolina had done nothing at the deadline the last few years. They've got Guentzel and they got Kuznetsov. They are certainly loading up to try to go toe-to-toe with the likes of the Panthers, the Bruins, and the other top teams in the NHL's Eastern Conference. But let's head out. Jets and Kraken tonight, 9 p.m., starting off a quick back-to-back on the West Coast. And Ken Wiebe of the Winnipeg Free Press and K&R fame joins us now. Weber, for everyone that was getting a little anxious that the Jets were just going to stand pat, they got their wish this morning. Immediate reaction of the acquisition of Tyler Toffoli.
Yeah, good morning, Andrew. A happy anniversary to the crew before we get rolling.
Thank you very much, Ken. Thank you for all your contributions.
I'd like to see the cake at some point, but yeah, massive deal. And we understand what the last few days have been like, and the Jets were sending out maybe not the Jets were sending out the vibe that maybe they were going to go on the more on the depth range, but we didn't believe that for 1 second, Huss, given the circumstances we've been discussing. This was the expectation. It's why I wrote about it in the Winnipeg Free Press this morning. Expected that with the cap space available, the Jets would take one big swing. I thought it might be more in the Buchnevich aisle, Huss, but this is an absolutely brilliant addition for the Winnipeg Jets. You bring in a Stanley Cup winner who has connections to 3 players on this team already. Sean Monahan, whose relationship with him dates back to junior, I believe. You have Alex Iafallo and Gabriel Velarde, who played with him in LA as well. This is a guy who is very good for the Canadians in the bubble playoff year where the Jets were swept by the Habs. And this is a guy who is just a flat-out sniper. He's not a burner like Nikolai Ehlers, but he will do a lot of that digging. Huss, we've been talking a lot about that element of the game and why it's important for the second line, and why Alex Iafallo was the guy that got the bump up there. Toffoli gets his nose dirty. Really good goal scorer, 26 snipes this year, incredible playoff experience, 88 games played in the postseason, and just a flat-out gamer who is very well liked by his teammates here. Might have some battery. I might have to switch. I got a little bit of my battery is not fully charged. Let's go as long as we can, and then I'll go to the phone.
Okay, sounds good, Kenny. Well, you mentioned, not only has this guy been 34 goals last year, on a 30-plus goal clip as well, but a guy that has had some long runs in the playoffs with some very, very good teams, and knows exactly what it takes to raise one's level of game in the playoffs. But as far as a fit with the Winnipeg Jets and a fit in the top six, how would you categorize that?
Yeah, definitely see him playing with Sean Monahan and Nikolai Ehlers. Now, the caveat to that, Huss, is that we should finally get a further update on the status of Gabriel Vilardi. All that we heard yesterday from Rick Bowness was that he would be unavailable this weekend. Now that the deadline will be passed by the time the morning skate is over, I expect either Kevin Cheveldayoff or Rick Bowness to provide a bit of an update. And again, that's not to sound ominous. I just think that the Jets didn't want it out there that they really, if they needed a player. I'm not saying this means Vilardi's out long term, but we don't know that yet. So I don't think there's cause for concern. I think the Jets would have gone out and got Toffoli regardless of whether Gabriel Vilardi will be back next week or maybe he needs some more time. But this is a guy who you can put anywhere in the lineup. Incredibly versatile. His skill set will mesh with anyone. You could play him with Mark Scheifele and Kyle Connor. You could play him with Sean Monahan and Nikolai Ehlers. If you had to play him with Adam Lowry, he would be a very good player on that line. But I expect him to be a top six player. I expect him to be a very noticeable player. And Tyler Toffoli brings a little bit of swagger to him, and I mean that in the most complimentary way. This is a guy who really battles hard and expects to win every night, and I think that that's a mindset that a team needs if you want to win 4 rounds and 16 playoff games.
And one of the other things, if you kind of dive into what the Jets have done well this year and what they need to improve a little bit more on, finishing has been something that has not been listen, there's room for improvement.
For sure.
This is a guy that loves to shoot the puck, shoot it off, and bulge it. I mean, it really does seem like not only the potential fit where he plays, the right shot, but the fact that he is a guy that has a real nose for the net. And for a team that does a lot of other things well, they've got the goaltending, they've been good defensively, finding a guy to fit into that top six that has a little bit more finishing, I think was very important for Kevin Cheveldayoff when he completed this deal.
Yeah, no doubt. And this is a guy who can really shoot it, and he goes to the hard areas as well, too. I mean, not in the same variety as Nino Niederreiter, who I also wrote about this morning, Huss. This is a guy who gets to the blue paint. He can shoot. He can score from distance. Pretty good one-timer from what I recall. And just has a nose for the net and is incredibly competitive. And those are qualities that fit at any time and on any team. I especially think it's important. I mean, we know Laurent Brossoit won a Stanley Cup ring with the Vegas Golden Knights last year, but they don't have a lot of players who have gone on deep, long playoff runs and up front or on the back end. From having talked to both Sean Monahan and Brendan Dillon yesterday, I know the Jets have been saying all the right things. They love their team, and they would have been fine if the Jets had done nothing. I think that this is the kind of move that absolutely provides a lightning bolt of energy throughout the group. Now, does that mean it happens right away and translates into a 10-game winning streak? That's not necessarily the case, but he's a low-maintenance player. He's the same kind of guy as Sean Monahan. I think he will fit seamlessly into that room, and because he has so much experience, the moment will not be too big for Tyler Toffoli, Huss, and that's an important quality when you're looking at the, legendary path that it would take given what is happening in this Western Conference arms race. And us back to the return. The Jets did not give up the Montreal Canadiens second rounder in 2024, and that's a massive piece for them to keep, considering the fact that I don't expect them to move it. I think that because they've already moved there first, they want to keep that pick. Now, again, you keep all options open, but I think as far as I know, Huss, I have not seen any reports of retention on Toffoli. What that will mean is that the bulk of the Jets cap space has been used up here. I know the number is 5.8 on Cap Friendly. That doesn't take into account the Cole Perfetti bonuses, which will be around $1 million. So I think that leaves the Jets with a little bit of wiggle room, but I still expect them to go for a depth defenseman. But that'll mean probably a player has to be going out in order to make it work on the cap side of things, or a waiver move or something along those lines.
If they picked up a guy at like a league minimum, like a 1.1 million with 50% retention, does it still work?
It's very close right now, right? I think it was 4.8 or 4.9, and Toffoli I think is 4.25. So with retention, it could work. But again, if the Jets are bringing in a depth defenseman, let's not beat around the bush here. You probably are moving out someone like Logan Stanley or someone on a contract of a similar basis at the forward position, because they're not going to be carrying 8 or 9 guys up on the back end.
Ken Wiebes with us from the Winnipeg Sun down in Seattle.
Formerly of the Sun, Hustles.
Did I say the Sun? Sorry, I'll be honest. This is my flu game.
All good,
is like
my man. All good.
2 years from it before. Still a little delirious, but also fired up about this deal. Toffoli comes here at 26 goals on the season. Perfect fit on the right side. We saw the Gensel trade last night, Ken.
Yep.
And I mean, listen, I think that the general reaction, now take it for what it's worth on social media, I mean, which, to be honest, a lot of times not much, but Dubas was criticized for maybe taking quantity over quality. Then we heard Dave Pagnotta said that Jersey was looking for a first-round pick and another asset for Toffoli yesterday. I get it why these GMs float out to these insiders that that's what they're looking for, that's what the price is. How would you feel the market played out over these last couple days, and maybe into Cheveldayoff's hands, and he was able to get Toffoli at the price that you just laid out?
Well, Huss, we talk about this every year at this time. Everybody's asking for the moon and hoping to get something in the middle. Again, if a team meets the price or the asking price, all the power to the general manager who had the high price. But I think that you were on this a week or two ago already, Huss, saying that because of the number of players that are available now, the Gensel situation, yes, they're saying that he's not going to be out long term, but right now he's not playing. So this is a guy who obviously has experience. He can score.
That's the note that Ken's battery is done. And we'll get him on the horn to rejoin from Seattle. Reem, just while we're waiting for Ken, what was your reaction to the return for Gensel last night?
Yeah, well, I guess the main piece for them was Michael Bunting, and I thought he maybe had a longer contract. He's got 3 years. They didn't get a ton in the trade here. I'll just pull it up right now. I was a bit underwhelmed for a Jake Gensel, but you look how it's gone the last week. Some of these sellers saying, "Oh, we want 4 first-round picks," and as you get closer to the deadline, the prices come down, and it's like, hey, are you going to be left holding the bag, or are you going to try to get something? Carolina, we did see yesterday, like, hey, these guys need a score. They signed Pacioretty, and he tore his ankle. That was a couple years ago, and Fetchikov was hurt last year, but they need a guy who can score, and it's certainly a fit for them. So I like the fit for Carolina, but they didn't have to give up a ton of big prospects, and there's only a conditional first-round pick. What if they make the cup? If they make the cup final, is that what the pick is? First.
They put it out. Pittsburgh put it out as a conditional first. Well, that's only a first if the Canes win the Stanley Cup. Otherwise, it's a second. Yeah. It looks like we've got Ken back. Just while you tee up him and get him framed, let me thank Ken 007. Very generous super chat. Thanks for 3 years of information, entertainment, and engagement. Thanks so much, Ken. Steiner 25, greetings from Ottawa. Happy 3 years, guys. Only true sports ambassadors promoting the peg. I don't know about that. There's plenty of others. And then Patrick Curry, there's Chevy on top. But I think we've got Ken back. Ken, you were just sort of getting into your thoughts on how this market is played out and the fact that the Jets were able to get Toffoli without even getting off of that Montreal pick, which will be an early second rounder, a very well-traveled pick as well, that the Jets still own as we speak right now.
Yeah, follow the bouncing ball, Huss, for sure. It's definitely looks like a buyer's market just because of all the players that are on it. And again, pending UFAs, we know that the price.
We know the price is high.
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, you sound better now.
Hey, sorry about that, buddy. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a buyer's market, and it looks like the GMs are holding out. Like, look at, we thought that Anthony Mantha would probably cost at least that high second from Montreal, if not more. And, Kelly McCrimmon got him for a second and a fourth. So the general managers that are doing the buying, yes, there are some high prices that are being paid, but there are also some relative, I wouldn't say bargains, but, deals that are there to be had where there is quality going out. But, most teams have kept on their biggest prospects or their high picks. So, I mean, that's it. The game of chicken is on. And again, you run the risk of not getting anything for those players outside of what they have produced for you during their time in the organization. It's never, that's my long-winded way of saying it's never the 4-0 when a pending UFA walks. But again, you run the risk of not getting assets back. So you're seeing a lot of teams act accordingly. But again, like, look at Sidney Crosby's reaction. Absolute devastation yesterday. I mean, again, that's no slight on Michael Bunting, but like, Michael Bunting isn't replacing Jake Gensel. Like, no matter how Kyle Dubas feels about him, right? So, but the option was getting a guy with some term over trying to sign a UFA there for a team that didn't have a ton of money available to them and would have needed to pay Gensel, what is it going to be, $8 or $9 million? I mean, you're trying to do the best that you can in all fronts. And the Twitter discourse, the important thing to remember, most people haven't watched any of those prospects in the big picture. So no, they're not blown away by they're not blown away by the names, but let's see in 2 years how those guys play. And if they make an impact, they make an impact. And if they don't, then by all means, get your criticism ready and fired in that general direction.
Yeah, I know Scott Wheeler. I mean, I just, we'd lean on someone like Scott from The Athletic. And I believe the prospects coming to Pittsburgh were the 6, 7, and 9 prospects in their organization. And they have some studs in U.S. college hockey right now. Jason Blake's kid in New York, as well as some in North Dakota, I should say. And they didn't have to move off those players. So, I mean, it showed that I think maybe that patient route that we've seen Kevin Cheveldayoff utilize time and time again, in a lot of ways played into his hands. Although I'll be honest, Ken, when I saw this morning that Eberle was close to an extension with the Kraken, knowing the unique situation of Buchnevich, it did seem like that market was shrinking considerably. But Toffoli was still the top of the guy. He seemed to be the best fit for the Winnipeg Jets, and the Jets went out and got it done.
Right, and
there you go.
Sorry, he was on the radar, but the asking price was much higher earlier in the week. So it sounds like the Jets circled back. Hammer was mentioning him earlier in the week with you guys and to us. Also, Toffoli is a guy who obviously was high on the Jets list. They were patient and they got him at a reasonable price here, and that's what Kevin Cheveldayoff has done historically at the deadline. People can say, the Kevin Hayes move didn't work out, but the move was a sound move based on what they were looking for. He checked a lot of boxes. It just didn't work out. And I don't see that being an issue right now for the Jets or for Toffoli. This is a guy he's a winner. He loves to win, incredibly competitive. He'll fit in seamlessly here. Already got notes from people who've covered him in Vancouver and Calgary. Great person. He'll fit in the locker room. And little known fact that is now important given where Justin Turner is playing. Close relationship with Justin Turner. So he'll have some baseball knowledge to pass along as well. Not that matters today, but people like you and I who love baseball, it's a fun fact.
You know it. Hey, listen, I'm just seeing in the chat that I guess Pierre LeBrun's reporting that the Devils retained 50%, Ken. And so I think you're muted again. I mean, that's significant. Yep. Because with the 50% retained on Toffoli's contract, and again, we'll just get that all confirmed. But if that is, there it is, Pierre LeBrun. Devils have retained 50% on Toffoli in trade to the Jets. That all of a sudden does give Chevy a few more options when it comes to potentially another ad for the blue line or elsewhere.
Yeah, no doubt about that, and that's a big move, and not a surprise. You would have thought that the Jets would have wanted to leave themselves a little more leeway, Huss. So that makes perfect sense, and it will give them a little bit more flexibility here. So I should roll, I think, boys. Thanks for having me. Happy anniversary, and I got to get to doing a little bit of writing here. Thanks for everything.
Yeah, jump on that, make it happen, and we'll be on for a while. So maybe we'll revisit this after the morning skate. But thanks for doing this, Kenny, and great to have you on. There's Ken Wiebe. So I think that report from Pierre meant, Ken's got to go update his story that is up right now, as we've seen before. We're gonna have Brandon Rewucki jump on a little bit later on. In the meantime, the Nashville Predators have gotten a little frisky. They made a couple deals over the last couple days, but now they have added Jason Zucker from the Arizona Coyotes, Reem. And I'll tell you what, I mean, Zucker was a guy that, for me, when I looked at Eberle, but particularly Buchnevich and Toffoli, if those players weren't available for the Winnipeg Jets, I thought Zucker may have been a half-decent consolation prize for Winnipeg. They obviously got a guy that I think, projects to be more of an impact player, but it is fascinating to see what Nashville's done. Just the games and the run that they've been on over the course of the last 3 weeks to get into a wild card spot. And Barry Trotz rewarding his team with some help going into the playoffs.
Yeah, Jason Zucker, remember him well from his days with the Wild, scored a career-high 33 goals with them in 2017-18, had 27 last year with Pittsburgh. This year, he's on Arizona. He's playing more of a depth role. I want to say he's getting older, but he's only 32. Haas just turned 32. But yeah, he's got 9 goals in 51 games, 25 points. And I thought he would have been a nice consolation prize. You can slot him in maybe on third line to give you some nice depth scoring. He's done it in the past. And Nashville, I don't know what's going on. Are they going to make the playoffs? As I know Vegas, they lost again yesterday, and Nashville is all that since they couldn't go to U2, they've been on this heater. And I maintain if I was on 9-0-1 in the last 10, and I maintain if I was on Nashville and they told me I couldn't go to U2 at the Sphere and this was my only opportunity, I don't know. I think I might still end up going. But hey, there they go. They're on a heater and 75 points in 64 games. Just looking at the wild card standings, Calgary is kind of in there, and yeah, there's. Man, like all this talk about Vegas, everyone wants them to win. Their second wild card spot right now. Crazy. Calgary's behind. Seattle's in there. I don't think those teams are going to catch them, but yeah, there's Nashville, first wild card. I didn't see that. I thought it was St. Louis's, and they're kind of falling off here.
No, it has been. I mean, that's kind of what I was saying earlier this week. Like, we basically know who's making the playoffs right now. Like, it would take a crazy run by one of the teams on the outside looking in, Islanders. Although the Islanders have won 5 in a row. I'm just looking at the East for a minute. They're 2 back of Tampa, who lost at home to Calgary yesterday. That's another team to pay attention to today. And the Islanders have 2 games in hand on Tampa. Well, I can't even wrap my head around the potential of a playoffs without the Tampa Bay Lightning. You'd have to think that they'll get it done, but as of right now, the Islanders 2 points back of Detroit and Tampa. They played even amount of games with Detroit, but they do have 2 games in hand on the Tampa Bay Lightning. And the New Jersey is 6 back of the wild card, and of course just traded Toffoli. Washington lit up Pittsburgh last night, but they're still 5 back as well. But in the West, the Predators, with their win last night, you mentioned 9-0-1. Their one OT loss was that bizarre game on Tuesday where they gave up 2 goals to the Habs, including that fluke goal in 6 seconds. They've been the hottest team in the National Hockey League, and all of a sudden right now, the Preds are, as you mentioned, in the first spot in the wild card, and Vegas is only 6 points up on the Calgary Flames and the Seattle Kraken, and both Calgary and Seattle have a game in hand on Vegas. I mean, listen, Vegas has made some significant moves. They got Mantha, they got Noah Hannafin, but it is important to remember, and we saw this with Florida a couple of years ago with how aggressive they are just because you make big moves at the deadline, it doesn't necessarily mean that it translates into massive success in the playoffs. But in a situation like Winnipeg, you knew that there was somewhat of an opportunity to hold the lineup to round it out. And I can tell you from the reaction in the chat right now, it really does seem like Tyler Toffoli was a guy that majority of Winnipeg Jet fans were hoping they might be able to get. And I think people even more impressed with the acquisition when you consider that none of the prospects are leaving, and the second rounder from Montreal this year is also still intact.
Yeah, I wonder if they're looking to use that second rounder in another trade, or they're going to keep it. But yeah, we knew they needed some scoring, and Kevin Cheveldayoff, as he's done, and the trade deadline in the past, went out and addressed the holes. Now, wasn't we thought maybe in the past we wanted more minor deal. I mean, he's done the Jordy Ben deal, he's done the Joe Morrow deal before, but this Winnipeg Jets team, they're second in the Central Division. They're in a prime position to go for it, the Stanley Cup, to try to take a run, see how far you can get. Avalanche adding up, adding guys. Vegas making a couple moves as well. Dallas is on a bit of a heater with the Tanev trade and Bob of Stankoven. So there's certainly pressure on the Jets. You heard Brendan Dillon yesterday.
Yes.
I don't have the clip here, but I know I saw Paul
I was going to
Friesen.
bring that up with Ken. I mean, he basically said, you know what, we've had a great season, and, you're really hoping that, your organization can do everything you can to give yourselves the best chance to win, which, I think he was just speaking candidly, looking at everything that had happened. And to be honest, I think they had a pretty good idea that there would be an addition or two to the club. And they certainly got that this morning with Tyler Toffoli, who comes in right now. Couple of other deals this morning. Pat Maroon, who has been somewhat of the good luck charm in and around playoff time, he's on his way from the Wild to the Boston Bruins, which is interesting. If you saw that game between the Leafs and Bruins last night, it got a little rough. The Penguins sending Chad Rudel, the defenseman, to the Rangers for a 4th-round pick. Ben Myers from the Ducks for a 5th-round pick, or I guess from Colorado to the Ducks for a 5th-round pick. Oh, and this is one I just noticed. This sort of came in. We were all losing it about the Toffoli trade. And again, the Toffoli trade, just to confirm, a 2nd-round pick next season and a 3rd-round pick this year. So again, the Jets still have the Montreal 2nd-rounder, which is probably a top 40 pick. But Florida not done. They already added Tarasenko and Kyle Okposo now on his way to Florida for a little more depth up front for the Panthers.
Yeah, we weren't sure what was going to happen with Okposo. He's the captain of Buffalo, and he was on the block. Florida, they're making a run. Maybe not as big in terms of assets as the year they went all in, like literally all in for Giroux and Ben Sherratt, but this is a team that went to the Cup final last year. I think they're far and above one of the top teams in the East, or the top team in the East. Bobrovsky's playing well. Barkov, Sam Reinhart career year in his free agency season. So I really like Florida, who did make another move yesterday, signing Gustav Forsling to an 8-year deal. So I think they're very set. 8-2 in the last 10, playing very well. 90 points, first in the Atlantic. I think they're my Cup favorite. They are my pick in the East right now, and we're going to be seeing a lot of Paul Maurice this spring on TV. Huss. We're going to be seeing a lot of him. They were in the 8th seed last year. It was kind of a miracle run, but this year they seem more put together for a full season.
I'll just say this. If it's Boston and Florida in the 2nd round of the playoffs, there's going to be a very motivated team that had a record-breaking season last year that got bounced after being up 3-1 in the 1st round in the Boston Bruins, that I think will very much look forward at a chance to get one back on the Florida Panthers. That division, the path of the Leafs or the Bruins, if you're in that 2-3, you got to win that, which will be a very difficult 1st-round matchup, and then presumably take on the Panthers before moving on. That is tough. Remo, why don't you get a 3-box ready to bring Connor in here? I'm just going to get through a few more of these super chats here. Bryce Descender, Bryce, you're down right here. Very nice of Chevy to give you a great start to your 3-year anniversary show. Good stuff, WST, and happy 3 years. T. Conapoli, 3 years of T. Conapoli tweets in all caps in the chat. Happy anniversary, guys! Great content. Even after I have to put up with the likes of BA, Waiters, T. Will, and others. Here's to another year of Spency with Phyllis mothering. LOL. Some of our favorites that are here each and every day. Fritchie 101, thanks for 3 years. WST, and again, a very generous one from Ken 007. I'm looking at the chat. You know what? While we get, we've got to bring Connor in here, but do want to get to the why not question of the day for Not Autocorp over at Waverly and McGillivray. And let me put it to you this way, because I do think there may be another deal or two, especially knowing now that there was 50% salary retention on the Toffoli deal. But if it stopped right here, how do you feel about the Toffoli acquisition and the Winnipeg Jets moving forward in the Central Division, considering Dallas got Tanev, the Middlestat for Byram trade, Sean Walker going to Colorado? Let us know in the chat. And I guess that the other side of that, if they did have if Chevy had one more trick up his sleeve, is there a target that you're looking for? Congrats, Andrew. Proud of you. Will from Grand Park. Thanks, Willie. Appreciate that in the chat. Reg Dunlop, will you and Remo be able to retire after all the super chats come today? No, we might be able to buy some more Upper Deck cards though. Later on, yeah, we will. We do have some cards. We do have some cards. We're gonna maybe see if we can crack a Bedard. But anyways, let's get the fellas in here and go three-way, because I do want to get Connor's take on the Toffoli acquisition. And Connor, if you'd been following him at Connor Hrabchak 1, had a pretty extensive write-up on the guy that was at the top of his wish list for the Winnipeg Jets. And Connor, lo and behold, just as we get ready to go to air, Tyler Toffoli becomes a Winnipeg Jet.
I mean, Huss, it's kind of a where were you when moment, especially, the Jets have made trade deadline acquisitions in the past, but this one just feels bigger. They're a top 3 seed in the Central. Tyler Toffoli is a proven playoff experience guy who's going to fill the back of the net. And yeah, like you said, I wrote yesterday at the Hockey Writers that he was my perfect fit, my ideal acquisition. And the main reason for that was, you brought it up, the Jets have struggled to finish at times this year, and who better than Tyler Toffoli to come in and fix that issue? I'm sure the second power play unit will get some more time now that he's going to be on there as well. So I love this addition. And then the details come out. I mean, come on. A second rounder next year, a third rounder this year, and he's coming over at 50% retained so the Jets can continue to add. I absolutely love this deal, and all the details that are coming out are making me love it even more.
Well, and you know what? I mean, listen, I get it. If you're a GM in a Canadian market, especially one with a tenure as long as Cheveldayoff's, people's patience sometimes won't be maybe where it should be. Expectations are high, especially with the way the team has played so far this year. But man, you look at the last year, like the calendar year for Kevin Cheveldayoff, going back to this day last year, and I still think that last year's trade deadline is a huge part of what they're doing this year. Like, there was a lot of people that thought because of where they were sort of struggling. They need to make massive moves and move off a bunch of those prospects. Thank God that they didn't. I don't think that last year's team, set up the way that it was good enough to truly compete for a Stanley Cup. But those two additions that they made, Nino Niederreiter for a second-round pick, Vladimir Metsnikov for a fourth-round pick, and then extending both of them as big, important parts of this team this year, in a lot of ways set the table for what's happening today. And then you add in the Dubois trade, and you add in the dual extensions to Hellebuck and Scheifele. If you were doing a GM of the year from last year's deadline to right now, I mean, listen, Cheveldayoff would get serious consideration. And I'll be honest, we'll see what happens for the rest of this year. But I would say that going back to the Dubois trade in particular, he is going to get some pretty significant consideration for some accolades that maybe he hasn't been considered for in the past. And I think the team and the record speaks for itself. And now we'll see what's possible with this addition of Toffoli.
And one of the biggest things I saw on Twitter is you brought up all those moves that Chevy made. He's had a fantastic year. Hellebuyck is having arguably his best season of his career. Jets fans didn't want to, like, if they didn't add anyone, this wouldn't be a lost season in any way. But they didn't want to see all those great moves go to waste in a sense. And picking up a top 6 winger who's going to fill the net, improve the second power play, that is kind of going all in. You know, it's the Jets ticket campaign that says we're all in. This shows it. You know, they go out and get a cup winner and a guy who's done it in the playoffs before and done it against the Jets in the COVID year with Montreal. He was a big reason why Montreal swept the Jets that year. So again, all those moves Chevy made, the fact that Hellebuyck and Scheifele's contracts don't kick in until next year, and the fact that, Niederreiter and Nemestikov, you signed them. Jets fans didn't want to see them just kind of throw their arms in the air and go, well, we tried. And this is far from it. This is the number one guy on the trade board and a great move.
I mean, just to dive in, because you did a lot of research into Toffoli in that piece over at the Hockey Writers. I mean, I know there's a lot of people who have just jumped in. By the way, pushing 1,200 live right now in the chat. If you haven't already, welcome here. If you are new, hit that thumbs up button and definitely hit that subscribe button and join us. Normally we start at 1 p.m., but got together a little earlier. In addition to the finishing, fill us in a little bit more on other than the obvious numbers, and they're significant, especially in the goal column. Just your thought on the fit, because you said he was number one on your list.
Yeah, and Ken brought up he thinks he's going to play with Ehlers and Monahan on that second line. I wrote the same thing. I think that's where Winnipeg wanted to fill the need, to fill the Alex Iafallo role. And yeah, he's an incredible finisher. He creates chances off the rush, and he finishes chances off the rush. And if him and Nikolai Ehlers are coming down on a 2-on-1, that's lethal, right? So that's where he brings the most value to this team, is offensively. You take a look at some of his defensive numbers, and it's hard to look at other teams and individual players and their defensive numbers, because when they come to the Jets, who have a stellar defensive system, those are almost guaranteed to rise a little bit. Obviously, we'll see how the chemistry fits. Maybe he's a perfect fit with Nikolai Ehlers. If that's the case, then Winnipeg is really kind of playing with house money here. But upgrading the Alex Iafallo role that he's currently holding and adding in a guy who is dynamic off the rush, has an incredible shot, can give your power play some run in that spot as well. I think this is a perfect addition. You even had Murat Atesh on the program on Wednesday, and he said that Neil Pionk chance at the side of the net against the Kraken, that's the type of chance that a Tyler Toffoli would bury, and I couldn't agree more. He'll be out there in empty net late game situations in important moments, and he's a clutch goal scorer, and that's what he does. And I'd be shocked if the Jets make a long run and Tyler Toffoli doesn't score a handful of big goals for this team.
Oh, he has been, listen, we saw it on the wrong end of it in the sweep by the Habs.
Right.
A few years ago. He was unreal. Reem, these super chats are unbelievable. Hunter Bob, congratulations. Always a fan. Thanks so much, Hunter Bob. Isha Boy Bruce, WST chat legend. Happy 3 years. You guys are legends. Keep it rolling. Appreciate you, Bruce. And hey, AEW coming up. Isha Boy Bruce has already won tickets. We may have to give away some AEW tickets later on today as part of the festivities. And then a really, really nice one from Lightman with no chat. Lightman, thank you. Thank you very, very much. Reem, what about your thoughts here on, what we might see over the course of the next, like we kind of joked about this trade deadline could end up being, at least when it comes to the blue line, the old 6th rounder for Jordy Ben type trade. The fact that they've made these two moves, the fact that they didn't have to give up the 2nd rounder from Montreal, the 50% salary retention, I'm almost thinking, I don't think that there's going to be like a top 4 defenseman that's just waiting out there. But I'll be honest, right now, as we get to noon, I would be surprised if we don't see another defenseman join the club. And I think it's probably less a guy like a Bogdan Kiselevich that is there in case 9 defensemen go down, but a guy that could very well challenge to be in the top 6 when you drop the puck in game number 1.
Yeah, I agree. I think the salary retention is is a clue. We've been hearing for a while now on this show from just about everyone saying the Jets are sniffing around on veteran defensemen. How much do they trust Logan Stanley to be their extra guy in the playoffs? Just looking at what they've done in the past, they always go in on an extra D. Joe Morrow, Jordy Ben. You mentioned Bogdan Kiselevich, Jay Harrison. You can go down the list of Jets moves at the deadline where they've gotten a defenseman. So, or is it, is Ville Heinola in play as a trade? Did they finally decide, hey, you know what? We need to win now. This isn't working out. I don't think they're going to go after like a Chikrin, but maybe someone who can make an impact, bottom pair, the veteran guy who you're comfortable with. I have to look at the trade bait board who's still available, but what is Alex Carrier in Nashville? A guy that people have mentioned, but Nashville seems to be...
Yeah, they're not trading their guys, especially to Winnipeg in the division. I can't see Barry Trotz saying, you know what, Chevy, let me help you out with that hole right now. We'll hook you up with our guy. Hey, our pal Lucas with the super chat. Happy 3-year anniversary, guys. Your show rocks. Welcome to Toffoli. Let's go deep. Lucas, of course, was our winner of those sweet seats that he joined us along with his brother at the in the Play-Now Club at the game in January. And speaking, Ishaboy Bruce, from one legend to another, Jeff Kabilis, happy Big 3. WST has been good luck. Bombers and my Georgia Dogs winning championships. AZ Cards, it's time, please. Well, how about let's just focus on the Jets, Kabilis. The Cardinals, listen, the Chiefs are taking the WST run with back-to-back titles right now, but one thing we can all agree on, let's put all of our positive momentum and karma into a Jets run right now, and heck, into the next couple hours to see what else Kevin Cheveldayoff can do after that big Toffoli edition, Reem.
Yeah, just on an update, so Brandon's going to come up shortly at noon. Billeck, I had never really texted anyone to give a schedule. I was like, what's the schedule? So I told him 12:30. I'm seeing in the chat, TSN is playing, Chase the Ace on there. That's where they're at on their show. When should we crack open a pack of our Series 2? As we hit noon here. And first of all, 1,200 people in chat, 461 likes. The super chats, are rolling in right now. Papa T says,
thanks,
happy
Papa
anniversary,
T.
guys. Amazing. I've seen Papa T. He's early. And I see the gold mics are rolling in too, Huss.
Oh, yeah, speak on that for a minute, because I think I see Leslie Mitchnuck's got a gold mic.
Yeah.
Schickster's got a gold mic.
Yeah, so this is so we have, a lot of people, make super chat. We never solicit anything, but people are just so generous, so kind that, instead of, maybe buying a t-shirt or something you never wear, what better way to show your support for WST than a membership that's $2 a month. You get an icon beside your name. Your name is in green in chat, and you get use of these sick emojis, like the one of you doing the wave that I'm going to throw in the chat right now, which is a great emoji.
Toffoli
so
wave,
people, and so, for a 1-year anniversary, I was like, well, what can I do? What can I do here for this thing? So I put in memberships and really took off. So the gold mics are showing up. T. Will, Winnipeg, Walter. So those guys have been members for 2 years. Since day one, I did it, and they haven't unsubscribed. So pretty incredible. And there's another super chat here coming in. And I got this new thing where I can show the chats on the screen, and it looks kind of cool. So here's another one from Stem Insist. Congrats on 3 years. Only discovered it last season, I think. Last spring. And now it's a main part of my afternoons. Love the positivity and commentary. And I see everyone spamming the emojis in the chat. Oh, Ben Howard says Golden Mike Crew.
Yeah, the Golden Mike Crew. Well, everyone that's got it. I guess the Golden Mike signifies that those people have been members for 2 years. And when we kind of launched the memberships for the $2, it was 2 years ago today, which was, again, one of the greatest feats in podcasting history. I had raging COVID, as bad as I'm feeling right now. Like, that was a disaster. And Remis really did kind of learn how to understand, like, when I was about to lose it, switch it off, mute mics, take over and stuff. But, I mean, it was a huge, huge show for us. And these trade deadline shows have continued to grow. Connor, your prediction, though, right out of the gate, that this might be the biggest show ever, I think could very well be correct. And listen, I think it was going to be a big one anyways. Obviously, we've been growing. There's a lot of interest, but it always somehow just sort of works out. I mean, we need to personally thank Chevy. You remember how we thanked PLD for all the drama and all the people that it gave it to us? Chevy making that trade at about 10:30 or 10:40 right before we went live at 11. You can't ask for much more than that.
Well, wasn't the Monahan deal the same way? Like, it was at like noon and we went live at 1. Yeah, so thanks to Kevin Cheveldayoff giving us perfect timing, the perfect storm on these deals. But yeah, trade deadline day is always going to be a huge day. And then when the Jets get the number 1 target on the board, people want to listen. This is a blast.
I will say this, Chevy, he owed us a couple for hiring Rick Bowness on Canada Day. Screwed
that was outrageous. And I was on the golf course at Clear Lake.
And the Thanksgiving dual signings, Chevy? Come on, man. Don't you know we're here 1 to 3? Thanksgiving, let us enjoy the day off. But yes, we were blessed with the Monahan trade while we were here or shortly before. The PLD one did happen around while we were in. That was one of our biggest ones ever. The Monahan was. We are closing in. We're not, maybe people don't know that we're live here from 1 to 3 that we went on early, but hovering around 1,200 in chat all day today. So this
sounds like people know that we're on.
Sounds like people. Well, I did put it all on all our social medias, all of them, and we got some very nice retweets. Gary Lawless, I saw Andrew Collier from the Gold Eyes, Darren Cameron from the Bombers, and I put it on our newsletter. That is pinned comments. Sign up for that if you want important info. And all of our other social medias, Instagram, Threads, which no one uses, Facebook, YouTube. So if you want to, I'll call it level up your WST experience. See the terminology there? The links are in the description. So thank you. Oh my God, this super chats are out of control here. Holy jeez.
Geez, we might be able to get back. We won't even need to try and get a sponsor for the draft in Vegas. We'll just basically got it from here.
Insane.
Let me get to a few of these. Ollie, thanks so much. Thanks for all you've done to bring quality Jets Bombers talk to Winnipeg for the last 3. Thanks to Helly for not going to New Jersey too. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having these conversations. # frauds. That's a good one. Les Thompson. Les, oh my God, my old buddy Les used to come in and hang out right before his retirement when I was hosting Monday Night Football at the Pint. Les would walk down the street, have a few, watch the game. He's part of our WST section as well. Thanks for entertaining me for 3 years and many more to come. Les, appreciate your support. Great to see you. We'll see you at that Calgary game coming up. Brendan Matheson, congrats on 3 years, guys. Here's to 30 more. Maybe Connor will have taken over by then. I don't have 30 in me, I'll tell you that much. Chevy for GM of the year. Let's see here. Colorado Lowe's, who's often in here. What's up, Colorado? Thanks, WST, for 3 years. Looking forward to many more. Paula Dett, thanks, Huss and Remo. You guys are the best from Vancouver Island. Appreciate that. And then we are getting a few new members today. Jeremy Lockset. What's up, Jeremy? And there was one other one that I missed it before. I think this one. Yeah, Jeremy, who is just a new member as well. And if we missed any, apologies. They've been coming in hot and heavy. Mm-hmm. But the membership's a great way, especially if you're active with us in the YouTube chat. You're able to crank out some of them. We may need to get some special. Maybe spice up the emojis as we get.
I've been saying, I got to put out a poll on what to do. I haven't spiced that up, and now I have to come up with an icon for over, I think, 3 years membership. I put the gold. I was like, no one's gonna ever hit a 2-year membership. I don't need to come up with anything more than that. So the gold mic. So I'm not sure.
The gold mic is pretty solid. It's pretty solid. And I see Dan Jets fan says, I thought he was there on first day. You have been around forever. Maybe you got it the second or third day, Dan. Well, we'll look to see maybe next week if that gold one is activated.
I can keep track of it. Yeah, total time as member. So like I
Gene
see
Okerlund, WST Golden Mike, salary cap circumventors.
There's a lot of there's a lot of names like who've been day one. Like I see so many regulars. So I got to make a post showing all these day ones. Like I see General Tom, Randy, Eric, Leslie, Ross Ransby, Ron P, Kevin Koala. There's so many. So incredible.
Speaking of Ross, Ross and Shorn, and this is a shout out to the marble race, which happens at the end of Friday's show. So if you are here right now and you've just kind of discovered this program, make sure to join us, around 2:45, 3 when we do it. We did a little side bet at the Kraken game, and I happened to pick Kyle Connor and Nino for goals. So I've got a rather significant double or nothing with both Shorn and Ross today in the marble race. So I need to remember to get a marble in for myself, and we will do that. But back to business. Of course, this is the trade deadline show. Brandon Rewucki is going to be jumping on with us right away. As far as late right now, the well-traveled Klim Kostin, who is on his way to San Jose for Radim Simic and a 7th-round pick from Detroit. Oh, my God. Free Patan. Free Patan, everybody. Patan has been freed. He is now, Nick Patan, you are a New York Ranger in exchange for Turner Elson. And wow, the Predators got Zucker for a 6th-round pick. And that pick originally belonged to the Dallas Stars. Not sure if that's a salary. He does have a little bit bigger of a contract. That was one of those issues. Remo, why don't you get our first sponsor read ready, and we can get that in. Rewucki's going to be jumping on right away with us. I'm still paying attention to some of the top guys on the boards. Although when they're playing Chase the Ace on the Trade Center board, that kind of tells you that they might not be expecting some of the bigger moves, and one of the biggest so far, the one made by Tyler Toffoli. We're going to talk about that move coming up in just a minute. But before we do that, again, this show doesn't last 2 months without the great sponsors we've had. Big thanks to a few of them right now, including the guys at Consolidated Supply. Got to shout out Spicy and the guys over at Consolidated Supply. It is... I know we got a snowfall warning right now, and it doesn't really feel like spring, but I'll tell you what, we're into March, folks, and this is going to come, and then it's going to go, and we're going to be working ahead on all sorts of projects, and whether it is for your business or your home, our guys at Consolidated Supply are ready for a big spring and summer. They, of course, are the leaders in irrigation systems, artificial turf, golf carts is the exclusive club car dealer in Manitoba, both new and used. They've also got other great options for your property, including amazing hot tubs and incredible outdoor kitchen options. And of course, they're also the experts and the go-to guys for small engine parts and repair. Check out Consolidated Supply online at cte.ca and head on down to their showroom, open to the public at 1395 Niagara Road East. Tell them the boys at Winnipeg Sports Talk sent you. And again, their website for more on Consolidated Supply is cte.ca. A big congrats to Donnie and the gang at Manitoba Battery. The new location's finally open. Head on down and check them out at the new spot in the south side of the city, 452 Dover Court Drive, a beautiful new facility, a great home for the Manitoba Battery gang. And, they've got they always have great deals. I mean, the best prices in town. They beat the pants off the big box stores, period. Shopping local. But they're in such a good mood with this new location that any battery you need that's regularly priced at over $60 is now $10 cheaper when you pick it up in store. And check this out. If you need AA's or AAA batteries, skip the cheap versions and grab some industrial-grade energizers for only 40 cents a piece. Those deals and much more. Grand opening specials right now for Manitoba Battery. 452 Dovercourt Drive's the new location. The original spot, 1026 Logan Avenue. And, of course, you can always order online at manitobabattery.com or give them a call at 783-8787. Bella's thinking about spring. If you need a new look or just want to refresh the cut, get on down to Modern Man Barber Shops with 8 locations in the city of Winnipeg, including their newest standalone locations on Plessis Road and Pembina Highway, right by Bishop. Modern Man, guys, has you covered with a variety of grooming services, including haircuts, beard shaping, shaves, color services, and more. We can book your look via modernmanbarber.com. And make sure to give them a follow on Instagram as well, at Modern Man Barber Shops. And just before we continue the festivities here, got to shout out our friends at Canadian Club, Canada's favorite Canadian whiskey. Had such a great event with WSTers and the Canadian Club gang at the Whiskey Festival event we did at the Manitoba Sports Hall of Fame, that we looking forward to doing it again. But in the meantime, Whiskey Fest is over, but the great taste of Canadian Club's always waiting for you at your local Manitoba liquor marts. Check out their display when you pop in next. And remember to always enjoy responsibly. All right, huge thanks to all of our sponsors. Rewucki's coming up right now, but have to thank Dylan Webb with the super chat. Thanks for making sure I get nothing done for a few hours from working from home, Jets. I don't think we have been good for productivity. That I can agree. Stephen Balter, happy anniversary, boys. All joking aside, your daily show fills a Transcona-sized pothole that is sports talk radio in Winnipeg. Agreed with you on that one. But hey, we're having a great time and we appreciate it. Ron P, thanks for the super chat. Papa T, great to have you as a member. And cigars for everyone. Have a cigar, guys, from myself and Mrs. Jones. You're going to go far. Thanks, cigars for everyone. All right, let's get Brandon Rewucki in here. He is the host of Skates and Plates. He'll have plenty of more content coming up over the weekend, I'm sure. Brandon, Chevy, Patient, Struck, and Tyler Toffoli is a Winnipeg Jet at at least from my opinion, a very reasonable price, considering what we knew some of the asks from rival GMs were. What's your immediate reaction to the acquisition of Toffoli and the cost the Jets had to pay?
Yeah, he was digging through the code rack and he was able to find some brand names there that were on sale that got skipped by the rest of the shoppers. I mean, I don't know how it's not an A+, to be honest. I think when you talk about fit, in terms of what the Jets needed up front, in terms of the price that's paid, where the Jets were still able to keep their 2 biggest trade assets in terms of their draft picks and then prospects on top of it too. It's a massive home run. And to be honest, Huss, after what we saw from Colorado and Dallas these past several days, I think it was a mandatory one by the Winnipeg Jets. So I'll give Chevy all the credit in the world. It was the summer of Chevy last year. And he's continuing it right now where he knows his team, even with Monahan coming in, needed another impact piece. I wondered if they were going to be able to pry Toffoli. I thought the price was going to be a lot higher and there should be a lot more teams interested. But for whatever reason, Chevy was able to find a way to pounce. And to be honest, Huss, he was my dream fit in terms of the forward group coming in out of all the options that were available. So I think it's an absolute home run. I think the Jets could have used it to Foley for the past 3 or 4 years, to be honest. So a little late coming in here, but get him in, get the party started, and we can start talking extensions sometime in late June.
This is a guy that has been incredibly productive consistently throughout his career, but has also been a big-time difference maker come playoff time. And that comes with a lot of playoff experience, which I think is, one of those variables that it's very difficult to pin on how important they are. But I'll tell you what, considering the wars that he's been in at playoff time, that's certainly not going to hurt. And I think it'll be a great addition in some intangible ways, in addition to the fact that this team needed to finish better, and he is a finisher.
Well, how many cup rings are on the Winnipeg Jets roster? You know what I mean? I mean, I would have to think there might not be a single one outside of, I guess Brossoit would have picked one up last year. But I mean, it's always great when you can get the intangibles, but it comes with tangible performance. And that's why Toffoli to me is such a massive add to this team, especially when you look at what they have out there on the wing. I mean, you're telling me Vilardi can learn from a Toffoli. Cole Perfetti right now maybe could use a mentor more than anybody to give him a little bit of a boost. And, even pushing the intangibles aside, it's a massive boost to that second line. And not only will Nikolai Ehlers have somebody that he can pass to and provides a different element than what they've tried out there on that line so far, but I think most importantly, you don't give up, even if it was a good deal, you don't give up a second and a third round pick for a winger to play 12 minutes a night. It almost in a way forces Rick Bowness to play that second line closer to that, 17, 18 minutes a night total. And now there's really, there's no excuses, and you can mix and match your group however you'd like. And in that top 9, even top 12, you feel pretty damn good about whatever group you throw out there over the boards when you're going up against the Colorados and the Dallases.
No, absolutely. And listen, I know there's been so much discourse about where Ehlers should be playing with, but a part of that conversation was the fact that that second line was a little incomplete. I mean, Perfetti hit the wall after a really nice first half of the season. And Ehlers actually went through a period of 8 to 10 games where he was off a little bit. This is the sort of thing that, I mean, listen, if you want to win a cup and you want to beat the teams that the Jets are going to have to beat if they're going to advance in the playoffs, you cannot be reliant on just one line to be doing all of your scoring. And tell you what, that Seattle game was a great sign for the third line, which is going to play a lot and has to be impactful come playoff time. But I think right now, Brandon, with the addition of Toffoli, however you want to mix up those 6 forwards, you really are talking about that 1A and 1B scenario, which is very good for the prospects of the Jets come game 83 and beyond.
Yeah, it's funny. I was talking about that on last night's Skates and Plates about Toffoli being my kind of dream addition for the Jets. And it's like, I mean, even the pro Ehlers fans who want him on the first line every second, you have to admit him playing beside Tyler Toffoli on the second line is pretty damn enticing too, and it makes the Jets a really dangerous team. What I like about it too, Huss, and I don't know how likely this is because so far the coaching staff has been reluctant to do this, but why not go Scheifele, Ehlers, Toffoli if there's some struggles up there on the top line? And then I kind of like that it gives the Jets some winger pairs, I guess, that you can flip-flop depending on how each group is playing. And I wouldn't mind seeing Monahan, Connor, and Vilardi for a stretch too, right? So I think you kind of nailed it on the head there. There was just something that made this forward group incomplete, and bringing Tyler Toffoli in, I think, fills that hole. And I mean, that doesn't even take into the account that, Nino Niederreiter could be moved up into the top 6 at some point, right? Like, it just, the amount of options this team has, the fact that they don't have to rely on Cole Perfetti to play significant minutes in the playoffs, everything that you take into equation here, it really is the perfect fit. You couldn't have scripted it any better.
Yeah, Big Guy was asking in chat, does this mean that Rutger McGroarty is out of the equation for the playoffs? No, not necessarily at all. I mean, that to me is kind of something entirely different. That could be like feels like a trade deadline acquisition in a month as we get closer to the actual playoffs. Guys will get hurt. Like put it this way, I think the team has to plan to have their 12 forwards and 6 defensemen, that opening lineup, based on everyone that's here that doesn't include Rutger. But listen, there's still, some nerves about Gabe Vilardi and his status. And Ken joined us earlier on. We expect to have, maybe an update on that, but it doesn't sound like he's playing this weekend. Most importantly, you want to have him ready for the playoffs. But, I really do think that, Rutger is a player that can come in, maybe get a couple regular season games going into the playoffs. And I'll just say this, Brandon, if an opportunity arises for Rutger McGroarty to get in to a playoff game for the Winnipeg Jets, I'm pretty sure that he will bring everything he can to the table for his team to make an impact very early in his NHL career. So he would be an extra bonus moving forward, and a guy that I think is versatile enough that you could put him at a few different places in the lineup if need be. But the bottom line is, even without Rucker, which I think would be a bit of a bonus, you're looking at a lineup right now that looks a lot more complete from 1 to 12. And we've talked a lot about the depth of this team. I mean, adding Toffoli into that situation, still having Perfetti in the mix, having the Lowry line playing the way they are, Morgan Barron the seasons that he's had, Vlad presumably moving down to the fourth line. I mean, this is a team that is incredibly deep forward-wise, 1 to 12. And I guess our focus really for the next hour plus or 2 hours before we get to the deadline is going to be to see what might happen on the blue line, which I think there's more possibilities right now, especially considering that in addition to only paying the second next year and a third this year, New Jersey retained 50% of that deal.
Yeah, and I don't know if you do that if Toffoli was your final ad. You know what I mean? Like it does feel like the precursor. I mean, at the very least, they're fishing, right? Like they're going out there looking for something. And I mean, Darren Dreger kind of threw out the lure a little bit, saying it's going to be for a higher end piece. I'll paraphrase it a little bit, but a few minutes ago, basically saying they're shopping at the top of the market here. So that is very intriguing. And I mean, you talk about holes on this roster. That's kind of the only one right now is just a right shot defenseman that could potentially move Neil Pionk down to the third pair. And if you find a way to get that done, then we're cooking. Like then things are getting really interesting in terms of like what the power rankings might be in the Western Conference there. But I do still feel like, to me, I know in an ideal world you find a right shot defenseman to come in and provide competition there. But I just feel like the biggest hole was still up front there. And if the Jets don't make a major move on defense, I still think this is a really, really successful deadline/trading period here for the team, because to me, their biggest issue was finding that piece up front. They've got it there now, and they've just got a ton of options at the forward group for a team that, as successful as they've been this year, Huss. They're not the most lighted up offense in the NHL. That's kind of gone under the radar because of how good Hellebuck's been, but they needed a lot of goals to come in.
You know what? And I can't remember who put this out. It might have been Garrett Hull, who, had shown where the Jets, it was a comparison of the Jets to other Stanley Cup winning teams. And I mean, their goaltending, their defense was better than some of those. The power play over this entire year was significantly behind that. But I think we all agree that the power play is significantly different since Monahan has showed up. And I would argue that maybe Toffoli as well. The one thing, and we think about all these great offensive players, the finishing was lacking behind that. And, you see a guy that scored 34 last year, was on basically the similar pace this season. And if he can come in and be one of those closers with opportunities, that makes a massive, massive difference and can be the difference between winning and losing some of these tight games come playoff time.
Yeah, I mean, you can't convince me Toffoli's not scored a big goal for the Jets in one of the rounds they're in, right? Like he's just got that big game pedigree. He's been there. He's done that. Yeah, I mean, I just do feel like it's kind of gone under the radar, especially with, and maybe it's been, had a light shine on it over these last few weeks because the team has, failed to match their win percentage from earlier in the year. But I just love the fact now that there's options galore here. I mean, even go back to Vegas last year during their cup run. I mean, they made what I thought at the time was a pretty good move to bring in Teddy Bluger from Pittsburgh. Halfway through the playoff run, it's like he's kind of a luxury for us. But that's a damn good luxury to have, right? And that's kind of where I think the Jets are right now, is they've got guys that are, you said 1 through 12. I would say 1 through 15. Like they're really deep up front, and they've got a few guys. And this is kind of the rarity among teams. Debate about the effectiveness all you want, but it's pretty rare to have guys that might be just outside of your top 12 that could be top 6 options for you. And they might have that depending on how things shake out with McGroarty and Perfetti, right? Like the amount of depth that they have up front is really, really solid. I think is going to suit them well if it ends up being a long playoff run.
Well, and you know what? And I'll echo that. And yeah, I mean, I said 1 to 12, just meaning those are the guys that are actually on the ice, but you're exactly right. Like, with the addition of Toffoli, I mean, I I think David Gustafsson, since he's been back in the lineup, has been, well, very similar to what he was earlier on this season. I mean, a guy that's gotten better. He's got a great two-way game. He's scored a couple goals, but he is a very trustworthy player when he's out on the ice. And, I mean, Morgan Barron, in limited fourth-line minutes and penalty killing, already has 10 goals. He's another guy that if someone, particularly on that Lowry line, goes down or Nito needs to move up, I mean, Morgan Barron is ready to go, and he's proven that he's ready for more opportunities. And you have a bunch of competitive players fighting for ice time, fighting for, the confidence of the coach. That is a very, very good scenario to be in going forward. All of this, fingers crossed that Gabe Vilardi is going to be able to get back into the lineup soon because he has been such a big spot. But I would argue that this trade right now, in some ways, mitigates, if you had to lose Vilardi for any extended period of time, Toffoli's a guy that can go and basically play in that spot. And as we said, there's other guys that have really been pushing for more ice time that maybe get a spot higher up in the lineup that wasn't there before. Best case scenario is everybody's healthy and the coach has really tough decisions as to who is his best 12 going out in the lineup every night.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Come playoff time, you need options, right? And it is interesting when you say, you talk about confidence and things like that and what the coaching staff can do and say to certain players. We'll see how it plays out over the next couple hours here, Huss. But why maybe I'm not as concerned about a right shot D being brought in here and maybe the Jets saving some of their assets now that they've, given up a first, a second, and a third here, is you do wonder a little bit, just because, we're talking about Neil Pionk in all honesty. But, being able to go back to Neil Pionk if the Jets don't make a big move there and to go up to him and say, look, we believe in you. Like we could have went out there and got somebody, but we believe that you're our guy and you're going to be impactful for us come playoff time. Like you were against Vegas when Josh Morrissey went down. You wonder if maybe you see a better Neil Pionk down the stretch, right? Just knowing that the team believes in you and, hey, you know what? I can do this here. Like there's that aspect of it too that I'm sure they're going to, whichever direction they go in, they're going to try to get this team moving in the right way. But like I wouldn't necessarily dissuade that from the conversation that this team, sometimes just putting your faith in players can go a long way into getting almost like an internal ad at the deadline.
I'm glad you brought up Pionk. And listen, I know he takes his fair share of heat at times from fans. I think he's had overall a pretty darn good season. I mean, he struggled last year, and I remember our conversations going into this year and saying, Remo, I'm getting some feedback for some reason. Going into this season, he was a guy that a bounce back season from him of all players could maybe have the best influence on the team's fortunes. And I thought that early on, listen, there has been some rough games. He's still prone to make the odd mistake. But come playoff time, Brandon, and people forget this. The sweep of the Oilers a few years ago, he was out there against Connor McDavid every single night and did a great job. And last year when Josh Morrissey was out, listen, I know the playoffs didn't go the way the Winnipeg Jets wanted to. Neil Pionk was the leading scorer on the Jets. He had 7 points. He was definitely impactful. So if you can get him in better matchups and better minutes, fantastic. But I still think that, is the team going to win the cup on the back of Neil Pionk taking over? I think that's unrealistic. But there's certainly a spot for him to be playing. And to be honest, that Schmidt-Sandberg pairing has been great defensively all season long. And I think Schmidt has shown a lot that he knows he's in a dogfight to stay in the lineup each and every night. And to be honest, it's brought out a really good side of Nate Schmidt this year that I think a lot of people thought may have passed him by.
Yeah, no, and that's why depth D hasn't really been a big concern for me because, you're right. The third pair has been the best third pair or one of the best third pairs in the NHL this year. It's funny, I say that too, but in all honesty, if the Jets would have went after Sean Walker, maybe not a first round pick, but to me, I wouldn't have minded the Jets bringing Sean Walker in to give that defense core a little boost. But yeah, you're right. And this is where, as a coaching staff and maybe even management group, one of the unsung aspects of being a quote unquote winning organization is how to get the best out of your players. And some of that is what you do in terms of confidence, in terms of, I guess, psychology, if you want to call it that. And then that's where you could maybe get the best out of Neil Pionk here. Because again, I do believe there's a lot in terms of getting the most out of somebody, just frankly, by saying you believe in them. Like we think you can get it done. You've shown us you can do it before. Now let's go ahead and do it again here. And you're right. Like that's the other part of this too, is that, you know, if we're talking about the defense core and how they're going to play out this postseason, where Josh Morrissey goes, the Winnipeg Jets go. Like he's their most impactful skater. If he's playing at a high level, the Jets have got a shot. If he's not, it's going to be tough for the club to win a couple rounds. But you know, the one thing you would hope out of Neil Pionk in that second pair is just a little less variance, right? Because when he's good, he's great. Like there's no doubt about that. But when the game isn't going his way, it can be a bit of an anchor for the Jets. So be intrigued to see if, you know, the Darren Dreger report is going to come to fruition here and what that ultimately means for the club, because, you know, the one guy that would be considered a big fish and has some term would be Jacob Chychrun. And if that's ultimately where the Jets want to go here, then we got a completely different conversation and discussion that we got to get into.
Yeah, no, it is a great point. And I do wonder what the cost of Chychrun would be. You know, it's this year's playoffs and next year. So again, it's not just a rental. And from a forward perspective, I was totally fine with the rental this year. I mean, you see how many players the Jets have signed for next year, knowing that Rucker presumably will be in the mix. You've got guys like Brad Lambert and Chibrikov that have had real strong rookie seasons in the American Hockey League that could be options at some point. I mean, I think that there's a lot of different ways they could go, and maybe not having that term. But if things go well, you know, they'll see if Toffoli wants to hang around a little bit more. Hey, listen, speaking of Toffoli, we're going to hear from him in a couple clips just in a minute. But as we got about 90 minutes left, when you're looking at who's out there right now or teams, what's intriguing to you about these final 90 minutes, knowing that most of the teams that, you know, are in the mix when it comes to being quote-unquote cup contenders have already made some sort of significant move already?
Yeah, I think Boston's been too quiet for me. And the Lindholm chatter and the fit not being great in Vancouver, like, to me, those are probably the two teams, ironically, that I think still have some noise left in them here. I mean, Florida's a wagon. There's no doubt about it out there in the East. But I mean, the Bruins, you know, they've still got a little bit of assets to work with here, and I think Elias Lindholm would be a great fit for the Bruins. So you wonder if maybe there's a potential Lindholm-DeBrusk swap with some other things being thrown in there. And I mean, and unfortunately, Huss, it's also got to be Vegas. Like Vegas, I don't think Vegas is done either. Now, there's not that many big names available right now. Maybe a Pacioretty reunion, I don't know. But I think those three teams, to me, still aren't done having a say in this. But I think specifically Boston, and you wonder if they would have the cojones to send last year's Vezina Trophy winner packing in an attempt to get some help from them down the middle.
You know, Vegas is, I don't want to say they're on life support right now because they're in a playoff, but I mean, they're in the second wild card right now. Lost to Columbus before, lost to Vancouver last night. I mean, things don't turn around right away just when you add in Anthony Mantha and Noah Hannafin. And I mean, they're missing Mark Stone. I know there's lots of people talking about LTIR, all that stuff. You don't think that they'd rather have their captain Mark Stone in the lineup right now?
I don't think we're seeing Stone in the first round of the playoffs, by the way, either.
Dude, it could be longer than that. If he really does have a lacerated spleen, considering where it went, that's 3 to 6 month recovery. I mean, it could potentially be not even a possibility. I don't know that for a fact, but yeah, no, I don't think we'll see a miracle healing process if that is what he's dealing with coming out in the first round.
I mean, there's a part of me that's like, it would be pretty comical if he was ready for game one. Just because it would be such blatant cap circumvention that you almost have to respect it to a degree. Like, it just so sometimes when you so blatantly cheat, like, you kind of like that there's a little bit of humor in that to me. But I think they made the Mantha move because they know that Stone isn't going to be ready for a while. Like, I might get fooled again by Vegas, but I don't know. To me, I think there's a lot of legitimacy in Stone being out for a long time. I mean, Peter Forsberg's maybe one of the toughest players in history. And he had a lacerated spleen during one of the Avalanche's playoff runs, and he was out. He missed the whole playoffs. Like, I don't know. To me, a cut organ is pretty difficult to fake. So I think there's some legitimacy to what's going on there. But yeah, that's kind of like the undercard out there with the Knights right now is they got to make some moves to get into the playoffs. Like, it's probably going to be okay, but at the same time, they're cutting a little bit close here. I also would like to see them get on a bit of a run because, I mean, God forbid the Jets win the Central Division, and their first round opponent and reward for that is the freaking defending champion Golden Knights. Like, we don't need that in our lives. So let's see a 6-game win streak for the Golden Knights coming out of the deadline.
Hey, you know what? You wanna be the man, you got to beat the man. And I'll tell you what, I'd have a much better feeling about the Jets. And we'll see the Golden Knights later on in March. I think the 24th to 26th, right here in Winnipeg, when things get going. So, anyways, this is going to be an interesting next hour and a half as we get closer to finding out if there are any more moves for the Winnipeg Jets, and then of course a big game tonight in Seattle, and then all the dust will settle. And I have a feeling that Hockey Night in Canada matchup against the Canucks will be pretty interesting as well. They had the big win in Vegas last night, and we'll see what all these teams look like with their new players and moving forward to the end of the regular season and on to the playoffs. Going to crank out something new. Your wish was granted by Kevin Cheveldayoff. I imagine some more skates and plates at some point over the weekend.
Yeah, I'll get to gloat that I called it, so that'll come out in a few
Victory
hours.
lap.
Yeah, people will love hearing that. No, whatever the madness is done, we'll have something coming out later this afternoon.
Good stuff, buddy. Thanks again for jumping in. Always great having you on the program.
Yeah, have a great weekend. We'll talk then. Oh, and by the way, congrats on the anniversary. Well deserved, you guys. 20 more coming your way.
Thank you, buddy. Well, hey, listen, thanks for all the great contribution as well. Good stuff. Folks, subscribe to Skates and Plates wherever you get your favorite pods like WST. All right, we're going to have Billeck jump on in just a second. Reem, did we have the Toffoli clip? I don't see them.
There's two. Oh, I just DM'd them to you. We're flying by the seat of our pants here. There's two clips.
I gotcha.
He was on with James Duthie.
Perfect. We're going to listen. We'll hear from Toffoli, and then we'll bring in Scott Billeck. And we are going to, Toffoli is meeting with the Winnipeg media at 1. And we'll just join into that call and hear all of our friends in the Winnipeg media pepper Toffoli with questions of being traded today to the Winnipeg Jets. But here was Toffoli. He was on with James Duthie, and this was Toffoli's reaction to being traded from the Jersey Devils to the Winnipeg Jets earlier today.
Obviously, it's kind of not playing the game yesterday made it feel like I was going to be on the move for sure. And obviously today, with everything happening, it's exciting. I'm excited to join the Jets and meet the team here soon and get back to work.
I don't know if there's a more all-Canadian player now in the National Hockey League. Born in Scarborough, you play your junior hockey with the Ottawa 67s, and now you've played for 4 different Canadian teams after winning those cups in LA, in Vancouver, Montreal, Calgary, and now Winnipeg. What is it about the Canadian clubs that they get drawn to you and you end up there?
Well, I don't know if that's such a good thing being on so many teams. But, you know what? I'm just kind of going with it, and it's part of the business. And obviously, it's been a journey, and it's been fun every step of the way. And like I said, I'm excited to continue it and join Winnipeg and try and push them over the edge and see how much fun we can have.
All right, so there's the first comments from Tyler Toffoli. Looking forward to joining the Jets and trying to put them over the edge. I like the sound of that. Guy knows what it takes to do that, having done it already in 2014 with the Los Angeles Kings. Here's one more clip from Toffoli from his quick chat with James Duthie, and it sort of expands on what he said is for playing for a few Canadian teams. Of course, he's been with the Canucks, Calgary, Montreal, and is now a Winnipeg Jet.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's the business, and it's one of those things where you got to be ready for it and be prepared for anything that can happen. And obviously with this going on today, it's just another step along the journey. And it's an exciting time being able to join a really good team. They're playing really well, and they have a lot of the pieces. So hopefully we can make a push.
That was going to be my next question. The panel universally applauding this move, as the Jets were already a contender, but you were exactly what they needed in that top six. Have you talked to Winnipeg at all? Have you had a chance to speak with Rick Bowness exactly about how you'll be used?
No, I talked to Chevy, obviously, when things happen, and I just talked to Bones. So haven't really talked specifics yet. But we're just trying to figure out if I'm going to meet him in van or how that's going to work. So we'll see how that all kind of unfolds today.
All right, so there are the first comments of Tyler Toffoli. Toffoli's going to speak with the Winnipeg media at 1 p.m. We'll just jump into that and carry it for you. We can all eavesdrop in on our friends in the Winnipeg media, peppering Tyler Toffoli with questions about becoming to the Jets. And Reem, the one thing that, really stood out of that is, this is a guy that, I think really thought after the impact that he had with the Devils last year and their first round upset of the Rangers and that big comeback in the first round, felt like he was in New Jersey and there was a real significant chance to do something special. And they've had an incredibly disappointing year. You could hear the excitement for a guy that knows what the playoffs is all about to come to a team like the Jets that have had such a great season and hopefully come in and be a guy that can be a big difference maker and to, in his own words, to put them over the top.
Yeah, I remember his Stanley Cup celebration with the Kings, and one of his first full season winning the Cup. How pumped he was, how much it meant to him and his family. He's played in Ottawa and junior, mentioned there. He's played in Vancouver, Montreal, Calgary. He's seen some great fan bases. LA too, when they're winning cups. The place is packed. And go to New Jersey, real disappointing year for them. Disappointing for a number of the offseason champions. Ottawa was a team too. Buffalo, we thought was going to take a step forward. Pittsburgh as well. So a lot of disappointment there. But for him, he's had an okay season. 26 goals. 44 points in 61 games. And you hope with him, I don't know if he's going to play in the second line with Ehlers and Monahan or where he's going to go, but he definitely gives him some finishing ability. And that's what you guys have been mentioning throughout the show. So we said, a top six winger would be great to have to go out and do it for 2 picks. Exceptional stuff here from the Winnipeg Jets.
Well, yeah, and listen, I would assume that he'll start on the wing with Monahan and Ehlers. But I guess part of that is, what is Gabe Vilardi's situation? The bottom line is that Rick Bowness has way more options when it comes to shaking those lines up and getting the perfect fit come playoff time. You just hope that Gabe is going to be a part of it and he'll be able to get back on the ice at some point soon. But in the meantime, Toffoli coming in when they don't have Gabe Vilardi gets him a chance to maybe spend a little bit of time with both Connor and Scheifele, as well as Monahan and Ehlers, and go from there.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it's going to shake out, and he is a right shot, and we know they have a lot of those. So I'm curious how it's going to go, but I think huge ad, and wear number 73, second Jet to wear 73, CJC's number 1, but again, a great fit here, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it shakes out and how the Jets lineup looks. We haven't really had. I think they're taking warm up right now. A friend just texted me. He's taking the tour of Climate Pledge Arena and informed me. But I know Ken's there. We had Ken on earlier. We're waiting for Scott Billeck to join us. He's mentioned Canada Life Center is having some internet issues, and that was certainly a story at the last home game on Tuesday. So he was in here. So I'm not sure. Maybe those haven't got sorted out. Hopefully we can get Toffoli on a Zoom call at 1 o'clock. But the internet issues at Kennel Center. Oh, we have a goalie trade just now.
I was just about to say. Well, here in the meantime, while we wait for Billeck, why don't you get the 3-box going again and let's get Connor back in
Where's
here.
Connor?
We can chop this up. We have a goalie trade to announce. Jake Allen is on his way from the Habs to the Devils for a conditional third-round pick. And what's interesting about this is that, I mean, all season long, there has been so much discourse about teams that need to add in net. The Devils were at the top of that list. I mean, God knows Ottawa, I believe they've got the league low save percentage, and the team in front of them is going to be a part of that as well. LA was great for a while, then Cam Talbot and couldn't make a save. He lost 11 in a row going into the All-Star game. And Edmonton as well. We thought, is Edmonton going to add a goaltender? Well, that market never really materialized. And Jake Allen is now on his way to New Jersey. All right, well, we'll do our three-way with Connor in a bit. It looks like Billeck has been able to reconnect.
Let's get him in here.
Okay, Remis will do that. Just if you're popping in, I mean, since the Toffoli deal, there has been a few other trades. Kyle Okposo is going from Buffalo to the Florida Panthers. Jason Zucker is going from the Coyotes to the Nashville Predators. The Minnesota Wild traded Patrick Maroon to the Boston Bruins. This would be one that would certainly be called On the Periphery. Turner Elson from the Rangers to the Wild in exchange for our old pal Nick Patan. And Klim Kostin from the Red Wings to the Sharks for Radim Simic and a 2024 seventh rounder. And then just breaking in the last couple of minutes, a conditional third rounder, don't know the conditions yet, to Montreal for Jake Allen of the New Jersey Devils. And let's just see if there are any details on this. No, it does not say what the conditions are. So anyways, let's bring in Billeck. And if we can, again, we're 1:16 away from the final buzzer going. But, of course, the Winnipeg Jets made their big move today earlier on. Tyler Toffoli. Billeck, how are things going down at the rink?
Well, it was good until I was trying to get on with you, and then the internet's just being awful. So I apologize for any problems that they might have during this. But, yeah, no, it's going down well. Lunch was just served.
What you guys have?
Trade came. Looks like it's tacos.
Nice.
So taco beef and pulled pork. So yeah, it's been. It came right after we all got our trade stuff done. So yeah, it was good.
Nicely done. What was the buzz around the media when we heard the news that Tyler Toffoli? I mean, listen, we talked to Murat earlier this week. Brandon was just mentioning we had the guys that were still out there. And frankly, of the guys that were out there, period, over the course, considering the cost of acquisition, Tyler Toffoli, as a pending UFA, seemed like a perfect fit for the Winnipeg Jets. And Chevy did it at a very reasonable price, considering what we heard the rumored ask was originally from Tom Fitzgerald.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's insane how good the Jets did on this trade. They don't ship off. Like, at first I'd heard it was the 2024 second rounder, which means that it would have been the Montreal pick. It's not that. It was 2025 second rounder and this year's third rounder. And they got 50% salary cap retention. Like, that's an insane deal for the Jets to get a guy who comes into the Jets, is immediately tied for the goal scoring lead with Kyle Connor, and really is a perfect fit for that second line. Like, I mean, I think right now, if Gabe Vilardi's out for a little bit of time, a little bit longer, obviously I think Tyler Toffoli is probably a top line player here. But I think once Vilardi is back, and the way that we know that Rick Bowness likes to have Kyle Connor, Mark Scheifele, and he's like that Vilardi line as sort of this team's like shock troops in terms of offense. Tyler Toffoli is a perfect fit for that second line role. Plays alongside Sean Monahan. He played with Sean Monahan in junior. He was a line mate with him with the Ottawa 67s. And then they played together in Calgary as well for, I think, like half a season, because Toffoli got traded to Calgary that year from Montreal. So yeah, it's. I think the first thing that I thought when I saw the Toffoli trade, though, and I think a few of us here did, was that the Jets are all in, and obviously they got Sean Monahan weeks ago now, it seems, and it has been weeks. But for them to go and get Tyler Toffoli to really solidify that top six, to get that 50% salary cap retention, knowing that they still have about $3.7 million to play with minus bonuses. There's still room for, what do the kids call it these days, for Kevin Cheveldayoff to cook. I think is the terminology. What a deal. I think it's one of those Kevin Cheveldayoff trade deadline deals that he pulled a bit of a masterstroke on this one.
Well, and listen, I mean, he. The rental does work. I mean, who knows what will happen if there's any conversations of him staying here beyond this season, and a lot of that's going to depend on what happens in the playoffs, how well he fits. But for right now, there's a lot of talk about what these lines are going to look like. The bottom line is you've got Mark Scheifele and Sean Monahan down the middle. You've got Kyle Connor and Nikolai Ehlers on the left wing. And assuming Gabriel Velarde is good to go and healthy, Tyler Toffoli and Gabriel Velarde, and mix those guys up at those positions between 1A and 1B however you want. I mean, that is a really, really legit top six. And, and when you think about how deep the team has been and what they've got from their third and fourth lines this season, that's a team that'll be pretty scary in the playoffs.
It's scary in the playoffs 100%. And I mean, I guess the flip side of this, and I don't know if we'll talk about this, is what does this mean for Cole Perfetti? But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, right now you're looking at a third line that will remain unchanged. I mean, if this team goes in the playoffs fully healthy, you'll figure out how it makes sense in the top six where Toffoli ends up. But then, your fourth line looks like Morgan Barron, Vlad Mestikov, and Alex Iafallo. This is a team built for the playoffs now. And we'll see what the rest of the day happens. And I think Kevin Cheveldayoff was quoted as saying on one of either TSN or Sportsnet that they're still looking to get potentially the best player available out there. Don't know what that means. I assume they still look at defense, just because that's another position you would like to see them shore up, I think, for that. But I mean, at the end of the day, they make the hell of a move today to solidify their four lines. Like, that's exactly what it did. And one of your extras now, again, when healthy, is likely Cole Perfetti. That's not nothing, right? It's been a good day. It's been a good kind of trade deadline month and a half, I guess, for the Jets. And there's still an hour and 10 minutes before the deadline's up. And you would imagine, here's the thing, Huss, you don't retain 50% salary and do nothing on the other side of that. So you got to assume that the Jets are still loading up, looking for something else. And it looks like Eric Johnson's going to Philly, so it won't be Eric Johnson coming to Winnipeg, but there might be somebody else. So
Philly's just making another trade. Dennis Gurianov acquired from the Predators for Wade Allison.
Yeah.
And Wade Allison, I believe, is a Manitoban from Winkler area, if I'm not.
I believe you're right.
Big tough redhead dude. I remember meeting him at his draft year when he went in. The Predators have been sort of an interesting team. They've been the hottest team in the league. They're 9-0-1 over their last 10 games. Yeah. They are now in the first wild card spot. Vegas, by the way, hanging on to the second wild card spot. I know they made all these big moves. You got to make the playoffs first to actually see that come to fruition in the postseason.
Yeah.
But just thoughts on the Central Division in particular. We'd heard a lot about Dallas making moves. They got Chris Tanev, which was a great ad. It maybe seems like Logan Stankoven, who's been brilliant, all 5'8" of him, scoring a goal almost every night, was sort of that other ad for Dallas. But Nashville and Colorado have been very busy, and obviously the Jets now getting into the mix as well with one of the top guys on the board, which really seems to fit exactly what they were looking for in their needs.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think you look at Colorado, it's an interesting sort of change for them. Like, for them to give up Bowen Byram was a bit of a shock to me yesterday, because I was like, I mean, Casey Middlestat's good and all. Bowen Byram. I mean, I guess the thing is they have a lot of defense there. Bowen Byram wanted to be a top defenseman in Colorado. It's hard to do that.
And they got Walker before that. You knew when they got Walker, that was like, maybe something else is coming up around the horn.
So they've sort of changed the complexion a little bit of their defense. And they've been sort of adding around the edges. But they also got Casey Middlestat, who I think It's going to be interesting to see how he sort of fits into that, because we all know that Nathan MacKinnon really demands a lot out of everybody there, including himself, of course. But if they can get Casey Middlestad in there as a center, it's an interesting look for the Avalanche. I still worry about the Avalanche in goal. I just don't think they have the goaltending at this point. But yeah, and the other one is Nashville, as you said. I mean, Nashville's really making. I don't know what they're doing. Obviously, they feel like it. It'd be interesting to see what they do with some of their pending UFAs. Like, I know we've been talking about Alexander Carrier, right shot defenseman there. What are they going to do with him? At this point, it might just be a self rental if Nashville thinks they can take kind of a run here. So yeah, it's interesting. And then you're looking at. You zoom out a little bit, look at the Western Conference as a whole. What Vegas is doing. Obviously, they're not winning right now. But what's their next move? Are they going to get Buchnevich? Are they not? And then, the other teams like Vancouver's obviously been already working. Edmonton's been going. So it's an arms race, right? That's exactly what it is. I think for Jets fans, people watching right now, Huss, will be happy that the Jets are actually in the arms race right now and have fared pretty well. They've really upgraded their top six over the last 6 weeks here with Monahan and now Tyler Toffoli. And yeah, still, like I said earlier, still some time to go.
It's been hilarious reading some of the discourse over the last couple days. Complaining about doing nothing at the deadline 2 days before the deadline is patently insane. That's the nature of these trade deadline shows. There's a lot that happens on that day. And to Cheveldayoff's credit, I don't think, put it this way, if this deal was available to him 2 days ago, I'm sure they make it. I don't think it was. And, it is, and this is something, about having an experienced general manager that's been through these days before.
He knows the weight.
You understand a lot of things are tied to other things. You're in on a number of players, and you're able to pivot. But the other thing is that the price goes down to particular guys if another team that's interested in the player that you're trying to get goes elsewhere and makes a different move. I am interested in Vancouver. And I just laugh. It cracks me up to see Elias Lindholm as number 11 on the trade bait board, considering he was the first domino to go in all of this.
Right.
It does sound like they'd be willing to maybe move him for winger help. We've talked about Boston, and Ken had said Boston is the one team that he thinks might have something else up their sleeve. And the one thing with Boston is they just aren't that deep at center, despite their incredible record so far this year. And that could be that could very well be another player that we'll be paying attention to as far as a team, if you will. That could be a player as we get closer to the deadline. We're just over an hour away. I know you got to run because you're going to get set up to speak and hear from Tyler Toffoli. And then, of course, we got a game tonight, which is very interesting. A quick turnaround. I can't imagine Toffoli could possibly play tonight. Most likely tomorrow.
Yeah, so it sounded like, I was listening to him on the TSN feed. He spoke quickly to James Duthie, saying that they're trying to see if they could maybe get him in for Vancouver. I would be shocked if they did that, only because the Jets aren't even going to skate tomorrow because it's on the second half of the back-to-back. Maybe he gets there, but I wonder, just the way that this team sort of deals with guys and helps them kind of acclimate as quickly as they can to Winnipeg. If you don't just send Toffoli and his family come to Winnipeg, get kind of settled down here, kind of see you on Monday sort of thing and get going from there. Who knows, though? We'll see what happens tonight. Obviously, I think the most interesting thing is, and I'm waiting to hear because the Jets don't skate till 1:30 today, our time at least. I'd be interested to see how this is sort of energizing the room right now, Huss, because I think last year there was a bit of a disappointment, and I know those trades worked out in the long run. But at the time, I think there was a disappointment in the room that they weren't sort of invested in a little bit more.
That was on them. That was on them. Don't play like crap for 8 weeks.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, House. I totally get that. But all I'm saying here is I think this is going to energize the Jets for the game tonight.
Yeah.
Knowing that, this team, it's clear that this team is all in. And we'll see what else they make in the next hour and a bit. But, I think there's still more to come here. And I think that it's going to be a good motivator for the Jets team tonight. That is going to be looking to sort of make amends for Tuesday's game against Seattle, which they lost 4-3.
Billeck, I know you got to run, so we'll let you go. Thanks for doing this, and thanks for all of your contributions through the first 3 years. Here's to many more.
Yeah, no, and congrats to you guys, man. I remember when you guys started. I've said this before, but I was stuck doing the COVID beat, and you guys had got taken off, so I had no sports to listen to while I was reporting on all the crappy stuff that was going on in the world. So glad that you guys found your footing, and congrats on 3 years, and hopefully a lot more. So
appreciate it, dude. We'll look forward to hearing from you and the rest of the media coming up on this call.
Sarah's giving you a fist one. Oh, hold on. There we go.
Hi, Sarah.
Hello, congratulations. I feel like the way that I just completely come in and take.
That's fine.
I'm just gonna.
They don't want to look at me, Sarah.
Not a photo bomb. I'm just gonna come in and take over the interview. Congratulations.
Hey, listen.
Congratulations, Remo.
Hey, listen, Sarah, thanks so much. We'll, you know what? We'll have to touch base, get you on some point next week. Now that the team is set to talk about what's to come. But, hey, appreciate both of your contributions over the years. Thanks so much for doing this. Exciting day for the Jets. We'll look forward to hearing from Toffoli in a few minutes.
Yeah. See us. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
There it is.
Appreciate it.
Of course, Sarah always brings them out. They were happy to see you, Scott. They were very happy to see Sarah. All right. So yeah, this is what's going on. We are going to get set up for this Zoom call coming up in just a minute. I'm going to thank our sponsors in just a second for our second kind of little quick break. And for everyone that's just jumping in that maybe is normally coming on, yeah, we've been going for 2 hours already. And the Jets have acquired Tyler Toffoli from the New Jersey Devils for 2025 second rounder and a third rounder this year. The Jets still hold their pick in the second round, owned by the Montreal Canadiens, which should be a top 40 pick. And there was 50% salary retention. So in this final hour, we will still be able to follow and see whether there might be another ad, maybe more significant than a league minimum veteran defender to play in that 7th, 8th, or 9th spot. Just before we do that, Daryl M. Shout out Daryl. Congrats on the 3 years, Huss and Remo. Hashtag WST chat lurkers. Really appreciate that. And I did see a bunch of gifted subs. Thank you very much for doing that, everybody. And special shout out to everyone with the gold mic, because today is the first day of Gold Mics, the 2-year anniversary when we started the membership, and everyone that's been with us since then. We cannot thank you enough. All right, Tyler Toffoli, presser, coming up in just a minute. First off, let's give a big thanks to a few Winnipeg Sports Talk sponsors as we get into hour 3 of our special edition.
You train day in and day out, learning new techniques, approaching new concepts, and living out the thrill of achieving your goals. Building a craft beer is no different. While you spend your hours on the ice, we spend ours here, brewing our trademark beer. Again, and again. Here's to pushing the status quo and challenging ourselves to build something memorable. 1919 by Little Brown Jug.
Big thanks to Little Brown Jug. We'll probably be cracking a few generics after that extended show on Friday, planning to get going at 11 a.m. on trade deadline day, which also happens to be the 3rd anniversary of Winnipeg Sports Talk. Also want to thank Wallace & Wallace. They're gearing up for a big spring. It's going to be very shortly. Hopefully the snow will leave and we'll be seeing the Wallace & Wallace fences and trucks all over the city. The fencing and overhead door experts in the city since 1946. And while fencing will be everywhere come the melting of the snow, right now with these crazy fluctuations in temperatures is the time that's putting the most stress on your garage door. Now, if you need a new garage door, they've got the best selection in town as the Clopay dealer in Manitoba. But to prevent downtime for your garage door, you can give Wallace & Wallace a call to book your maintenance and inspection service call today. For commercial and residential overhead door sales and service, there's only one name or two you need to know, and that is Wallace & Wallace. Speaking of looking good, you got to shout out our pals over at F Apparel. When the snow melts, you know what comes up next. Wedding season, people getting out. A real time to maybe spice up that wardrobe, fellas. And if you do need to do that, get down to Winnipeg's #1 menswear spot, and that is F Apparel. They have incredible deals on custom suits beginning at just $400, along with chinos, golf pants, custom shirts, both tucked and untucked styles, and an incredible selection of menswear accessories. If you are getting married or in a wedding party, definitely talk to the fellas at F about a 15% discount when all the guys get their suits at F Apparel for the big day. They've also got great deals for high school grads if you're looking to get that young man a suit that he can wear far beyond his big day, moving out of the school age years. F Apparel, find out more online, book an appointment. It's fepapparel.com. And pop down and see him at 190 Smith Street. And just before we bring Murat back in, I got to shout out our friends at Aikens Lake Wilderness Lodge. Speaking of spring and summer, cannot wait for the upcoming fishing season. If you're looking for a world-class fly-in fishing opportunity right here in Manitoba where you can be on the water in less than 2 hours, Aikens Lake is the spot. As incredible as the world-class fishing is, even a guy like me caught a couple master anglers there. It's the hospitality of the Aikens team and the Turin family that puts the experience way over the top. Find out more at aikenslake.com, and you can also check them out on all their socials over at Aikens Lake. All right, continuing our special 3-year anniversary show, NHL trade deadline. The Jets have acquired Tyler Toffoli, and we're going to send you now. We're all going to eavesdrop in on the first visit with Toffoli with the Winnipeg media right now on WST.
All right, let's get going with John Liu from TSN. Go ahead, John. You're muted, John.
Sorry about that. Tyler, first of all, welcome to Winnipeg. I was just wondering what your reaction to being added to another Canadian team is, and just take us back over the last 24 hours when you were held out of your most recent game in anticipation of a deal.
Hey, what's up, John? I think with last night kind of being held out, myself and my wife or Kat, we understood that something was most likely going to happen, and it was only a matter of time. So I think we're looking forward to it. We're going to another, like you said, another Canadian city. It's there's nothing better than playing in a Canadian market. So it's a weird feeling, but at the same time, we're excited. Winnipeg, the fans are very passionate, and I'm excited to go there and keep pushing for the playoffs and try and make a run here.
You have the history, played a little bit with Gabriel Velarde, I think a full season with Alex Iafallo, and one with Sean Monahan. So how soft a landing spot is this for you? And just describe the chemistry you've had with all three of those teammates once again.
Yeah, no, I think I played with AI for maybe 3 years. So 3 years. We're really good buddies. We've been in contact, and with Sean and I, we were roommates in junior, so we've known each other for a long time. And I think Gabe, I don't know if I played a whole lot of games with him, but he was rehabbing. He was trying to figure out what was going on with him. So I'm excited. It's an exciting time. The team's really good, playing really well, and feels like, all the pieces are kind of there. So it's just a matter of getting there and trying to fit in as fast as possible and getting to work.
We'll go next to Scott Billeck from the Winnipeg Sun. Go ahead, Scott.
Hey, Tyler. Welcome to Winnipeg. Did you play with Sean in no, not in Calgary, in Ottawa? Were you guys line mates there?
Yeah, we were line mates in junior. I think for 2 years we were actually roommates as well on the road. So it was good. We played a couple games in Calgary, and then he ended up having had his surgery. So we played a little bit there too. So he's also been texting me. We're both excited. It's obviously he's fitting very nicely there, and I'm excited to join and see what we can do.
Perfect. Thanks for that. And then just curious, I'm sure you've talked briefly with Kevin Cheveldayoff and Rick Bowness, but any idea of, are you going to be playing with Sean, or any idea of kind of where you might slot in right now?
Yeah, obviously our conversations were pretty brief, and I talked to Bones too, but obviously they have a game tonight and tomorrow. So things were pretty brief, but they were just saying how they're excited. I'm excited, and I think we'll meet up here and have that discussion and see where everything see what unfolds here.
Go next to Skylar Peters from CJOB. Go ahead, Skylar.
Hey, Tyler, welcome to Winnipeg. Just curious on your thoughts visiting here over the years, as an opposing player, what you think of the city, the rink, the fans, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the fans are extremely passionate. I was telling my wife earlier how I've never played them in the playoffs, but the whiteout and all that, and definitely going to show her some of the videos. It's pretty sweet. So I think we're looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun. And like I said, the team's playing really well right now. It feels like, we have all the pieces. So we'll see what happens moving forward. And like I said, I'm just going to try and come in and fit in as easy as possible and do whatever I can to help everything out here.
And if my math is correct, you will be the Jets games played leader in terms of playoff games, just one ahead of Nino Niederreiter, actually. So I know you jumped in with, an upstart group in Montreal a couple of years ago, had a great run with them. What's kind of the idea from your perspective of trying to merge, joining a new locker room this time of year, a group that's been together, obviously, for the whole season, but adding your voice as a guy that's had a lot of playoff experience, and you're a winner.
Yeah, I mean, I think you want to just come in and not overstep on anybody's toes, but I think your voice kind of matters. And if I feel like there's something that needs to be said, then I'll try and say it. And it's not going to be like one of those things where what I say goes. It never is. It's a team discussion. And like I said, I'm gonna try and come in and fit in and make it as easy as possible and just let my play, speak for itself and go from there.
Go next to Mike McIntyre from the Winnipeg Free Press. Go ahead, Mike.
Thanks, Gregor, and welcome, Tyler. You won the Stanley Cup in your rookie season. What was that like? And I guess how much of a desire to maybe get back to start your career off in such a big way and to try and win another one here?
Yeah, it was definitely a crazy experience. And obviously as each season kind of goes by, you realize, or I'm starting to realize how hard it actually was. And the fire and the motivation is there. And it's one of those things with talking with Chevy and talking with Bones, they want to win and I want to win. And I feel like it's going to be a great fit. And I'm excited to meet up with the guys and practice with the guys and start playing.
And then I just wondered, in addition to the guys that you've been teammates with in the past in junior and the NHL, are there any other connections to existing Jets? Like, would Mark Scheifele be a guy that you ever work out with in the summer, or would you know any other players?
Yeah, no, I know Scheif through other guys. I know Nino. We were in the same draft, so I know a bunch of the guys. So I'm excited. It's I feel like it's going to be a pretty easy fit with the guys that I know. I feel like they're really good team guys and they're well liked by everyone from what I would understand from the outside looking in. So I'm excited to get in the locker room and get to work.
Go next to Ken Wiebe from Sportsnet. Go ahead, Weaver.
Thanks, Gregor. Tyler, any update on when you will join the Jets? Any chance you'll be in Vancouver, or will you meet them in Winnipeg?
I think right now it's kind of looking like I might have to meet them in Winnipeg. There's obviously a lot of moving parts here. So I'm trying to figure that out right now. And obviously I want to play, but we'll see how kind of everything goes here.
Yeah, fair enough. And what do you see as your biggest tools in the toolkit? Obviously, you're a super competitive guy that's won and done a lot of things. How do you think you fit best with the Jets? And
yeah, no, I want to win. So whatever's kind of asked for me, it's what I'm going to do. So I feel like I fit in. I feel like I'm a known guy to be really good on the power play. So we'll see how that goes. And like I said, it's one of those things where you don't really want to step on anybody's toes. I want to come in and play as hard as I can and as good as I can. And wherever that puts me in the lineup, that's where I'm going to go.
Go next to Paul Friesen from the Winnipeg Sun. Go ahead, Paul.
Thanks, Gregor. Hey, Tyler, just as far as no move clauses and things like that, did you have any say at all in this trade, or I don't know?
No, I didn't have a no move clause. So it's one of those things where whatever kind of happened. And obviously talking with Chevy and Bones here, they're excited. And like I said, speaking with a bunch of the guys on the team, they're pumped too. So we'll see how everything goes when I get there and meet up with them. And like I said, just get to work and try and keep winning games.
Weighing all the personal upheaval with the chance to win now, did you want to be traded to a contender, or How did you feel in advance?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you want to win every year, and the way things kind of have been going this year in New Jersey, it was definitely a battle, and obviously there's plenty of season left for them. So who knows what's going to happen? But I'm looking forward to what's ahead of me. It's one of those things where you got to move forward, and I'm coming to a team that's winning a lot of games, playing really well, and has a lot of really good players and really good pieces. So we'll see, kind of what happens here.
Go next to Judy Owen from the Canadian Press. Go ahead, Judy.
Hi, Tyler. Congratulations on coming to Winnipeg. When you look at the Western Conference, how would you just describe the battle and just how exciting it might be to join in the pushes that the teams are making?
Yeah, I mean, you look at all the teams, it feels like everybody's trying to stack up and do whatever they can to win. So it's not going to be easy. It's always tough, and anything happens in the playoffs. So as long as you get there and do the work to put yourself in a position to succeed, then anything can happen. And right now it's looking good. It's just a matter of, staying with it. And like I said, I haven't talked to everybody on the team. I haven't been in the room. So I'm excited for it.
Thank you.
We'll go back to John Liu from TSN. Go ahead, John.
Sorry, I have my hand up. I have my my question answered already.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks very much, Tyler. Appreciate you taking the time out of your day. Thanks to everybody, and we'll see you later.
All right. John Liu just wanted to show off the sweet threads one more time today. Always the best dressed member of the Winnipeg media for sure. We're going to get Connor Hrabchak and Michael Remis in here. Mike McIntyre will join us at the bottom of the hour from Canada Life Center, where the majority of the media were speaking. And if you were about to give Remo a hard time for the feedback in the chat, that was definitely not his fault. Everyone was basically in the same room. So as someone asked a question, it was coming out of all of the other ones. But I got to tell you, and listen, let me put this to the chat right now. We're going to do another Why Not question of the day for Not Autocorp or Waverly and McGillivray. Your first impressions after hearing Tyler Toffoli speak with the Winnipeg media. I have to tell you, knowing the fact that he has had conversations already, I knew that he was tight with Alex Iafallo. The junior experience with Sean Monahan, for a time being on the same team as Gabriel Vilardi. This is all great stuff. And I certainly got a level of excitement, which I think you would hope to hear from a player like that. But the other side of it is that, this is a guy that knows what it takes to win. He has been on championship teams before. He's been on teams that have made long runs. And it was quite clear that when he was speaking with the media, both here in Winnipeg as well as the national media earlier, that he sees this as a great opportunity to make more out of this season than he was going to be able to do in New Jersey. I would say that was a smashing success, at least for the fans that heard him for the first time there, Reem.
Man, he said all the right things. What stood out to me was him telling, I got to show my wife videos of the whiteout. This is a guy who loves playoff hockey. You love when they talk about fit, connections with Sean Monahan and Junior, connections with Alex Iafallo. You mentioned, he said he played with Vilardi a little, knows Shifley, Ontario guys. Man, he hit a home run. Got me fired up for the playoffs. So, a great, not only is he a fit in terms of what he brings to the team, in terms of his finishing ability, his playoff experience, scoring, all that, but the relationships that he has with the players. This is just such a win for the Jets here. And I see people in chat writing that they have, Paul Stastny vibes, just that you didn't think, you knew Toffoli was available, but you weren't sure if the Jets were going to be able to pay the price to get him. But the prices seem to all come down over the last, 24 hours here. And just what a fantastic addition for the Jets who need it. And we don't know how long Gabe Vilardi is. I haven't even seen Ken's updates from Seattle.
Yeah, well, we'll be on top of that, and we'll get that as we continue the afternoon. But You know, Connor, we know how this organization, really since Rick Bowness came here, but especially this year, moving up PLD and Blake Wheeler, they were looking to create a culture of guys that wanted to be here. You never know what you're getting in a trade deadline acquisition, but for a guy that has so many connections with players on this team, never mind everything that we've talked about, what a perfect fit he is on the ice. You hear what Toffoli had to say. You know of his Stanley Cup pedigree and playoff experience, what he does as a finisher. I think as excited as Winnipeg Jet fans were an hour ago in the chat, after you hear him talk, know the connections with this club. Frankly, I think it's even more exciting now and makes this trade look like even more of a home run by Kevin Cheveldayoff.
Oh, I haven't muted. Sorry. One sec. Go ahead.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, you mentioned the connections and the what Remo said, the excitement for the Winnipeg Whiteout. We talked about how he's a playoff performer. He's going to score clutch goals for the Winnipeg Jets in the playoffs, and him being fired up, looking at videos of the Whiteout and things of that nature, just has to be music to the ears of Jets fans. And we already have talked about how this is an A+ addition. You talk about the return, the salary retention, the player that they're getting, and the fit in the lineup. But then you take into account that this is a veteran. He's had playoff experiences. He's super excited. He was talking about how they have the pieces. They just need to put them together, and they should make a run. And then, yeah, his excitement for the Whiteout kind of is the cherry on top. So what an acquisition. What a day for Jets fans. And, yeah, Tyler Toffoli, perfect fit on and off the ice.
You know, I was just looking at my Twitter feed. Shout out to Prison Mike, who just fired me a tweet that said, Chevy walking around Canada Life Center today. And it was the Kirk Cousins. You like that? You like that? Everyone seems to like it. And I guess the big thing is, Reem, I mean, this is going to be the big addition today of the deadline. And we cannot ignore the fact that they already made a big move, adding Sean Monahan earlier on this year. But we still do have 40 minutes before the deadline and going to be paying close attention to what may still be coming around the pipe. Because once we found out that this trade was made with 50% salary retention of the New Jersey Devils, there's plenty of opportunity, at least cap-wise, for the Winnipeg Jets to make another ad, potentially to shore up the blue line with their sights set on a long playoff run.
Yeah, and they still have that second-round pick from Montreal. Do they opt to keep, trade that? I think the fact that they retained is a clue. They're looking to do something else. We still think a defenseman. We got the clock up here, 40 minutes to go, and deals can come after. So I think they'll do something on the defense. I don't know how major it is. It seems like the major work has been done with Monahan and Toffoli. I mean, that's pretty big ads. I'm getting excited to be the Jets now in NHL 24 this weekend when they update or whenever they update it. But tremendous work here, and looking forward to seeing Toffoli in a Jets jersey. But also, we're counting down here, 40 minutes left, and we'll see if there's one more move. I think one more. I think at least one.
Yeah, and you know what, Connor? I mean, just to Michael's point about the second-round pick from Montreal, listen, if you're talking about a Jacob Chikrin trade, then that probably certainly has to be in the mix. They'll be looking to get a first-round pick or top-end prospects for that. I mean, I have no idea whether that's even a possibility if they're discussing that. But when you look at other players, even like a Dumba, considering what other players have moved for so far today, I'm not sure that pick really even needs to be on the table. I mean, like if Armstrong gets closer to 2 o'clock and realizes that they're going to get nothing for Matt Dumba, do they not maybe circle back around and trade him for less than they were originally asking? I think it's safe to say that there's plenty of players that have moved, including Tyler Toffoli, that did not net the selling GMs the price that they originally wanted as they were floating out what they were looking for to insiders.
Yeah, and you brought it up earlier on the show. Like, one of the biggest thing that always happens around trade deadline year is this guy's going for this, and this guy's going for a 1 and an A prospect, and then another pick on top of that. And then trade deadline day comes, and Jake Gensel gets traded, and you're like, really? That's it? Tyler Toffoli gets traded, and you're like, really? That's all he went for? Like, this happens every year with rentals. They don't go for as much as people think. Jacob Chychrun, obviously not a rental, but to your point, Matt Dumba, another player who could come in, and some people may roll their eyes at an acquisition of Dumba, but the Jets might be looking for just an upgrade on Logan Stanley in that seventh defense spot. So if there were an injury, Dumba would step in, or Dumba would step in for Nate Schmidt, become a part of that rotation. But I don't know. I agree. I think there is going to be another move here, and I'm not sure if the Montreal second is in play. Now that they've moved next year's second rounder, I could see them holding on to that, except if they went for a big swing, their second big swing of the day, and went for Jacob Chychrun. I think that pick would be involved. But for a depth add, I think they can get a rental for relatively cheap.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I mean, it would be a lot more than just that second rounder, you know, and I think that Ottawa, I don't know what you feel about this, Remo, but I mean, considering the underwhelming return for Tarasenko, which I mean, they were better off doing it than not doing it, but when you compare it to the rest of these trades, it doesn't look very good. Now, he had the no move, so their hands were somewhat tied, and we often hear about Canadian teams being in that situation. But like, if they actually did make a move, a big push on Chychrun, I mean, we're probably talking back about some of the prospects that I think the team has been loath to unload, because they do see them as being a big part of not just the long-term future, but potentially as early as next year. Reem, our pal Jacob Stoller with the hockey news, speaking of Matt Dumba, has just tweeted out, hearing there's a chance that Coyotes defenseman Matt Dumba stays put past the deadline. The current asking price for him remains way too high for several teams. And that goes back to, you know, at a certain point, do you stick to your guns and not do it, or lean into it? I mean, when you look at how many picks the Coyotes already have in the first 3 rounds of the next 3 drafts, it's crazy. So does that help them going forward? No, not really. Dumba can sign wherever he wants. I mean, unless they're really trying to do him a solid. The one thing I'll say about Dumba is that if he did get traded to a team like the Winnipeg Jets or a playoff team, for a guy that I think thought he might have had a big money long-term deal offered to him last year that didn't materialize, there's no better opportunity to go in and have a strong playoff run and resuscitate your market value for the summer by playing in the postseason.
Yeah, one thing I saw about Dumba is the reason why he chose to sign in Arizona is that he has a home there, and maybe he would want to re-sign, although there's a lot of questions about if the Coyotes are going to be in Arizona next year. So I think they've done a nice job acquiring picks over the last couple of years, and you know, maybe it's just like, is it really worth trading him? And trading him if you're going to get like a 7th round pick, is that's what it is. And if maybe you do want to do right by a guy who chose to sign in Arizona this past season. So as far as the Ottawa and moving Chychrun, I mean, it's kind of like Buchnevich. Like, do they really need to do that? They have those guys under contract, and if you're not getting the return, you can either trade them at the draft, or maybe you think you're going to be good next year. Because we said yesterday, well, why would they give Tarasenko a no move clause? Well, they probably thought they were going to make the playoffs and we're going to be good. And like, well, we're not going to be trading him anyways. And they kind of got backed into a corner where he's like, well, I only want to go to Florida, and Florida's like, well, here, take these crumbs, and you can make your guy happy or not. So, we'll see what happens with Dumba. I mean, I can go down. I have the TSN trade bait list if you want to go through it here, Huss.
Just while we're talking about this, Wiebe, had just tweeted back to himself, I guess, replying to his early story on the Jets acquiring Toffoli. That story's up at the Winnipeg Free Press. He had mentioned Eric Johnson of the Sabres as one of the potential right shot D-men that could be on the radar for the Jets. He's gone to the Flyers. And then Ken says, I believe Matt Dumba of the Coyotes is another guy under consideration for the Jets as the deadline approaches. And Connor, this is the proverbial game of chicken, I think, and we'll see who's more desperate and who's going to blink first. And Kevin Cheveldayoff's been pretty damn good at this game over the years.
Yeah, and you see this all the time. You see deals that, like, the trade deadline isn't really at 2 like it is, but then trade calls take longer because these teams are playing chicken right up until 2 o'clock, where they're giving their final best offer or worst offer, trying to lowball these teams. and get players for pennies on the dollar. So I think we're going to see a lot of deals, as we usually do in the final 30 minutes. A lot of players that people can't really afford to keep. That could be, a Matt Dumba type, where maybe the Coyotes panic and say, you know what, our price is too high, but we can't afford to lose this guy for nothing, so we're going to move him. Ken Wiebe also reporting that Connor Hellebuyck is on the ice today, which is a good sign because he reported yesterday that he was sick. We know the flu bug is going around the Jets locker room right now, so that is definitely a good sign. The Vezina Trophy winner back on the ice for Winnipeg, and yeah, big 30 minutes coming up here as we approach the trade deadline.
Yeah, shout out to Ken for that. And I will also say shout out to David Smith at Jets Rider 66, who is there for the game and just tweeted me a little gif of Hellebuyck out on the ice in Seattle saying Hellebuyck sighting. So, Reem, that is the bizarre thing about today. We're so focused in. We do this super long show. It's all about the trade deadline. And then, oh, by the way, there's a game tonight in a few hours as well. And a pretty big game and a big weekend for the Jets as they try to keep pushing for first place, 2 back of Dallas with 3 games in hand.
Yeah, big revenge game tonight from Tuesday night's loss where the Jets played pretty well but weren't able to, I think Connor Hellebuyck gave up a couple he'd like back. He was in the negative 2 for goals saved above expected, which very, very rare for him. And look, they had the chance to win, tie it up at the end. They weren't able to, so going into Seattle, the Jets we haven't talked about the line today. The Jets are favored tonight, -123, but we'll have to wait and see what the lineup is. We know no Gabe Vilardi this weekend, and the big West Coast back-to-back Vancouver tomorrow. Vancouver, had kind of been slipping here a little since the All-Star break. A massive win for them yesterday in Vegas, playing really well. So this is going to be, I think, a tough 2 games for the Jets, and we'll have to see what the lineup is. We know Vilardi. And will Toffoli make it in for Vancouver tomorrow?
He's not going to. He's not going to. Yeah. As he said during there, it sounds like he's going to be meeting the team in Winnipeg.
Right.
So they'll be without. That being said, the Canucks are screwed on Saturday night. The last thing you want to do is play the Winnipeg Jets on the second end of back-to-back nights for them. They're 6-0. All they do is win on the second end of back-to-backs.
Crazy. And I remember the days where it's like, why can't you win on the second game of it was like it was a big streak where they couldn't, and it does seem like nothing has really phased them this year. I do expect to bounce back, but it sounds like Hellebuyck in goal because he's on the ice, as you said, we weren't really sure what it was going to be.
LB's a BC guy. I'm sure he'd love the opportunity to go up and play against the Vancouver Canucks tomorrow night.
I think Ken Wiebe actually just tweeted Laurent Brossoit going through his starting routine. So I think it's Brossoit tonight, Hellebuyck tomorrow. Gives Hellebuyck an extra day to get fully over the flu bug. So
how spoiled are we? I mean, we're sitting here all excited talking about Toffoli, but when talking about the goaltender, we've got the guy that is the hands down heavy favorite to win the Vezina Trophy. And if he can't go, no big deal. LB having a monster season. Listen, we talked a lot about guys that have done a good job or want to get the opportunity to up their value going into the offseason. Listen, who knows whether LB will even see a minute of playoff action. Hellebuyck will be the starting goaltender, but he's already done so much for his value to at least get to a spot where he could be part of a tandem that gives him a legitimate chance to be a starting goaltender in the NHL. Robert Sutton, thank you for the super chat. Happy 3rd and great to get Toffoli. Go Jets, go. There's another, someone was asking if Chevy's speaking today. Yes, Chevy is speaking. The plan is right now around 2:15. So assuming that Chevy is good to go for 2:15, we will have that for you live. After that, Jeff Hamilton will jump on. We'll kind of recap everything that happened. And I'm not sure whether we might need to just cut the podcast there and get it up so people can listen to it. But I think there is a high probability of us hanging around a little longer, letting people chat about the moves today. We will certainly do a marble race, but we do have this box of Upper Deck that we were planning on cracking as well. And I with it being a big birthday party here for WST, we wouldn't want to leave the party without getting into the loot bag, if you will. So we'll,
you know what? I was going to say, I really like that. We've never done that where we end the stream put up the podcast, and then just sit around and hang out here.
And crack packs.
And open this pack of Series 2. I said I wanted to bring out the Power Wash Simulator, but with the Jets making a trade, I don't think we're going to need it. Although I could still bring it out. I mean, we can still wash the deck. There's still some staining on there that needs to be power washed out.
There's always work to do. Always work to do.
No kidding. By the way, we're going to bring in Mike McIntyre right away. Really nice comment in here from Jeff Ballenbach. Best sports talk. Winnipeg needed this. Congrats, boys. Thanks a lot, Jeff. Appreciate you. And thanks for the super chat, Norm Gradecki. Thanks for the subscription. Been a viewer from early on. I plan to keep it going. Congrats on 3 years and changing the way so many of us get our sports news. Keep up the great work creating new Jet fans. Norm, thank you so much. Well, we can't have a WST party. We can't have a big trade deadline day without welcoming in Mike McIntyre from the Winnipeg Free Press, who has been down at Canada Life Center while Kenny holds it down at the Climate Pledge Arena in Seattle. Mike joins us now. Mike, how are you? Quite the morning for the Winnipeg Jets.
Yeah, and the good news keeps coming for the Jets. I don't know if you saw Kenny's tweets. The Jets are just getting on the ice right now in Seattle for the morning skate. Connor Hellebuyck is on the ice. That's a good thing. He missed yesterday's skate. He's one of the many that battling a flu bug. Looks like Laurent Brossoit will start in net tonight. Likely means Connor Hellebuyck goes tomorrow against the Canucks. But a return to health and Jets getting some of this sickness out of their system would be a welcome development as well. But of course, nobody's all that focused on the game tonight, understandably so. Jets made one very big splash already today. And Huss, I would not be surprised if there's another move in the pipeline here as we watch the clock tick down toward the deadline. I suspect there was a reason that the 50% salary retention on Tyler Toffoli happened. That was to obviously give the Jets some additional money to play with. Whether they can ultimately use that to their advantage in a subsequent move, I think we all understand that the blue line is probably an area that they're looking to address, but I guess don't rule out necessarily another forward. It'll be interesting to see what happens here in the next 30 minutes or so. But the Toffoli trade, we just got off the Zoom call with him, and he was very laid back, very relaxed, and genuinely seemed happy to be coming to a team that is loading up for what they hope will be a long run. Doesn't hurt that he's got a bunch of friends on the team as well.
Well, Mike, I was going to say, I mean, if Chevy gets an A for the trade, Tyler Toffoli certainly gets an A for his first visit with the media and Winnipeg fans. I mean, we just kind of eavesdropped on it and played it for folks while everyone was listening. And I can tell you that the reaction of a guy, that had just been traded. Sometimes, I mean, listen, he is experienced. He's been through this before, which is a positive. But man, I mean, on the ice, we talked about him. He was at the top of the list. I mean, right there with the top players, still rumored to be available that would be a fit for the Jets' needs. But when you dig in a little deeper, the cup ring, the playoff experience, the connection with players in this locker room, he seems like an even better fit and something that is exactly aligned with both Cheveldayoff and Rick Bowness for what they want in their team and their players.
Yeah, and when you hear Rick Bowness often talk about the fit, and I suspect we'll hear Kevin Cheveldayoff this afternoon, he likes to use that term. That's not just a cliche these guys trot out. We know culture is very important with the Winnipeg Jets and fit. They don't want to be bringing someone in who's potentially going to have a really hard time adjusting, who's going to upset the good thing they have going. And, I think based on everything we know about Tyler Toffoli and those connections to several Jets, Monahan, Iafallo, Velarde, I think the fit is going to be an excellent one. He checks off so many boxes, Huss, kind of like Sean Monahan did. The Jets have really addressed two significant positions of need. And we've already seen what a great fit Sean Monahan has been. And, there's every indication that Tyler Toffoli could be that kind of fit on the right wing. And, this is a guy as well, don't forget, He's playing for his next contract, whoever that's with. He's going to want to, have as long a playoff run, as successful a playoff run as possible, because it will mean very good things for him on his next deal. And so we've seen, Monahan in a similar situation. And, this trade, it made so much sense from an outsider perspective. I think there was a lot of justifiably concern whether the Jets could get the job done. They'd already traded their first rounder, Huss. And with a number of teams that were said to be in on Jake Gensel losing out yesterday, Vancouver, Los Angeles, even the New York Rangers, I think there was a lot of concern that the price would simply be too high and would be one that the Jets couldn't pay or wouldn't pay. And I must admit, kind of like I'm sure a lot of your guests today and a lot of folks listening, I was quite stunned at what the final price ended up being, especially considering there was 50% retention to only get a second rounder, not even the Montreal second rounder from next year. The Jets still have that. And a third rounder, that's a really, really good price to pay if you're the Winnipeg Jets. And I think we've seen a lot of surprise around the league, some anger if you're perhaps in the Devils fan base over what the Devils got. But from Kevin Cheveldayoff's perspective, this seems just like another in a growing list of terrific Kevin Cheveldayoff deadline deals.
Well, and Mike, the guy that we've been talking about, and listen, I think when they made the trade and got the 50% retention, it was to give them the opportunity. I don't think they're just going to make a trade for the sake of making a trade. The guy that we talked about that was out there was Matt Dumba. Now, the rumored asking price was a first rounder. Phoenix is not getting a first rounder for Matt Dumba. I'm quite confident in saying that. But he is a right shot defenseman.
Rounder for Jake Gensel.
He just got traded to Tampa.
Tampa?
Yeah.
Okay, exactly. And we saw Jordan Schmaltz put out the People's Insider.
Yeah.
Or the People's Horn, putting it out, and Chris Johnson retweeted it. So it sounds like Dumba is going over to Tampa Bay. And, it is weird, Mike. As we sit here today, the teams that are in the second wild card on both sides, the Tampa Bay Lightning and the Vegas Golden Knights. And I know the Vegas has made, two significant moves with Mantha and with Hannafin. They better start winning some hockey games, because if you look right now, Calgary had that huge win in Tampa last night. All of a sudden, Calgary and Seattle are 6 points back of Vegas with a game in hand. And
Seattle can make it 4 if they beat the Jets tonight. And you're right. All of a sudden, the Golden Knights are hearing some serious footsteps, and they have once again, I know we say this all the time, they've once again mortgaged their future for the present, because Vegas always lives in the moment, right? They barely ever have any draft picks. They don't develop any players, and they quickly move prospects out for players that can help now. But it is a bold strategy for a team that I was doing the math last night, Huss. They have 22 wins in their last 51 games. They had that crazy start, 11-0-1. But over the last 51, this has been a not even mediocre. This has been a poor hockey team. Luckily for them, they had that big start to kind of give them some breathing room. But yeah, they are trending in the wrong way. Now we'll see if some of these ads Mantha played last night. We'll see if these ads can help them. But you're right. It's interesting to say the least. I still think, Huss, that there's a pretty defined 16 teams that are in a spot right now are probably going to be the 16 that make it. And interesting to see a team like Nashville, right? Who I think until recently, a lot of people thought Nashville might be a seller. They've actually went out and bought. They're buyers, and why not? They're the hottest team in the league right now. We're going to see them next week here in Winnipeg. But yeah, it's been very interesting to see, and certainly in the Western Conference, Huss, there's been a bit of an arms race here. We saw Dallas make moves, Vegas, obviously, Edmonton, Colorado, now Winnipeg. The one team that I must admit, I am perplexed by, and there's still a little bit of time, we'll see if they do it, is the Los Angeles Kings. Like, are they just content to let everyone around them make all these moves and do nothing? Interesting strategy if that's the case.
Well, I mean, I guess it wasn't like they traded a ton of draft capital, with the exception of the Montreal pick in that trade, with the Jets and PLD. I had to laugh. I did see someone, and I mean, I didn't touch it online. The guy had like 1,100 followers and covers the Senators for an outfit, but said that he was hearing that the Kings were shopping PLD last night, and that certainly got a lot of traction amongst Jet fans. Hey, Larry Eloy, shout out to you, Larry. Thanks so much. Happy third anniversary to WST. Stick taps to Huss, Remo, and Connor. And Coachy51, happy birthday, WST. Great show. Does Toffoli have the defensive chops to keep Bones happy? It's one of the things about Toffoli. A very well-rounded player, Mike. I mean, you look at, certainly dig into his analytics. I mean, he is he does a lot of things right. He has won before. He's been, listen, he scored 34 last year, was on a very similar pace this year through 61 games. And the guy's a finisher. And like when you look at it right now, and we can kind of have some fun with this, like, oh, what are the lines going to look like? They could change nightly. But the bottom line is you're deciding between Kyle Connor and Nikolai Ehlers on the left, Mark Scheifele and Sean Monahan in the middle, and hopefully a healthy Gabe Vilardi and Tyler Toffoli on the right. We've talked all season long about the depth of the Winnipeg Jets and how well their guys on the third and fourth line have played.
Right.
A healthy Winnipeg Jets roster, certainly forward-wise, is a handful for the rest of the Central Division and Western Conference.
It is, absolutely. And that says nothing of, what you can now do in your bottom six as well. Like, suddenly you've got options. Maybe it's not Mason Appleton with Lowry and Niederreiter, although we know Rick Bowness certainly likes Mason Appleton. He trusts Mason Appleton there, but maybe Alex Iafallo gets a chance, to play with those guys. And the fourth line, Huss, which I think we already conceded, this was before the Toffoli ad, that the Jets have some really tantalizing options, whether it's a Vlad Nemestikov, and I'll throw Nemestikov in as a guy potentially that could go up and play with Niederreiter and Lowry as well, like maybe on the wing there. Or if not, you've got him on the fourth line with
Are
Morgan
we wasting
Barron.
our time, though, even talking about changing that third line? Like, every single
probably.
time, and some people shit on Appleton, and then he goes and has a game like he did against the Kraken last Tuesday. I mean, 2 great primary assists. He's got, 10 goals, and he's nearing 30 points on the season. Like, put it this way. I've said from the start of the season, I thought that Lowry line, if they were able to, would end up being Lowry with Nino and Alex Iafallo, and I thought that would be an absolute monster third line.
Yeah.
But, as much as sometimes he takes it from the fans, Appleton has gotten the job done so far this year. But the bottom line is for Rick, like if that changes over a short period of time, everyone knows that there's going to be a raised level of competition to just stay in the lineup, never mind be on a particular line. We could very well see a situation that come playoff time, Cole Perfetti is an extra forward. And I think that speaks to how much more talent there is on this club right now and the job guys have done in the bottom 6 as well, including the addition now of Tyler Toffoli.
Well, it certainly does. And I hate to be the one to throw out a potential negative, but I will say this, Huss. There's obviously, I would say, some level of concern as to Gabe Vilardi's status. And
yes,
we'll find out a little more, I suspect, today, whether it's from Rick Bowness or maybe Kevin Cheveldayoff will give us a little bit more. It was interesting. I go back and forth on how concerned one should be. The fact he stayed on the bench in the Dallas game, I thought that was a good sign, right? That kind of suggests that it wasn't serious enough to just obviously knock him out of the game. He didn't end up playing in that third period. Then he doesn't play on the weekend, last weekend. On Tuesday, Rick Bowness says he's out, but he's going to travel with us to Vancouver and Seattle, and we'll see on Friday. Then yesterday, he doesn't skate, and Rick Bowness rules him out for the weekend. Like, I'm just not 100% sure what's going on. And I don't want to speculate too much. We'll wait and see what Bowness or Kevin Cheveldayoff has to say. But, obviously you hope that whatever is going on with Gabe Vilardi isn't anything long-term, and that when we talk about these various combinations and options, that Gabe Vilardi sooner than later is very much a part of that. And so some may think, well, they went out and got a big fish like Toffoli. Is that because they're concerned about Vilardi's availability? I don't know. Obviously, you hope that's not the case. But so I think there's still a little bit of caution there, as obviously you wait and see, for a little more information about what Gabe Vilardi is dealing with exactly.
Just a little bit more on this Dumba deal. Dumba goes to the Lightning along with a 7th rounder for a 2027 5th round pick. So I think that speaks to, I'm not sure how much demand there was for Dumba. Well,
they wanted a first for him
again. And this is what I tell people all the time, that, when you hear insiders roll out what the asking price is, I mean, those are legitimate reports from the seller. And it's much like, I've got this Connor Bedard rookie card and I want $1,000 for it. Well, someone might only be willing to pay $300 or $400 for it. And that is that's the crux of this situation. There's Frank Saravelli with more of the details on that pick as well. He is a right shot though. And, again, from a depth perspective, I mean, a player like that would not be a bad thing for the Winnipeg Jets to have. Now, I mean, could the Jets have paid a 2027 5th? Absolutely, they could have. But it does tell me now, with less than 15 minutes until the deadline, Chevy might be putting the squeeze elsewhere right now on somebody to get them to accept his price for a different player.
Well, and I know a lot of people around here, hoping Jacob Chychrun. I don't know about that. I guess we'll see. That would certainly be a massive swing. Alex
It's a hell of a lot more than a 5th round pick.
For sure. Alex Carrier's an interesting name, but I just don't, and I think he'd be a great fit for the Jets. I just don't see, if you're Nashville, why are you trading him? I know he's a pending UFA, but use him as your own rental at this point, Huss, given the other moves the Predators have made. I don't see why the return for an Alex Carrier, I don't think would be, the juice wouldn't be worth the squeeze, as the saying goes. David Savard is another interesting name that's out there that I think previously the Jets have maybe looked in on in previous years. I mean, there's obviously a connection. David Savard would know Alex Iafallo, would know Sean Monahan, would know Tyler Toffoli. So, not so much Iafallo. I meant to say Toffoli and Monahan. There were a couple. Eric Johnson was a guy that I heard yesterday the Jets were certainly checking in on. He obviously went. Andrew Peeke was another guy. He went earlier today, and now Dumba's off the board. So there's not a whole lot of right D left. David Savard would be an interesting one. I do think that the Jets will try to do something. Time is obviously of the essence here. And I think Matt Dumba was at least somebody that they sniffed around on today. But did they pass because they have something else in mind? Like you say, it would be hard to think that the price would have scared them away given what Tampa just paid for him. And Huss, I think one thing we can sort of safely say as we get near the end of the deadline here, this really has been a buyer's market, not a seller's market. And that might be the opposite of what people thought it was going to be, right? And I think when you look, everything from a guy like Jake Gensel not getting a first-round pick, guaranteed anyways, it's conditional on them making the Cup final, not getting any of Carolina's top 4 or 5 prospects. I think we saw a lot of that. And, you go back to the Sean Monahan deal, and that looks pretty good for the Jets. And I suppose Montreal can say we did pretty good as well. We got a first rounder out of it. One of the differences there is that happened in early February. So the Jets have already got, 8 goals and 13 games out of Sean Monahan, which I think when you trade earlier, you maybe get a bit more. And I do wonder if the prices we're seeing today causes in future trade deadlines, maybe teams start exploring the idea of making their moves earlier and getting a little more value, because maybe they're seeing that if you wait till deadline day, the value actually goes down, not up.
Well, it's a great point. Again, unique circumstances this year. As far as Carrier goes, I mean, I don't think they're trading him for the same reason why the Jets aren't trading Dylan DeMello or Brendan Dillon. I mean, they're expecting those guys to play and be part of their team come playoff time. You saw that tweet that we just had up on the screen. Sounds like our old pal Jack Roslovic's on his way to the New York Rangers in MSG for a mid-round pick. The Rangers also picked up Nick Patan. They're already just nibbling away at former Jets that just didn't quite work out here in Winnipeg.
Well, they'll fill the void left by Blake Wheeler's injury, and they can go play with Jacob Trouba. So yeah, a lot of Jets and former Jets action there. You know, Jack Roslovic was an interesting name. I didn't expect the Jets to necessarily revisit reacquiring him, but he is a winger, and he's a guy, Huss, I think we chatted about this earlier. When Columbus was in here in January, I actually had a good chat with Jack Roslovic here in Winnipeg. Like, there was some serious FOMO about the Jets and Winnipeg, and I think some regrets. He loved what was going on in Winnipeg with this team right now. He was kind of pining for, he remembered how fun it was in 2018, and he said this year's team reminds him a lot of that. I never thought the Jets were going to necessarily take a run at him, but it would have been interesting if they were looking for that winger. Not surprising that he's on the move, and we'll see what he can do in the Big Apple.
Hey, by the way, this is such a cool day for us here. It's our 3rd anniversary. Yes. We have smashed our all-time record for live viewers. We're just about at 1,400 live in the chat right now. For everyone that's new, great to have you with us. Hit that subscribe button. Join us in the chat. Hit the thumbs up button, if you will. We've never got to 800 before, so that would be very cool if we could get past 800. And stick around. After 2 o'clock, we'll hear from Kevin Cheveldayoff. Jeff Hamilton's going to join us. And then we'll do one of our world-famous WST marble races and give away a WST hoodie at the end of the program and potentially kick around and break that box of Upper Deck Series 2 and maybe see if we can find a Bedard rookie. But as far as the market goes, I thought that Gensel trade last night was fascinating because, I mean, and again, this all goes to what the GMs are asking, looking for a couple first-round picks. Well, that didn't materialize. And again, it was like, I mean, according to Scott Wheeler's list, the 6th, 7th, and 9th prospects in the Carolina system going over to the Pittsburgh Penguins, Michael Bunting, and that second rounder that if they win the cup becomes a first rounder. I mean, it felt like a lot of quantity over quality for a team. And I know there was another trade that was just happened, a minor deal. Ludovic Weber, a goaltender, going to the Penguins for Magnus Hellberg to the Florida Panthers. And as we mentioned, Jack Roslovic as well. So 5 minutes before the deadline, we'll wait to see whether the Winnipeg Jets do make any moves on the blue line. And if anything, it often comes out, those things kind of trickle in. This is when Chevy and Larry Simmons are in the full stare down with other general managers going, are you taking this or not? Because I got another guy on the horn.
Yeah, and don't forget, people might think that, okay, the second 2 o'clock hits, if you haven't heard of a trade, it means it didn't happen. We've seen in previous trade deadlines, like I can think of somewhere it's like 20, 25 minutes after, and trades are still trickling in. I think as long as you kind of get in the queue, and sometimes there's a bit of a lineup. So we'll see, just keep that in mind, that if you don't hear of an announcement in the next, 6 minutes, that doesn't mean something didn't happen.
The best example of that might be the most significant trade in Blue Bomber history.
Yes.
The deadline was 3 o'clock Winnipeg time, if I recall correctly. And we were going, this is back in the 1290 days, we were going to the break at the top of the hour. And at like 58, we got the news that Zach Collaros had been acquired for a conditional pick. And we all know it turned out pretty well.
Yeah.
The conditions were met of that pick. They ended up getting it. Mike, I wanted to get your thoughts, and we had great response from everyone because we carried it live. But we all know that the Winnipeg Jets are trying to build a culture with their club. They want guys that want to be here.
Right.
full marks for Toffoli with the way he handled it. It really did seem like he's got a level of excitement and familiarity with this team through some guys that he's played with and already talked to since he got acquired.
Yeah, I mean, what a cool story, right? That he was not just teammates in junior with Sean Monahan. We found out they were roommates. They lived together and have remained good friends. He said that Alex Iafallo is a good friend of his, and he's heard from right away. Gabe Vilardi and him, they didn't spend too much time together. He said Vilardi was rehabbing an injury when he was there, but he mentioned Mark Scheifele as someone he knows from summer training, being an Ontario guy. Nino Niederreiter, they were in the draft together. That was very interesting. Boy, there's a bit of a bombshell from Chris Johnson right now. Haas, I don't know if you saw this. Vegas is working on a Thomas Hertl deal with San Jose. That would be quite something, wouldn't it?
Well, they better get to it because by my measure, it's 1:57 right now, and we have less than 3 minutes until the deadline. Just while you mentioned that, Hertl. Let's just pull up the Sharks here. San Jose Sharks. Thomas Hertl is he injured?
Good season. 30. Well, an okay season. 34 points, 15 goals, 19 assists, 48 games. What is the San Jose or the cap situation? Let's see what this says here. Vegas just can't help itself, can it? Don't forget, they did keep their first rounder from this year. I expect that would be on the move. So
he's on IR right now.
He is on IR, yes.
But he's signed at 8.1.
Holy smokes. Yeah.
8.1 until 2030. Remo, put that up. Was that done?
That is some term.
Well, people are saying Darren Dreger is reporting something about the Jets, so I was bringing that up. But,
okay, perfect. Well, it wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me at all. I mean, this is the sort of time.
Colin Miller is the defenseman. Another New Jersey Winnipeg Jets, according to Darren Dreger, Colin Miller for a mid-round draft pick. There's your right shot defenseman. What can I tell you about Colin Miller here just very quickly? Another Ontario boy, an Ontario boy playing for the Devils. He's got 8 points in 41 games. Maybe most impressive, he's a +10. I know plus minus doesn't mean a whole lot, but that's a bad New Jersey team. He's got a good plus minus.
I remember him being a pretty decent guy for Dallas last year. He had 21
was with Dallas
points
last year. Yes, he was, and he had a good season, 21 points. So there's the right shot depth defenseman for the Winnipeg Jets that we expected.
All right, so with 30 seconds to go on our clock, it sounds like the Jets are moving a mid-round pick. And what's interesting about that is that they just circled back to Tom Fitzgerald. I mean, 2 trades with the same team.
What else you got for us, Tom?
And we're done. And listen, from Fitzgerald's standpoint, especially with guys like Dumba and whatnot out there, I guess this was just finishing off the periphery of the of the squad. But I'll tell you what, at a very, very low cost, a guy, let's not forget, he played 20 games in the playoffs, had 3 goals, 4 assists, and 7 points for the Misfits in 2018 against the Winnipeg Jets. So we remember seeing him as a visitor in playoff hockey and a whiteout in the Western Conference Final in 2017-18. Wasn't a guy that we'd really talk too much about, but it does seem to fit that this was pretty much exactly the sort of a player the Winnipeg Jets were looking for. Get a guy that shoots right, that can fill some minutes, preferably with some experience and a little bit of size. I mean, he's not a huge guy. He's 6'1", 200 pounds, but certainly can hold his own out there and, some playoff experience as well.
For sure. And, maybe not the biggest swing on the blue line that folks maybe hope for, but don't forget, the Jets largely like their blue line. They've fortunately been very healthy this year. They're right in the running for best defensive team in the league. They've got Ville Heinola, Kyle Capobianco as extra insurance right now with the Moose. And, if you believe that you need maybe up to 10 NHL quality defensemen if you're going to make a run, the Jets believe they already had 7 with them on the active roster. They had a couple more on the farm. Now bring in a guy like Colin Miller. That's some additional depth. And, he's making, just looking here, this will not be a cap breaker, even if there's no retention. He's a pending UFA, $1.85 million for the 31-year-old. And, yeah.
Well, you know what's interesting about that one too, Mike, and just going back to the Misfits and that 18 Vegas team. He was teammates, of course, with Nate Schmidt.
Yes.
And the way things look, it could very well be between those guys as to who's in the lineup, at least for game number 1, assuming Schmidt is still ahead of Logan Stanley on the depth chart, which I believe he is. And listen, I got to give Nate credit. I mean, he's done everything that they've asked of him. He and Dylan Sandberg are still all season long. They have been at the top of the list of defense pairings with goals against in the entire league. First, it was 100 minutes played. Then it was 200, 300. They're now at 400. They are still at that top of that list. So, like, if you assume that Sandberg-Schmidt pairing right now is the Jets 5-6, you've got Colin Miller, Logan Stanley, Ville Heinola, Kyle Capobianco. I mean, there's your sort of 10 defensemen that would presumably be in the mix if you go long and, there's a war of attrition and you got to get guys that aren't in the lineup to step in.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a guy who has some playoff pedigree. As you said, not only those 20 games in 2017-18, he had 10 games with the Stars last year. He had another run with the Golden Knights the following year because he spent 2 years with Vegas, moved on to the Buffalo Sabres for 3 seasons, last year with Dallas, this year with the Devils. He originally started his NHL career with the Bruins after being drafted by the Los Angeles Kings. So another LA type connection there. He never played any games with the Kings. He did play games with the Manchester Monarchs of the AHL for a couple seasons. But yeah, he's a guy, as you say, Nate Schmidt would absolutely know him. And again, I suspect we'll hear from Rick Bowness and Kevin Cheveldayoff today more about the fit, how the fit has to be right. And, this is a guy who's played over 500 career NHL games, regular season, 40 playoff games. So it seems like a really good bet for the Jets to shore up that right side.
Yeah, a nice value add for the Jets on the blue line. And TSN is reporting that Vegas has acquired Thomas Hertl.
Wow.
So, and again, he's on IR right now. Presumably, he wasn't on LTIR, so presumably he'll be able to come back at some point relatively soon. We'll find out how all the money works, but that's a team that is certainly going all out right now. And San Jose had been a pretty quiet team. They traded Duclair yesterday, but for a team that's right there near the bottom, Chicago for that matter as well, these teams were just so bad they didn't have a lot of other players that had much interest to other NHL teams.
Right.
Hertl an exception, but San Jose gets them off the books. And I imagine for them moving forward, even though I'm sure there'll be a significant amount of cap maintenance when it comes to it, but should be good. So I guess Chevy is planning on speaking in about 10 minutes or so, Mike?
Yeah, I don't know. It might be a little longer than that. I think by 2:30, by the bottom of the hour. But if this truly is it, and if there's not another move coming, I suspect we'll hear from him shortly. And while I don't expect him to be standing up on the podium doing any victory laps, I'm sure he'll be. He should be pleased with the Toffoli move for sure was just a tremendous ad. He's a guy that is going to help the Jets in so many ways, in addition to what Monahan has done. And, the fact that, mid-round draft picks, so the Jets held on to that Montreal pick, which, they don't have a first-round pick. So they held on to that pick. They lost no assets, nobody off the active roster, no prospects got moved. I have to think that Kevin Cheveldayoff is going to be pretty happy. Real nice day of work here to go with the earlier work that he did for this team. And now it's up to the team, see what they can do. I got to think the Jets should have a little jump in their step tonight, seeing what the GM has brought in to kind of help the cause. the flu bug might be negating some of that jump. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the Jets come out in Seattle tonight. And obviously now they don't have to worry about the trade deadline. They can just focus on the here and now and trying to finish off these last 21 games as strong as possible, jockey for position, and then see what the playoffs bring. And if there's one thing we've learned in the last few days, Huss, the Western Conference first round is going to be an all-out war. There are going to be some very good teams who made some very big moves who are not getting out of the first round by virtue of playing other very good teams who made other very good moves. It is an arms race for sure. And that's one of the things Tyler Toffoli said earlier, that he's just happy to be kind of one of those weapons that's joining the arms race, if you will, that's going on in the West.
Yeah, well, you know what? I remember after the dual signings of Hellebuyck and Scheifele saying, all right, Chevy's done his job. Now it's time to go win some hockey games.
Yeah.
Well, we can say a similar thing today. Chevy's done his job. The team has had a couple nice ads, in particular Tyler Toffoli. Now it's time to go and win some hockey games and get ready for what hopefully will be a very exciting playoff run here in Winnipeg. Why don't you tee up what you and Kenny have coming up in the Freep? I'm sure you guys are both going to be busy between what's happening here and Ken out in Seattle.
Yeah, the fingers will be firing here this afternoon as we pound away. So we'll obviously have full coverage. Tyler Toffoli, what Kevin Cheveldayoff had to say. Kenny will be getting player reaction on scene in Seattle, talking to some of those former teammates, now new teammates again. And then Kenny and I have our usual dump and chase, our Saturday column that runs. And we're going to take a look around the league as a whole, kind of declare our winners and losers of the trade deadline, kind of just go beyond just the local scene here and look at the league as a whole. So yeah, we'll have multiple pieces in the paper and online out of a very busy and newsworthy day here.
Mike, listen, thanks so much for today. And as we go into year 4, thanks for all of your contributions. You're one of our faves to have on the program. And it would not have been a big trade deadline / anniversary special without you jumping on. Thanks again for everything.
It is absolutely my pleasure. Huss, to you and Remis, and of course all the listeners, loyal listeners, new listeners. Congrats on what you guys do. You're just a tremendous add to the community here, and always love my appearances. And happy anniversary, birthday, whatever we're officially calling it. And here's to many years more.
Cheers, buddy. We'll look forward to what you and Kenny have coming up in the Freep. There's Mike McIntyre of the Winnipeg Free Press. Hey, big thanks to Kenny's water bottle, who dropped a very nice super chat in. Congrats on 3 great years, guys. Just happened to fall on one of the most entertaining trade deadline days in Jets 2.0 history. Anyways, keep up the great work, gentlemen. Thank you, KWB. And Tedward Bear, congratulations on 3 years. Appreciate all that you do for the sports fans of Manitoba. Tedward, thank you very much. We greatly appreciate it. Remo, were you going to do the trade sounder or what?
Yeah, I got to sound the horn. It's not a trade deadline without doing the horn. No more trades. It's over. We're here, 2 o'clock. The deadline has passed. Maybe I think they use fax still, right? So maybe some can get faxed in.
Yes, exactly. It's in the queue. They've got a lady at the NHL office that takes the faxes, and then they put them in a pile, and then it goes to the central registry, and they go through them all. But well, I'll tell you what. We've got a little bit of time, and Chevy's going to come up in a minute. We should get to some reaction on Colin Miller. I know Connor will have some take on that as well. Listen, why don't we do quickly our final ad, just a spot break for our sponsors, and we'll just touch base and find out how soon Kevin Cheveldayoff is coming up, because we will do our best to carry that live for you as well. Jeff Hamilton will jump on after that, and as soon as we're done with Hammer, while we're on with Hammer, we'll probably open up registration for marbles, and then get the pot up and kick around, crack a few packs, and finish up the anniversary festivities on a record-breaking day here for Winnipeg Sports Talk. Joey Panks is back in the Super Chat. 2 Jets trades, 2 Super Chats. Thanks, Pax. Grab a little brown jug with that one tonight. Quick thanks to the Winnipeg Jets and more of our WST sponsors, and we'll come back with more heading into Kevin Cheveldayoff. The season ticket drive is on right now. I've had great response from a number of people involved in the Winnipeg Sports Talk Circle that have already done it. And of course, book their seats for the Stanley Cup playoffs. Go to winnipegjets.com/deposit. If you deposit on a package for next season, you can get priority access to playoff tickets, much like myself and other season ticket holders have. Cannot wait for the spring. But before the spring, we got to get to the weekend and through the trade deadline. Of course, we're not too far off between talking lots of Bombers. And of course, Princess Auto cannot wait to welcome Blue Bomber fans to Princess Auto Stadium coming up this year when the Bombers get at it. Princess Auto is also a huge supporter of curling in the province. I mean, they've been behind Team Jennifer Jones, and now we're all pulling for our Manitoba teams, including Princess Auto's Reed Carruthers, who's 4-1 right now. Right now, they're tied for second, I guess, technically, with the Botcher rink in their pool. Northern Ontario, who Manitoba beat, is one game or half game up, if you will, to use a baseball style term, 5-1 right now. Matty Dunstone representing Manitoba, 3-2 right now after his loss last night to Brendan Botcher. Of course, Princess Auto is not only a great sponsor of our teams and our curlers, but Winnipeg Sports Talk, but also the place where you'll find the best deals on the most unique assortment of tools and equipment around. Everything you need to complete the projects on your list or start something new is at Princess Auto. Pop by and see them in-store, Panet Road, Portage Avenue West. And you can always shop online 24/7, 365 at princessauto.com. Thinking about the playoffs, I know there'll be a lot of Winnipeg Jet fans and WST listeners wanting to maybe get some new gear for the whiteout. You know where to do that. Royal Sports, 750 Pembina Highway, Winnipeg's true sports superstore for over 40 years, family-owned in the Peg, with thousands of pieces of Winnipeg Jets merchandise, all the jerseys, with your favorite players, name numbers, done however you want them, not to mention, hats, hoodies, Q-zips. They've got it all. Great Bombers section, NFL, Major League Baseball, and of course, for people that are playing the game, the biggest and best hockey section in town, not to mention snowboards for spring break and all that cool stuff on the Kings skate, snow, and surf side. Pop by and see them, Royal Sports, 750 Pembina Highway, and make sure to follow them on Instagram at Royal Sports Pembina for the latest merchandise drops and sale information. And couple days with no Jets, but then we go Friday, Saturday night, late night, 9:30 starts. Can't think of a better time to get together with the gang at your local Boston Pizza to watch the game with sound on the big screen and enjoy some weekend ice-cold schooners, world-famous BP wings, and gourmet pizzas. And heck, any day, 7 days a week, if you want to get it hot and fresh to your door, you can order online at bostonpizza.com.
All right, there it is. There it is. Hustler with the ad reads. What's happening, everyone? What a great day it is. We're celebrating the 3rd anniversary of Winnipeg Sports Talk. Hustler's taking a quick break. Big extended show today again for the NHL trade deadline. I told him, Huss, we got to go 4 hours, man. There's going to be trades, and thankfully the Jets delivered with the trade just before we went live, right around 10:30 a.m. Darren Dreger reported they announced they were acquiring Tyler Toffoli from the New Jersey Devils, and we thought, hey, wait, they're not done yet. There's going to be one more. There was some retained salary in that trade, and it just came out. They acquired Colin Miller, also from New Jersey. We haven't seen the pick. I think a mid-round pick. Hustler is going to step out. He's going to take a break for a second, and I'll wrap. I'll chop it up here. I can chop it up too. I'll chop it up with Connor Hrabchak in just a second as I get him loaded in. The big trade that just happened, Tomas Hertl to Vegas. Hopefully we have some more details on that. Jack Roslovic to the Rangers. And again, if you are here, it's been such a record day here on our 3rd anniversary. We hit over 1,400 live viewers. That was pretty incredible. We've had a record number of super chats and memberships. Shout out to all the people with the gold microphone. And I don't know the record number of likes, 800. We did just hit over 3 million YouTube views since we began. That's very exciting as well. And I don't know what to say. It's overwhelming, the support we received throughout social media and on here during the show. This has been pretty incredible. But here, I'm going to bring in Connor. One sec. Connor, what's going on? You got any details on this Hurdle trade as I bring you in?
I've got details, Remo. I've got details. Darren Dreger is reporting that the first rounder in 2025 for Vegas is heading back to San Jose. David Edstrom, a prospect who Vegas took in the first round last year, is also heading to San Jose. And then Thomas Hurdle is coming over at 17% retained in salary. And that is the main framework of the deal. Thomas Hurdle, that contract, it was over 8 million, 17% retained, will come over at 6.75 million. And I believe he's signed for another 6 years. So Vegas making a huge splash at the Horn. And of course, it's Vegas. I mean, this is what they do, and people aren't really shocked on Twitter. It's Vegas making a big move for a guy with term. And Thomas Hurdle currently hurt on injured reserve, but Elliot Friedman is reporting that he's expected to return this season during the regular season before the playoffs. So Vegas bolstering up as they've done all week long.
Yeah, shout out to wow, we got a lot of people coming in with the supporters. Shout out to Stan Scott with the super chat, says we should do a call-in show one day. Yeah, I'd love to do some kind of super fan roundtable and a number of gifted memberships. Shout out to Dan, Jets fan. He's been here since day one. Adam Prize, welcome to the Winnipeg Sports Suck supporters group. Sorry, I'm just getting Connor. I'm getting you loaded in here to the screen. I didn't have the right thing, but eventful day. We are waiting on Kevin Cheveldayoff speak to the media. Interested to hear what he says. We haven't heard any details about that. We heard he would be in around what time was it? 2:15 was initial, but it's 2:18 now. We haven't seen any emails, so it usually comes in like 3 o'clock ish. And if you are here, stick around to the end of the show. We will be running the world famous Winnipeg Sports Talk marble race for a Winnipeg Sports Talk hoodie. We'll be giving that away. Hustler and I are also going to do some post-show celebrations, opening a box of the Upper Deck Series 2, trying to get that Connor Bedard rookie card. Someone's offering $1 million bounty if you get the 1-of-1. So we'll see about that.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
That would be nice.
A shout out to Derek YWG, currently in Munich. We've got you guys going at our dinner table. Congrats on 3 years. Good day to be a Jets fan. Connor, I think, as I switch your name in here, I think the sentiment among Jets fans is very positive today, because I think coming in, maybe people were like, I heard a lot from the Chevy Do Something crowd, especially in our comments. And my response to that was, well, like, I can't evaluate the trade deadline until after. I can't evaluate all their moves until after it happened. And I wrote that to a couple people in our comments yesterday.
Yeah, and Remis, when you can get mad about something before the outcome hasn't even ended yet, why not take that opportunity, right? Why not jump out and say Chevy hasn't done anything before the official trade deadline? That's the day and age we live in. But the good news, a lot of people in chat fired up. Obviously, Tyler Toffoli, Colin Miller, a depth defenseman coming over to Winnipeg as well at the Horn. And just now, Mitch Clinton and Ken Wiebe are both tweeting out here that Gabriel Vilardi, Rick Bowness said to them that Gabriel Vilardi is improving as he recovers from an upper body injury, and the hope is that he can skate Monday. So that is great news. Lots of the people we've had on the program today have talked about, well, this Toffoli move doesn't mean that Vilardi's maybe out longer term than we thought, but that is obviously good news. Hopefully he'll be on the ice Monday and joining the Jets very soon, with now a loaded forward core with Tyler Toffoli and Colin Miller, a good depth add. I tweeted out just now, I think at the absolute minimum, he's an upgrade over Logan Stanley. I said that earlier, that they might be looking for a defenseman who's that seventh guy. Maybe he steps in on that third pairing with Dylan Sandberg. I think that would be a great spot for Colin Miller. He's a depth defenseman, and he has playoff experience, as Hustler and Mike outlined with Vegas there. So I like that move as well. Dreger reporting that it's a mid-round pick. They didn't pay a premium for him, and he can solidify that bottom pairing, and more defensemen going into the playoffs is always a good thing. So rightfully so, everyone is fired up in chat. There's a lot of good news around the Jets right now.
Yeah, and we're coming in with news from around the other trades right now, Connor. We have the details on this Vegas San Jose trade for Tomas Hertl. I'm going to pull it up right now on TSN. Just a second here. There it is. Okay, Tomas Hertl to Vegas in exchange for a 2025 first-round pick, center David Edstrom, I'm not familiar with him, a 2025 third-round pick, and a 2027 third-round pick. So we're getting into the late years in terms of picks, and I mean, this is I think a big ad for Vegas. They've already added Anthony Mantha and Noah Hannafin, and they've been struggling. They lost yesterday to Vancouver. They lost, last week to Buffalo as well. Like, if you had to pick a winner from the deadline, I thought Colorado was going to be my winner, but I think Vegas has jumped the queue here in terms of trade deadline winners.
Yeah, they definitely have. I mean, they already added Mantha and Hannafin, like you said. I will say, between the Mantha and the Hannafin deals, this is the first deal where I've kind of paused and been like, I'm not too sure about this one. Like, the Mantha one was for a 2 and a 4. I really like that value for them. 2 mid-round picks for a top 6 winger. And then Noah Hannafin, the top defenseman on the market, they might sign him long-term as well. But Tomas Hertl, coming off a major injury, he's 30 years old. They're getting him retained, but they're giving up a first and a prospect they just took in the first round, plus 2 third-round picks. Ooh. The other 2 moves I really liked for Vegas, this one, while it is a big addition, I still kind of pause and wait. And I need to wait and see on that one. But Vegas doing what they do, making big additions. And then, yeah, like you said, Colorado, Sean Walker and Casey Middlestat. I love those additions for them. And you've got to throw Winnipeg's name in there now. You talk about Sean Monahan, who was weeks ago, but as for today, you bring in a bona fide top 6 winger and Tyler Toffoli, and you bring in Colin Miller, who's going to steady that third pairing and be a depth guy come playoff time. So the Western Conference loading up, and the Jets going back to the well there with the New Jersey Devils.
Yeah, we thought the Jets like to trade with the Rangers a lot. They've done a couple of those. Yeah. Going back all the way to 2015, it was the Carl Klingberg for Lee Stempniak trade. That was with the Rangers, but more notably the Trouba trade, the Kevin Hayes trade as well. One team that underwhelmed me, I thought Edmonton made some nice move for Adam Henrique, and they got Troy Stetcher, Sam Carrick. Like, I don't know if these moves, I don't think any of these players are as good as Toffoli or Sean Monahan that the Jets got. And I don't know. I think Edmonton, they're a team that really needs to win now. Those Draisaitl, McDavid contracts, they're kind of running out. And I don't think Ken Holland, he's had a number of years here. I don't think he's done a very good job putting a group of, a deep roster, a talented roster. They're only going to have to be carried here by McDavid and Draisaitl. I think they definitely improved their team, but I don't think it's at the rate that Colorado did or the Jets did or Vegas did. So I think it's going to be tough for Edmonton. I do wonder what it means for the long-term future here of McDavid and Draisaitl in Edmonton.
Yeah, and Jacob Stoller, we brought him up earlier on. He had a tweet there about Matt Dumba, but he tweeted out, how does Adam Henrique and Sam Carrick go for a 1, and Tyler Toffoli goes for a 2 next year and a 3 this year? I think it just proves how good of a trade that was for the Jets. And from Edmonton's perspective, I think you hit the nail on the head there. The clock is really ticking for them. Like, Draisaitl's got 2 years left, McDavid's got 3 years left, and they're in the middle of their prime. You're not going to get many more opportunities with those players in their prime. And I just don't know if Adam Henrique and Sam Carrick and Troy Stetcher are the guys that are going to put them over the hump. Obviously, they'll go as far as McDavid and Draisaitl kind of take them. But yeah, I was disappointed by them as well. But if you're a Jets fan, it's fine. I mean, that's a team you might meet in the Western Conference Finals or whatever. And if they don't have that extra firepower, that's good news. And it just, you see the Adam Henrique trade right there. It just makes the Tyler Toffoli trade that much better, in my opinion.
Yeah, Edmonton losing last night to Columbus. Did not see that one. I was very in on Edmonton and on DraftKings. I was like, yeah, they're gonna pump Columbus. No, they did not. You never know what's gonna happen. We do have a couple of games tonight around the NHL as we wait for Kevin Cheveldayoff to address the media. The Red Wings at the Coyotes. The Red Wings not very active here at the trade deadline. A couple of minor moves. The Avalanche hosting Minnesota. Nathan McKinnon, he's going for the Art Ross Trophy. The Ducks hosting the Stars, and the Stars had that crazy comeback the other night against San Jose, down 6-3 in the third. And the Jets in Seattle to take on the Kraken. And you mentioned Laurent Brossoit starting in goal tonight. Hellebuyck tomorrow. He's been under the weather. And Gabriel Velarde. What? He's going to skate Monday. We'll see when they come back.
Yeah, and that would be huge. I mean, Gabriel Velarde, the power play hasn't looked the same without him, and they need him healthy. And we were worried there for a bit, and I was worried that, you know, this Toffoli deal doesn't mean that Velarde's out long term. I think he'll be okay, and that's a massive sigh of relief for Jets fans. But yeah, we got a game tonight. That's crazy to think about with all the news today. I will say I'm really glad it's a 9 p.m. game. If this was an East Coast game and it was at like 6. And we were, you know, done being live at 3 or 3:30 or whenever we wrap up. And then the game was, you know, you got to eat. And then the game was right then and there. I think that'd be too quick of a turnaround. So I'm glad it's 9 p.m. It gives us a second to take a deep breath before the game tonight. And tomorrow, 9 p.m. as well. We can all sleep in tomorrow before tomorrow night's game.
Yeah, you know, you're actually right. Because, yeah, after this, stick around. We're going to open up the marbles for the marble race soon. And we're going to stick around for a late extended edition where we celebrate the 3rd anniversary of Winnipeg Sports Talk Daily by cracking open a pack of Upper Deck Series 2. We're still waiting on the actual return here for this Colin Miller trade. Winnipeg Jets acquiring Colin Miller. And we did have one more trade just after the deadline. The Maple Leafs acquiring Connor Dewar from Minnesota. We're waiting to hear to what, you know, comes from, you know, what the return is there, but a pretty minor deal. And I don't know, for the Maple Leafs, I think they got bigger and tougher there with Joel Edmondson. I'm not sure. Think about it. Lyubushkin. I don't know. They went for more, quantity over quality, I think. For the Maple Leafs. I don't know if they would be on my trade deadline winners list. I mean, they did moves, but I don't know if it made them.
Yeah.
They did a lot of moves. They added some players. I don't know if it was. I don't know if they added the guys that are going to get him over the hump here.
Yeah, I agree. Same thing with Edmonton. You know, like they got the core 4. I think one of those guys are going to have to be gone this offseason, given the cap sheet and all that. They got a lot of questions going into the offseason. And I don't know if Joel Edmondson and who did they just trade for? Connor Dewar are the guys that are going to get them over the top. I will say I love the Joel Edmondson discourse on Twitter the past couple of days because he's known for his vicious cross checks. And people are predicting a series-long suspension before the playoffs have even started for Joel Edmondson on one of these infamous cross checks. But we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I think they were an underwhelming team as well as we get past the trade deadline here. I see Puckpedia posting here that Colin Miller, the return apparently is a 2026 4th-round pick. So that is not this year, not next year, but the year after, a mid-round pick. That absolutely is money from Kevin Cheveldayoff. You solidify the bottom pairing and you give up a pick 3 years from now. So be it. By that time, Connor Hellebuck's 33, Scheifele's 33. Like, that's so far out of the window. And Colin Miller's going to have an impact on this team. So I like that deal even more if that is the official return.
Yeah, just looking at cap friendly here, I really like how they have this. They got a breakdown here of the Winnipeg Jets picks for the next couple seasons. So this year in 2024, they don't have a first round. They have a second round. That's the Montreal pick acquired in the Dubois trade. They don't have a third round. They do have their 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. In 2025, they still have their first round pick. They don't have the second. That was in the Toffoli trade. They still have their 3rd. They don't have the 4th. That was the or that was a traded away March.
No, Miller. It's being reported that it'll be the year after that.
So this fourth,
so even the third year.
Yeah, was this from the Niederreiter trade or something? Let me see the
Nemestikov, maybe.
It was from the Nemestikov trade. That was from last year. So they don't have the fourth next season. And they still have 5th, 6th, 7th, fine. And then in 2026, they still have all their picks, although you're saying that Miller trade is going to be from 26. So
initial report.
Yeah, so they're still sitting pretty good for picks, although, if they do want to make some big moves next year, they already don't have that second. They traded away. Will they trade, for the first 2 years in a row? Again, that's a conversation we'll have to have next season. We'll see how this year ends up. We'll see how it goes. I don't know, maybe they make some trades, but that would be interesting if they didn't have their first round pick, a team that's known for drafting, keeping their guys, hanging on to them. We are waiting here for. Yeah, sir, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, it's interesting as well that they made these 2 big moves and they have all their prospects still. We had Dave Minuk on earlier in the week asking him, which prospects have looked good with the Moose, which one maybe would be most likely to be moved in a big addition like a Tyler Toffoli. But they just traded picks. So if they were to make a move next year, maybe you see it more prospect based. And I think that's great. And they keep their first rounder next year. And yeah, there it is. The official report, Darren Dreger, a 4th rounder in 2026 for Colin Miller, who is a rental and a depth defenseman. So a low mid-round pick 3 years from now. I like that move.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that they needed a depth defenseman. He was one that was available. Nice move there from Kevin Cheveldayoff. Okay, Hustler says that he's good to come back on. So enough of us, and shout out to the guy who said, you guys suck. He's not allowed to chat here anymore, but here, let me bring in Huss, and he's going to go over the Coolbet Lines, and we'll wait for Jets GM Kevin Cheveldayoff. Huss, you're back.
Yeah, thanks, fellas. Yes, and I saw all sorts of speculation as to what I was doing. Folks, I'm grinding here today. That flu bug that's going through the Jets room, it's also going through the WST room. And this has been, again, nothing will ever be as bad as 2 years ago on deadline day. But I knew the fellas would be able to take us through for a few minutes. I just needed to give the voice a rest. And we are hoping to hear from Kevin Cheveldayoff. I heard you guys talking about the return in the Hurdle trade. I'm not sure whether you mentioned this, but I had to admit I cracked up when I saw it. That 2025 first that they traded to San Jose, that means that the pick that Calgary got in the Hanifin trade, remember, they could still trade that if it happened before the deadline. Well, guess what it did? So the Hanifin pick is now 2026. Vegas does have their pick this year, though. So I guess they still have the Vegas is hosting the draft at the Sphere. I guess they figured that they wanted to make sure they had a pick. So they will be able to make that, but the next couple years, no. And that David Edstrom was their first rounder in 2023. So a guy that was a first-round pick, a first-round pick, a couple thirds. And it's still going to be, and I know there were some people saying, well, he's on IR. What are they up to? He's got to be activated before you can be put on LTIR if that was the case. But I don't believe that is the the plan for a Hurdle. But yeah, big swing by Vegas for sure. They're desperate right now. They got to get it turned around. But if they do get there, then heck, if the Jets win the division, it could very well be Vegas in the first round the way things are right now, which certainly didn't seem to be a possibility earlier in the year. But while we wait for Kevin Cheveldayoff, if you see anything, Remo, just let me know that he's coming on. There are 4 games in the National Hockey League tonight. So let's get over to Coolbet and check out the lines. The Detroit Red Wings, who were pretty quiet today, they are in Arizona to take on the Coyotes next year's season for Arizona. Wings in a wild card spot right now. Detroit minus 132 on the money line. The Coyotes are plus 113. The Wild and Avalanche, you made a deal yesterday with Brandon Duhaime. They're going at it in Denver. Avs minus 226 favorites. The Wild plus 190 road underdogs. Every time I look to see who Dallas is playing, it's either San Jose or Anaheim. Like, what is going on? This is a tough time to be chasing Dallas or trying to make up ground on them when they keep playing the worst teams in the National Hockey League. You will not be surprised to hear that Dallas is a very heavy favorite, minus 302 tonight. The Ducks plus 245. And then the nightcap is the one that we'll be paying attention to. The Jets and Kraken. Sounds like LB is in net. Hellebuyck will play tomorrow, presumably, against Vancouver. Jets minus 123 favorites. And the Kraken plus 105. I don't believe it is up yet, but I did just fire off a WST exclusive if you want to get in on the game. If you want to get in on this one for tonight. We'll go Jets to win. Kyle Connor to score. He seems to score every night. Mark Scheifele and Josh Morrissey to get a point. So we'll wait to see what the number is. They always give us a very kind boost. So probably we'll get to good, plus 400 or 500, something like that. So that'll be over in the Coolbet exclusives. As far as the actual props for tonight's game, for goal scorers, Kyle Connors plus 157 to pop one. Scheifele plus 200. Ehlers plus 240. Monahan plus 250. I've been going lately on Josh Morrissey over 1.5 points. Over 1.5 points tonight for Morrissey, plus 355. Kyle Connor plus 215. Mark Scheifele plus 275. But it's all there at Coolbet. We've also got stuff from the Briar. While we and Remo, just let me know if Chevy's going to speak.
Yeah, I haven't got an email or anything about that. So let me text. I'll text Mike.
Yeah, okay. Either that, or we can just bring on Hammer.
Sure.
And see what he's got to say. And then in about 10 minutes or so, we can open up marble registration as well.
Yeah, that works.
Shout out to Reed Carruthers, Brad Jacobs, and the Carruthers rink. They got first place in their pool, which unfortunately means they got to play Brad Gushu today. I believe that's probably happening right now. So let's check out the line scores over at the Briar. These are the 1-2 games. And Carruthers they scored 3 but just gave up 3. They're down 5-3 to Gushu with the hammer in the 6th end. And a lot of Winnipeg and Manitoba content. Mike McEwen skipping for Saskatchewan. They're up 5-4 on Brendan Botcher. Botcher with the hammer in the 6th end. Going to be a great weekend at the Briar. Wishing luck to all of the Manitoba teams. Let me just get back to the chat right now. Oh, meant to thank Chris Vermette for that super chat. Happy anniversary, boys. Go Jets, go. Great work, Chevy. As well as Winnipeg Chaster. Happy 3rd anniversary. Great trade deadline day for the Jets. Cherry on top would be to pull a Bedard young gun. Yes, we do have a box of the Upper Deck. And you know what? Maybe what we'll do, Reem, is once we're finished with Jeff, we can wrap up Marbles registration. And then you can do as quickly as possible, just get the podcast up.
Mm-hmm.
And then we don't need the marble race on the podcast. And then we can do the pod. And then for people that want to hang around, can watch us celebrate our birthday by opening a box of Upper Deck and see if we can get one of those Connor Bedard young guns.
Yeah, also doing some power washing with the power wash. No,
yeah,
simulator.
If you want to
Mike?
keep power washing, I'm
Right.
not sure that after 4+ hours of grinding through this, I will have the...
Oh, no, that was fully a joke there.
Okay.
Mike
I
said,
am down for some time of head-to-head power washing. Oh, and I've also reached out to the 2K people to get us a couple copies of WWE 2K24.
Oh, really?
We'll have a Hell in a Cell match at some point
the
on the stream as well.
40 years of WrestleMania. Mike McIntyre, I texted him. He says they're finishing up the Colin Miller trade call, then heading over. Should be real soon with Chevy.
Awesome. Well, I guess if they're finishing up the call, we could get to. See if Hammer wants to.
I texted Jeff. I said if you
say,
want to
like,
hop
get
in
us
early.
A shot of CC. I could use a shot of something, although I've been sleeping a lot the last couple days, just trying to wind it up for what was going to be a very, very long show today. But you know what? Just looking at all of these, just all the comments today. Did someone say Hammer? Yes, Hammer is going to be joining us very shortly. Oh, Schickster in chat. Aussie Rules kicks off with a short week this weekend. I like it. Do you have any picks for me, Schickster? Who do we have here? Aussie Rules. I'll pull that up right now while we wait. We got Gold Coast Richmond. Where are my team? Oh, the Sydney. Oh, the Swans. Swans are underdogs at home to Collingwood. What, is Collingwood good this year? Minus 233. Sydney plus 185. Greater Western Sydney and Collingwood as well. Oh, wait a second. That's the early. Those other games are next week. Well, anyways, shout out to Schickster, the #1 Aussie Rules football fan here in Winnipeg. And often we'll see those games late night on TSN 2. All right. I know you guys went through this, but for folks that maybe are just jumping on a little bit later on, here is everything that happened today. Our trade tracker in reverse order. At the buzzer, the Leafs send a 4th rounder in 2026 to the Wild for Connor Dewar. And the Jets send a 2026 4th rounder to the Devils for Colin Miller. And TSN has it. Special red bar. Major trade. Major key. Major trade alert. Shout out DJ Khaled. It is a 1st-round pick in 2025, which means Calgary's picks flips over to 2026. David Edstrom, I believe a 2023 1st-rounder. And Hurdle and the 3rd rounder and the 3rd rounders in 25 and 27 for Vegas.
They had that wrong. Like recently they had the Sharks getting the 2 3rd rounders, and someone corrected me. I was like, I just read what it said, but okay.
Yeah, no, that's the way it was reported. That's the thing. Everyone's in such a race to report everything. They often get it wrong. So we'll basically read whatever they put out, but until it is officially up on the trade tracker, we don't know. Our old pal Jack Roslovic is going to New York with the Rangers for a conditional 4th rounder. Goalie swap between Pittsburgh and the Panthers, Hellberg for Weber. Matt Dumba went for a 5th rounder in 27 to the Lightning. Jakob Zboril and a 27 3rd rounder to the Blue Jackets for Andrew Peeke. Eric Johnson went from Buffalo to Philly for a 4th rounder this year. 1-for-1, Denis Gurianov. Yeah. If Hammer's ready to go, let's bring him on, and then we'll get his thoughts, and then we'll go to Chevy and keep her rolling. Wade Allison for Denis Gurianov. And then the only goalie to move. This was interesting. We heard so much talk about goaltending. And, of course, this goes back. Remember back earlier in the season when the cost for Jake Allen was going to be a 1st-rounder? Well, it's a conditional 3rd rounder to the New Jersey Devils. Klim Kostin goes from Detroit to the Sharks. Radim Simic at a 7th rounder in 2024 to Detroit. Nick Patan going to the Rangers. Hook up with his old pal Roslovic for Turner Elson. Jason Zucker. This is probably more for the cost. The Coyotes get Zucker off the books to Nashville. Doesn't look like there's any salary retained. Just a 6th rounder this year for Zucker. Pat Maroon to the Bruins for a conditional 6th rounder and Luke Toporowski. Rangers get Chad Ruhwedel. I mean, again, Rangers really just picking up a bunch of depth pieces for mid-round or late picks. Ben Mayers to the Ducks for a 5th rounder. Kyle Okposo. And the next major trade alert was the Winnipeg Jets. Tyler Toffoli.
I was wondering.
It's just cool to see that.
I was wondering if the Jets were going to get major trade designation. That's a big deal, getting major trade from whoever's the editor of the TSN trade tracker.
Huge respect to Chevy and the move that the Jets made. Tyler Toffoli for a 2025 2nd rounder, so not the Montreal pick that the Jets have for this year's 2nd round, which projects to be in the top 40, and a 2024 3rd rounder for the Devils. A couple other deals. Malcolm Subban for futures to the Blue Jackets. And then the other one that we didn't talk about very much was Kuznetsov going to the Hurricanes. He's got 1 year left at 7.8. Washington's retaining 50% on Kuznetsov, and they get a 3rd round pick. It was obvious that Kuznetsov had worn out his welcome in Washington. He had been sent to Hershey. But I got to tell you, for a team that just picked up Jake Gensel the night before, the normally quiet at the deadline Hurricanes got 2 pretty significant impact players that both have cup rings.
Yeah, good for Carolina. They've been trying to get over the hump for a couple of years here. They're very well coached by Rod Brind'Amour. So I know I like their team, and those are 2 good ads. I don't know if Kuznetsov, like what he's going to add, but Gensel one, I mean, they need a scorer, and they play solid 2-way hockey there in Carolina. So I think it's a great fit for them.
Good stuff. Reem, so we're going to bring on Hammer right now. And why don't we open up Marbles registration just so we can kind of get on that? Anyone that wants to get in can do it. By the way, thanks to Bobby B. A very nice super chat. Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Connor. And to all the WST guests, and special thanks to everyone in the chat. Thanks, Bobby, one of our greatest supporters. The Noel with a nice super chat. Congrats, Huss and Reem on 3 years. Love the show. Great content. Just need a little more Astros talk. Well, baseball season is around the corner. Alan Clayton, congrats on 3 years. Hustler and Remo. Go Jets, go. And double it up. Thanks very much, Alan. That is very, very nice. So anyways, keep your eye on the chat. When Remis opens it up, we'll get in and you can put in marbles. Let's welcome in, though, our pal, Jeff Hamilton, who, by the looks of it, may be joining us from WFPHQ. Are you at the office today, Hammer?
I am in the beautiful confines of the Winnipeg Free Press buildings, indeed. Can you see me? There you go. I'm on there. Yeah, just trying to find sunshine any way I can here, Huss. Looks like the Jets found plenty today.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's pretty sunny in the chat here. People all fired up. I mean, what a day for Winnipeg. I mean, first of all, to get Tyler Toffoli made a lot of fans happy, but I mean, the work that Chevy and his staff did to get him for the price that they gave up, a 2nd rounder, not the valuable one from this year, but next year's pick, and a 3rd rounder for a guy that ticks off all the boxes. And we heard earlier, sounds like he's quite excited to hook up with a bunch of players that he knows and has played with before and come and help this team have a big, successful playoff run.
Absolutely. This is a massive win for both sides. One, as you alluded to, Huss, I mean, the talk about around Tyler Toffoli leading into the deadline was how expensive he was going to be, how much it was going to take to get him. Obviously with a 3rd round pick this season and a 2nd round pick next season, I think that's the right price. Those are the pieces that the Jets have and are willing to give. You always want to keep your 1st round picks. Of course, obviously this year's 1st round pick went for Sean Monahan, but you get a guy who can score goals, can brings that a little bit of tenacity to his game for sure, and a guy that's he's a proven player. He's got 80 games experience in the NHL playoffs, which is something that the Jets were looking to add, and certainly coveted was experienced guys, and he shores up your 2nd line. So a nice tidy piece, not just a tidy piece, but a great piece of business by GM Kevin Cheveldayoff, and now maybe we can stop talking about the usage of Ehlers, and that 2nd line can be utilized the way that I think many Jets fans were hoping with 2 top scoring lines. It's a great piece, and on top of that, for Tyler Toffoli, I mean, you only have to look at you look at guys in the past. Paul Stastny being a prime candidate. He could resurrect his career. He could turn a long playoff run into millions of dollars next season. I don't think that's going to be an issue for him, but I think he can add to his value playing with some pretty strong players here in Winnipeg, and hopefully what will be a long playoff run.
Well, for sure. I mean, listen, it wasn't like he was going to need to do that. I mean, at a 34-goal season last year, he already has 26 in 61 games, was a lock to score another 30-goal season this year. But the key is doing it at the playoffs. And we've seen it before with Montreal, with Calgary a couple of years ago. And then, of course, as a very young player, winning a cup with the Los Angeles Kings in 2014. Right. I mean, he not only comes as a guy, I'm really impressed, with the acquisition of him because of what he does to the Jets finishing. Because for all the possession numbers and the great defense they had and the players that we know are capable of scoring, the Jets finishing wasn't quite at that level that, frankly, championship teams have been. He's going to help that in a big, big way. And he is not afraid to shoot the puck. That is one thing that we know, and you can tell by the consistency of his goal scoring throughout his career.
Absolutely. I mean, that is an area. I mean, you have to look at the last couple months, and one of the biggest issues has been, despite having that scoring power, it hasn't really translated to tons of goals. So, and you also have to, goal scorers, we all know, goals are king in this league, and that's how you get paid. And it's also, I mean, I'm not calling it depth. Obviously, Tyler Toffoli is going to have a significant role with this team, but he does offer that depth in the scoring department. When inevitably, if you are to, if the Winnipeg Jets are to go on a long run, they're probably going to face some injuries along the way. And if you lose a scorer, well, you just added one. So, this is a great pick. This is one I didn't think that was possible for Winnipeg, just because of, all the buzz that was talking about with his price tag and how much he was going to cost. But what a pickup. And there's going to be a lot talked about Kevin Cheveldayoff and what he's done, beginning earlier in the season and the off season, and just, not listening rather to the critics like us out there about this team, and now building what looks like it to be a contender. And he had to. I mean, look around the league. No one was really sitting idle. And even with these pickups, there's going to be some steep competition in the West, in particular the Central Division. But this is rewarding your fans. You want to fill the arena. You want to get people excited about your hockey team. Do things like this. This was a big moment for the Winnipeg Jets, and they clearly delivered here. And so now it's focused on going from here and finding, getting Tyler Toffoli into the lineup and getting him acclimated with the team and getting that chemistry built up in that second line. And now this home stretch here ahead of the playoffs should be an exciting time to see some of these new weapons in action.
It's funny, and Chevy does have a lot of respect around the league, but, especially in Canadian markets, but all markets, I mean, if you're not winning the cup, people are going to be all over you. But I can make an argument, Jeff, that over the course of the last 365 days, going back to last year's deadline with the pretty shrewd additions of Nemetsnikov and Niedermayer, who have both re-upped with the Winnipeg Jets, the PLD trade, the dual extensions of Hellebuyck and Scheifele, to the Monahan acquisition, to what he did today. Cheveldayoff's body of work over the last year is right up there with the best in the National Hockey League.
Absolutely. I mean, especially when you compare the two seasons. You compare last season and almost flaming out of the playoffs, but then having an early round exit. I mean, obviously there's still much to this story this season to be told, but to come back and show that consistency, to get back to the top of the standings, and not just get back there, but to stay there. I mean, we're dealing into snow melting territory right now. This is, like I said, this is the home stretch of the playoffs and into the playoffs, sorry. And that, the Jets are still hanging with the best and have a really good opportunity to, not only win their division, but potentially the Western Conference. And that certainly goes back, those moves certainly go back to last season and picking up guys like, Nemestikov and Niederreiter, two guys, I don't think I don't need to remind anybody, came on the scene last year and started, essentially were the example on how you would play, to have both of those players back in the mix this season. And then to add players, like Sean Monahan and Tyler Toffoli and Colin Miller too, as well. Obviously can't forget him. I mean, that's some great piece of business. You need to be, as a GM, I mean, it's not just on the GM. Obviously you need your team to show up for you and perform. A lot of it's like, that's why I think you get to these moments and you go, the team needs to be rewarded for the way they've been playing. And it's one thing to, say, I want to reward these guys. It's another thing to be able to pull it off. And I think, Kevin Cheveldayoff, again, whether it's starting last season, but certainly this year and particularly the last few weeks, has certainly delivered on his promise to give this team their best odds of doing some damage here in the spring.
Yeah, and you know what I mean? I think back to last year's deadline, and I just think the team played their way out of giving management the confidence that it made sense for them to trade significant picks and assets to go in on last year. It's a very different story this season, and maybe as impressive as all, I mean, you knew that Rutger wasn't going to get touched in Elias Salmonson, but Kobe Barlow's still a Winnipeg Jet. Brad Lambert and Chibrikov, I mean, they still do have a great group of prospects that are going to be very important players in the next couple of seasons because of the need for talented young guys on ELCs while some of these extensions kick in, regardless of what the future happens with Dylan and DeMello and, of course, Tyler Toffoli, who are all unrestricted free agents at the end of the season. As far as the moves today, I mean, the Toffoli one is the big one that everyone is talking about. I wish it would be so interesting to be a fly on the wall of an office like Chevy's with the games of chicken that must have played heading down to the final 5 minutes to making the acquisition of Colin Miller for a 4th rounder. I mean, we saw a number of those sort of depth defensemen go for mid-round picks. We hadn't talked a lot about Miller, but man, he does tick off a lot of boxes. I mean, he's got some playoff experience. He's a right shot defenseman.
Can score. Has some offense to his game.
He had 21 points last year with the Dallas Stars, and ironically, as I mentioned a little while ago, was a teammate of Nate Schmidt's on that 2018 Vegas team that got into 20 playoff games as well. I'm not sure whether he goes right into the top 6, but it certainly does give them, especially on the right side with the right shot, another valuable option. And I think in a lot of ways sort of resets that depth chart, assuming that at a certain point you're getting guys like Ville Heinola and Kyle Capobianco to be black aces along with Logan Stanley in a depth spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think it services a couple different things. One, it creates some healthy internal competition. You know, certainly, you have guys, you need to earn your spot, of course. We know Rick Bowness has said that lots. I'm not saying that new guys are necessarily going to come in and usurp another guy who's been here for a while, but I think it certainly creates that environment that, you push one another to get into, the most important games of the season. And obviously, of course, the depth, you're going to, as I said, as anyone would say or anyone would understand, I mean, you're going to deal with injuries. The Winnipeg Jets, if they plan to go as deep into the playoffs as they hope to be, they're going to have, enough bodies to get there, enough skilled bodies. So, whether Miller comes in and cracks that top 6 yet, or is just, as you mentioned with Ville Heinola and the Logan Stanleys, I just think he's another option for them to bring in and again, bring that depth. You want to have that deepness. Some guys are out, some guys that suffer, obviously more serious injuries. Other guys have bumps and bruises for a game or two. And, in some cases it might get to a point where you'd rather play a guy at 100% than 80%. And so obviously having quality depth that you can lean on will make those decisions in some cases harder maybe, but good tough decisions to have when you have players deep in every position.
Jeff Hamilton from the Winnipeg Free Press popping on with his thoughts. What did you make of the way the market ended up kind of playing out, especially over the last 3 days, looking at what the Jets were able to do to get Toffoli, one of the top guys on the market, and Kyle Dubas's return on Jake Gensel?
Yeah, I mean, that was Kyle Dubas, man. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's a tough one. That one looked pretty bad to me. It's a tough spot to be in. Obviously, as a general manager, you're in charge of obviously the present of your team, but the future building of your team, and of course with Dubas. I mean, what does he have, an 8-year deal? Like, is this his first year of 8 years or something? I mean, it just seems like he didn't really get anything in return. I know he likes Michael Bunting. I know that he's had experience with him, but it just seemed odd. And to me, I kind of tend to agree with, I know some people give me gears about, I think the Jets should have gone, as hard as possible for Sidney Crosby. Obviously, I'm not blaming them for that. There probably wasn't an option for there, and everyone always makes fun of me and asks me, where's Sidney Crosby? But my point in that whole thing was not that the Jets were going to get him, but that's exactly the kind of player that they could have used. And, I bring that up because I'm Pittsburgh probably isn't making the playoffs. It's a tough spot, but try convincing Sidney Crosby of that. And the sentiment that I've been kind of walking around or across here is that, this is a guy who's playing in his prime, and you just took the best winger he's ever, arguably the best winger, maybe outside of Chris Kunitz, that he's ever played with. And so that kind of spells the end for Pittsburgh this year. But, the market, Huss, I think it was interesting. I think you saw, like the Winnipeg Jets and some other teams, you saw some earlier pieces. But I think once you saw the dominoes kind of fall over the last few days, it was going to get wild. And I think, I saw some kind of comments that this out there in social media. I know it's not the greatest gauge, but some people complaining that it wasn't a busy deadline. I don't know which deadline they were watching. I thought there was some massive moves, and particularly some, I think it was a reflection of just how wide open this season seems to be. It doesn't seem to be any, like a necessarily a favorite. I mean, I know Florida has certainly played well, and Jets are up there, and Vancouver and New York Rangers, and Colorado Avalanche and the Dallas Stars. There's a common thread with all those teams, and not only are they in the hunt and viewed as teams that could very well go deep into the playoffs, but they're also teams that were very active here in the last week or so, and including the last few weeks. So I think it's going to shape up to be an interesting playoffs. This one seems like a lot of different bodies. I'm looking forward to seeing what the impact is for each team. Not every team's going to hit a home run with a player. We've already kind of seen that in Vancouver, obviously, with Lindholm, and but it is that's the beauty of this sport. You make these decisions. You think you think that these guys are going to come in and be that one or two missing pieces to your team's success. And now we get to see it all play out in what should be the greatest playoffs in professional sports.
You know what I mean? Yeah, the way things are shaping up for the first round is, as good as I can remember. And I can't wait to see what the odds are on some of these matchups, because they're going to be pretty damn close to, they'll be short favorites. Very rarely, and the 2-3s in most of the divisions are going to be probably toss-ups. By the way, Chevy has delayed for about 15 minutes. So we're going to do the marble race before we hear from Cheveldayoff. So if you haven't already, put in ! marbles. We're going to be doing a marble race. It's completely free. You just got to be subscribed. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. And shout out to everyone that's in here. We've been well over 1,200 pretty much for the last 3 hours. Hit that thumbs up as well. But subscribe, put in ! marbles. We've got a WST hoodie for the winner. It's exclusive. It's our version of the green jacket. You got to win it to get it. And I'll throw in, because it's the anniversary day for you wrestling fans, second place, we've got a pair of tickets to go see AEW wrestling on, the new date is May 10th. May 1st at Canada Life Center. So last call for marbles. Remis is going to wrap that up right away, and we will get into it.
You're fully in your toddler era, eh?
Sorry?
You're fully in your toddler era. You're 3 years old today?
3 years old, exactly.
Holy
that's
smokes.
right.
It was like, man, it feels like only 2 years ago you were one. It's bananas.
We're crawling now as well, starting to sort of run around the house a little bit, and
not even close to potty trained. I think it takes several more years for that to get figured out over in that operation, but eventually.
No doubt about it. And listen, honestly, while we do this, and thanks to everyone, we've had such crazy support today. Dallas Pauls, hey, super chat, congrats, Huss and Remo on 3 years. Wow, time flies by. And Alan Clayton with a nice one as well. Big thanks to you, one of our favorites. All of our contributors have been such a big part of everything that we've done here, but you are the man, Hammer, and looking forward to bigger and better things moving forward on the channel with you as we move into year 4. I got to ask you about Vegas, because while they made a significant move, I'll tell you what, I love Tyler Toffoli for a second and third a lot more than Mantha for a second and fourth.
Yep.
The Hannafin trade was interesting, but then they go and get Thomas Hertl. And it's very clear that they are really pushing their chips in for this season, still believe that they got the makeup of a championship roster, even without Mark Stone. But they got to win some hockey games right now. They're now in the second wild card, just hanging on to the 8th spot in the division, in the conference.
Who's nipping at their heels right now, though? Because I'm not.
Seattle and Calgary. They're 6 points back, both with a game in hand. So it's not like they're right there. Like Tampa's in a worse spot. Tampa's 2 up on the Islanders, and the Islanders have 2 in hand. But the bottom line is they've won 22 times in their last over 50 games. They just haven't been very good since that great start at the start of the season.
Yeah, they're playing with a little bit of fire here, but I don't know. I think they got it figured out. We'll see. We'll see where Vegas is at the end of the season, not at the start of March. And so I think those moves certainly. They're just as much like you've seen the talent on the Jets this year and the structured play that they bring night in and night out, when you add players to a team that's, committed to the structure as teams like the Jets or teams like the Vegas Golden Knights are, it's pretty easy to bring in a handful of players. And Kelly McCrimmon's no dummy. He pretty much turns the trade deadline into a science, or his own personal play toy, because whether it's Mark Stone, who's back on LTIR and probably going to be back in the playoffs at some point to help go back to back. I think they know exactly what they're doing. I got no well, like I said, we'll see where they end up, but it is interesting, right? Because there's a lot of talk, and I think this whole like standing stuff and second and third playing, and pinning, the likes of a Colorado Avalanche or a Dallas Stars or Winnipeg Jets together in the first round. I mean, you gotta beat good teams every year. And, you look at where Vegas Golden Knights are. Okay, you win the Central Division and the Golden Knights don't quite figure it out. They just kind of, just do enough to get in. Well, you got to play them in the first round. Are you feeling that much better playing the Vegas Golden Knights than you would be playing like a Colorado Avalanche? I don't know, maybe. If you're the Winnipeg Jets, perhaps, but I don't know. Vegas is, that's what's so important about playoff experience, is how to weather those storms that inevitably come in the most important time of the season. And I don't think anybody knows that better than the Vegas Golden Knights squad. And I'm sure they'll be making their hay once the snow melts here.
Well, no matter what, they're going to have a tough first round matchup, and as will everyone that qualifies for the playoffs in the Western Conference. Hammer, thanks for doing this. Thanks for everything. Have a great weekend, and we will look forward to catching up with you after the weekend to look at the landscape and where this team goes from here, and hopefully be talking about a game against the Capitals that includes Gabriel Vilardi in the lineup.
Yeah, that was a good piece of good news there, that it's not going to be a long-term injury. You start worrying when a guy misses a few games in a row here, especially these pretty key back-to-back this weekend. So, yeah, definitely going to be an exciting weekend, exciting home stretch here, and hopefully it's some more great hockey here for Winnipeg Jets fans.
Appreciate it, dude. Have a great one. We'll talk to you Monday.
See you guys. Have a great one.
Good stuff. There is fan favorite, the Hammer, Jeff Hamilton. All right. I think Remo is putting together the list of everybody in the marble race. In about 7 or 8 minutes, Kevin Cheveldayoff is going to be speaking. And at that point, we'll get the podcast up. And then we'll listen to Chevy. We'll come back. We'll react to Chevy and what he had to say, his comments on how it all came together. And then we'll finish it up by Remo has got our WST box of Upper Deck, and we'll crack those packs and see if we can get the $1 million bounty on the Gold Burst 1 of 1 Connor Bedard. Remo, why don't we fire Tristan Rivers up and make this official?
Sure. When I'm worried, Huss, I'm very worried Chevy's going to hop in. They just fired it up saying he's coming up, so I don't want him to come on like mid track here.
Oh.
Like,
okay.
It might be in a couple minutes, but I can get it. Let me just get this going here. As the super chat's rolling another one here from Andrew Haleko.
This has been the most record-breaking day for everything.
Yes.
We had our record peak at over 1,400. By the way, we're pushing. I mean, now with the 1,250 people. If you haven't already hit that thumbs up, please do. We can definitely get to 900. And who's to say we can't get to 1,000, which has never happened before. We're already at a record, but with 1,250 people in here, Chevy about to speak, the good vibes around everything to do with this hockey team and this show today. Fire it up, hit that thumbs up button if you haven't already, and make sure you're subscribed if you want to get into today's marble race.
Mike Cochran says, "Can we not get split screen marbles with Chevy?" Like, I get if I guess I could have Chevy. I could have Chevy talking on one side with the marble. There wouldn't be commentary. I think that's the best part. But I guess we could.
How hilarious is it that we're 3 years in? We're doing our biggest show ever because of the trade deadline and the big moves that Chevy made. And some people are like, whatever about Chevy. Like, let's get going with this marble race, guys. Come on.
Yeah. I don't know what to say. That is pretty funny. I was just gonna say it's amazing how. What's going on?
Whoa! I just refreshed my screen. We're at 993 likes, like 7 more, and we're at 1,000. I think that is going to happen. If you haven't already, do us a favor, hit that thumbs up. Let's get 1K for the first time ever.
Yeah, that's crazy. And if you're here, in our description does have every other social media we're on. I've pinned comment for our mailing list. Sign up for that. We did send out a nice heartfelt letter to subscribers of that this morning. Instagram continues to grow. We're on TikTok, Twitter. That's our biggest one other than YouTube. Facebook as well. I post occasionally too. So we're on too many. Threads is a thing still. So
it's not a thing still. I'm very proud I never dived into the threads. I knew that was going to be a disaster. Folks, our first time ever, 1K thumbs up for a show. That is amazing. Thank you guys so much. So listen, we're going to go to Chevy. This is first and foremost a Winnipeg sports show, not a marbles show, as much as normally at this time it is. If you have to take off, don't worry. You can just go back to the stream afterwards and see how you did. We will run through all of your placings afterwards. And again, we've got AEW tickets. So second place, we will also fire out a pair of tickets for AEW wrestling coming up on at the beginning of May. And then the three of us will hang out and react live to our WST purchase of the box of Upper Decks. I'm actually quite excited about this. This will be a fun way. This will be the post-show, if you will.
Chevy's up.
Chevy's going. All right, let's go live. Marble race coming up, but right now, first things first, the general manager of the Winnipeg Jets.
Trying to do different things. It's trade deadline week, and in our case, it's trade deadline 2 months, it's or month. It's one of those things where, you start talking and looking and, talking to managers and trying to, understand who may be available, because you got lots of teams obviously that are, still in the hunt and, making tough decisions on their roster to make players available. And that's kind of essentially what happened, with Toffoli, and he became a player that was, made aware that was readily available, later in this whole process.
How different was the deal when it was completed compared to the pieces you started talking about at the outset?
Not much, not very. I think, we're pretty aggressive, right from the start. And, I think in a lot of these situations, you spend a lot of time in your own room talking about, okay, what are we prepared to do? And then what are we prepared not to do? And you put it out there, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, you have to kind of work within those guidelines, or else you just, you can't operate.
Yeah, maybe I'll dovetail off that. Was part of the decision not to, or try not to trade prospects and young players, or was that all, was it all on the table?
Yeah, no, it was all on the table, but there really wasn't wasn't the opportunity to to get into different things like that, or there wasn't a need to.
When did you make the decision to sort of go, I guess, all in, if we want to use that term?
I sat down, with Helly and Scheif and, just the different things that we did this summer, and again, we as an organization, have been all in, and we're going to continue to be all in. And, it's all about winning. It has been since the very first day that, Mark, sat here, when the franchise first relocated. And, every decision we make, everything we do, it has a purpose in mind to ultimately try and win. And, again, when you have different opportunities and different things, that might become available, and you feel that it's going to make your team better, then, you have to try and act. And we felt, obviously, getting, Monty back when we did, that we needed to act decisively. And then, these opportunities, presented themselves. Obviously, the deadline does become a deadline, and that's when things do start to always heat up, and even today, you got two players, you have to do it on a day when you don't have to do anything to the rosters, it expands. So that's why trade deadlines, kind of culminate to the point here, but it's a long lead up, to the frenzied finish.
And just maybe leading up to this, what did you hear? I don't know if you canvassed the players or if the players came knocking on your door a little bit, but I mean, you could tell. I mean, the standings, the old Bill Parcells quote about, you are what the record says you are. Well, you guys are quite high and all that. I mean, was there more of a sense that this team felt like it's connected and that, and you would go ahead this year?
Yeah, I think again. We got a lot of work ahead of us, like I think that's still, ultimately what all the players say and what we say to the players, and even when we, talk and it's, and the things have to fit. If you're going to do something, they have to fit, like it's not about the name, on the back of the jersey that, is the most exciting thing. It's how that player plays and how that, that player fits into your lineup. And I talk to players, all the time, not necessarily in a formal fashion, but, in an informal fashion. And, we talk back and forth about different things, talk back and forth about different players, different plays, those kind of things. And you just get a feel for, where the their heads are at. But ultimately, they know it's on them. They got to play, they got to perform, and that's the exciting thing. Like, from an organization's perspective, you just want to put them in the best spot that they can to win, and hopefully we've done that.
Yeah, Kevin, we've seen you specifically go out and address maybe positions of need. Sean would be the first example of that, and he checked off a lot of boxes, and we've sort of seen how well that's played out. These two trades today seem, again, very targeted at specific areas. Like when you went into today, was it a right winger and a right shot D that were kind of high on your priority list?
Well, again, I think that, you're trying to find the right fits, and again, would we have gone for a left shot D if there was a better, I don't know, it's hard to say, but these are the things that we identified. It was really important, and sometimes that those things aren't available. It was really important we found some players that did have good playoff experience as well. With Toffoli, you're getting a Stanley Cup champion, that's going to come into that room and know the grind that it takes, to win. He's connected with a lot of the guys, within the room that, we brought in over the course of time or whatever. And, so there's some familiarity there, which, essentially, I think will be very, very important. Unfortunately, they don't have the luxury that Sean had and Monahan had coming in, as early as he did. But, I think that, because they have familiarity with some players, I do think, that's going to, help. So, at the end of the day, we found a way to, maneuver the cap. We found a way to maneuver, with some picks, and excited about, the acquisitions here moving forward.
I wanted to ask you about Colin Miller. He's a guy you obviously saw a lot of in 2018.
Yes.
He was on that Vegas team, and that was his career year. He was doing a lot of original misfit, a lot of great things. What about him kind of makes him a real good fit?
Well, again, he has a lot of playoff experience. Certainly when I talked to him just several minutes ago, we talked about that. Again, he's got a big shot. He moves real well. He's got that experience. He's got that pedigree. So those are all things that, I think, Bones, had some people that he knew in Dallas, and talked to them about, just, their experiences with him. And even like more importantly, like both guys are great people. And that's, that's a big check mark for us as well.
And last one for me, but when you acquired Sean, I think at the time, it may have been you or Rick that talked about, it's another tool in the toolbox. Now that the trade deadline's over, have you ever had a toolbox quite like this one in your time here in Winnipeg? Well,
it's going to take every tool in that toolbox, to get us to what we want to get accomplished, it was. You see over the course of time, teams that are fortunate enough to go long and deep into the playoffs, sometimes it's a battle of attrition, and it's, you need those guys. And it's going to be important that every player down the stretch feels connected as well, too. I talked to Bones about that, this afternoon after the deadline. And we've got a good group here. And one thing that, we're very cognizant of, and even when I talked to the players, like they wanted to make sure that we brought in good people. They wanted to make sure that, that this group, stays tight and stays connected, because that was important to them as well. So, I did get a couple of texts here, after we made the Toffoli trade there, today before the guys went on the ice out in Seattle, and, they're excited. So that's, as a manager, that's what you can do, and, you hope to do so. But again, today's a day, it's about the games, and it's about the hard work, and it's going to be about the sacrifice, and it's going to be about having to play the right way for us to be successful.
I don't expect you to rank today's trade deadline moves, but can you just compare your approach and results maybe to other ones?
Well, I think that, again, there was some, maybe not quite the same similarities, some similarities to when we acquired Stas, because, Stas, obviously, Tyler might have been out there in the media a little bit more, but, Stas wasn't. So, that was kind of sneaky good. And I kind of really enjoyed, when it broke and no one else knew about it. But, I didn't know that, Tyler was going to be, for sure available up until just recently. So, not today. We talked last night. Obviously, he was held out for the New Jersey reasons there yesterday. But so we had conversations, pretty much throughout the day. I'm trying to think, when I lost track of my days, if it started the day before or if it started yesterday. Certainly yesterday was all day. I can't remember if it actually was the day before. But anyway, it was a sleepless night for sure. And this morning, a couple little bit back and forth, and got it all done.
As aggressive as you've ever been because of the team you've got?
Oh, I think there's probably times, actually, I would say we've been even more aggressive and maybe couldn't get something done. Like I remember the one trade deadline where, we were looking for, looking to upgrade on our defense and find a defenseman. And I actually, I threw out 2 first-rounders to one team if we could get the deal done, and unfortunately that, they ended up not trading that player. So it was, and that went right down to the wire. So those are things that, again, really, those things make you nervous too, because, when you're in a situation like we were today and the timing of the Toffoli deal, if you don't get that done, then what, and that's the hard part. That's the, the nerve-wracking part of it as a general manager when, you're deep into a deal, but, might not have a plan B.
Say who that was?
What's that?
Say who that defenseman was?
No.
Some swings that you took this year too. That
you said we were looking to upgrade our defense.
No, again, I don't think so. I think, we were pretty calculated as to, what we were, going to be, real deep in on, and that's why you probably didn't hear my name out there much, and probably thought you guys were going to have a snooze fest today.
Yeah.
And what?
Born in on Crosby.
Who's that player?
One last one. What stands out about what your Western Conference rivals have done? Does one stand out?
Yeah, I don't know. I think obviously we knew going in the West was tough. We knew coming out the West was going to be tougher. But that's hockey, and that's the exciting part. The thing that you have to worry about, is again, you have to get there. You have to, get there playing the game that you want to play and the game that is your identity, and the rest will take care of itself.
I want to ask you about sort of the timing of the 2 deals today. Certainly you're talking to the same team. Was there a sense that you had to reassess? Were there other players you were interested in, or was it just ease of bookkeeping on your part?
Yeah, no, they were 2 separate deals. I didn't want to cloud the first one with trying to do the second one, in there. I wasn't trying to, get value or anything like that, so to speak. I wanted to make sure that both deals were standing on their own, so that, again, one didn't kind of complicate the other. So when you're dealing, with those kind of things, it does become tricky. And again, fortunate that we were able to, to make those 2 transactions.
So they were sort of developing in parallel, or one after the other.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think my brain can work that good. So it was, it was kind of one after the other, and kind of one shifted and obviously focused on the other at the appropriate time.
Are you willing to name the year you were referencing earlier? With the players that you've acquired over the years, you do so much personal homework on these guys, right? You want good fits as people to Tyler Toffoli would have so many touch points. Would you go to your players like a Monahan who knew him as a junior, or the various Kings, or who do you tap for a moment?
Yeah, so again, you got to be careful with that too, because if you don't get the player, you don't. It's hard to throw players' names out there. This is the people business still too. It's hard to put different people in those kind of situations. But again, you every day is a learning experience in this league. You're always gaining information on people, and different people in the industry that maybe have had certain players, or coached them or managed them or that, and aren't affiliated with other teams anymore. So you do reach out to them. You do kind of check under the hood, so to speak, to see what they're thinking or what they believe, and it can go far back as junior too. There's no question, but again, it just depends, on the network that that you have, and that's what scouts are for too. They don't just go to the games, to watch. They go to the games to listen, to learn, and they're tasked with finding out things that the average fan maybe doesn't find out, and that's important as well.
Would you have had a chance to talk to Nate Schmidt about Miller, who he's played with before?
Yeah, no, again, they're out in Seattle, I'm here. So it's, it becomes, it becomes a timing thing too. Like, there's a lot of periods of time where your phone is just kind of going different, crazy, and so you don't have a lot of time to, sometimes you got to dive into a situation, dive out, whether it's get in with your scouts and then separate yourself, but, the scouts do a great job, during this time as well. Like, there's a lot of times where I'll leave the room and, like they're tasked with, some sort of assignment or something. So they're working hard. So there's lots of moving parts all the time. It's not just sitting and, you see the war room shot or something like that. But, a lot of times there's guys coming in, guys coming out, different meetings going on at different times. And, sometimes it'll be Larry Zinger and I, huddling in an office and closed door and, kind of like getting to brass tacks, like, okay, like we're going to make this offer, stuff like that, you just kind of, before you know it, the clock is striking, 2 and you're like, where did it go?
Lots there, but there's one question I got to ask you today, and it's about Brian Little.
Yeah.
2 years ago, I think he waived his no trade to move, which takes him out of LTI, gives you a chance to accrue cap space. I don't know if that was a simple moment for him, but it seems selfless and giving. I'm wondering what your thoughts are.
You know what? And we referenced it today, actually. Larry Simmons and I, we're talking about it in the greater group with the pro scouts, and actually I think Mark Chipman was even in there as well. At that time, it is obviously, I think the trades are done, but we wouldn't have been able to be in the situation that we're in to accrue cap space, if it weren't for, Brian doing that. And it brings you back. We still have a picture, in the dressing room of the outdoor game goal that he scored. Like he's a big part of this organization, and he's always going to be a big part of this organization. And I was in Barrie, a couple weeks ago. Actually, Colby Barlow was playing there, so I went to watch, and and it's great to see his name up there, and the records that he has, and it brings back what a great Jet he was, for not only on the ice but off the ice as well.
Kevin, Tyler was saying is that he probably wouldn't join the team until would join the team in Winnipeg. So can you fill in the blanks in terms of details as to, like, give us clarity as to when he would actually be able to suit up for the team?
So I haven't talked to the travel people, but I think given the logistics of where we are back to back, I'm assuming he's flying, and I guess both of them now will be flying into into Winnipeg here probably tomorrow, or what it was today. Today's Friday. So Saturday or Sunday, and get going as soon as the team comes back.
This question relates to this expanded playoff roster at Black Aces and depth farther out. What is the latest on Rutger McGroarty about what the immediate weeks might hold?
Yeah, so, obviously his team is entering into the playoffs here shortly, and actually had a conversation with his agent or representative a couple of days ago there. But we are a team that, kind of stays back, doesn't really, we go there to watch the game. We go there to say hello. We don't go there to talk business. We were there to support, our players and make sure that, their teams have the best, possible player in front of them and not thinking about, the future. So again, we told the agent that, we'll have those conversations when, hopefully a little ways away yet when Rutgers team, goes, far into the playoffs, but, we'll see how some things are at that point in time.
I imagine Salamonson would be in a similar boat as well.
As long as, I guess it's different for Europeans in the sense that as long as they're not part of the World Championship team, so you gotta, I guess, get that clarity. But yeah, so, at some point in time when available, hopefully we can get him over here. I know that I think Jimmy Roy talked to him when he was over in Europe a couple of weeks ago there, and actually I think he brought it up, that he was pretty excited about the possibility of coming over.
Just the last one from me, but you mentioned needing a lot of guys if you're going to go on a long run. So would you expand that to include guys like Ville and Kyle on the blue line and guys like Axel and Dominic?
There's no magic number, but I think you need 10 defensemen that can play in the NHL in your organization. I think that is something, and I think we're very, very fortunate that we have a player like Capel as well that was part of the Jets for such a period of time last year, but. Again, those guys are important, and as an organization here, you have to do what you can, at the deadline here to make sure that you have as much depth as you possibly can. Obviously cap space hurts some teams in different things like that. We were fortunate that we had the space available.
It's been referenced last season how you guys started off well and then faltered and just barely made it into the playoffs. So this season, when you see how the team has continued to win, and now you've got these two extra players. I mean, how is your optimism level?
Well, again, one thing that, again, you'll hear me talk about it ad nauseum is fit, and I think if you can get players that fit, then hopefully you can have, good continued results. And so we need to do a good job of helping these players fit in now and making them feel comfortable in this short period of time that you have. But again, I think, it comes down to one thing. You have to play the right way. And, and that's, we have to play a certain way to be successful. And it's going to be up to the coaches to bring those players up to speed as quickly as they can to, get them understanding, what that actually means.
Today's not a success unless you, win a round or three?
Today's a trade deadline day. Tonight's the game. Tomorrow's another game. There's no parades. There's no banners. There's no nothing. There's a sigh of relief that 2:00 is come and gone. And again, we made the moves we felt we wanted to make, and we're going to go from there. But the real work's ahead of us.
And was the retention done just in case? On Toffoli's deal?
No, it's deliberate.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
You were just talking earlier about the move maybe not run parallel.
Yeah. Well, again, that's partially why you don't want to complicate some things as well. When you're dealing with retention, and you're dealing, you're still, you're in a negotiation for assets. You're trying to protect, certain assets like obviously our second pick this year is valuable. So those are things that, you have to, kind of, play a little poker.
The conference as a whole. We know how tight it is. We've seen all the moves that got made and the team trying to bolster the roster. How right now do you describe the Western Conference?
Wild West.
Do you have updates on Gabriel?
What's that, sorry?
Do you have updates on Gabriel Velarde's?
I don't personally have, the medical updates there. I think he's actually, here working out, today and stuff like that. But I don't personally have a timeline of when we're practicing or when he's going to be back on the ice. Awesome. Thanks.
All right. There is the man himself, Kevin Cheveldayoff, who was cooking today. Colin Miller, Tyler Toffoli on their way to Winnipeg from the New Jersey Devils. Podcast listeners, thanks for hanging with us throughout the day. We'll be back Monday, live at 1 p.m. on YouTube. We appreciate you hopefully enjoying the three-year anniversary show and our trade deadline spectacular. Big thanks to all the sponsors that make this show happen each and every day. And have a great weekend, and we will see you on Monday. YouTubers, don't worry. We're not going anywhere. We just need to give Remo a second to crank out the podcast and get it uploaded. We are going to fire up, and actually we'll get Connor in here, and we'll chop it up for just a couple minutes. Then Tristan Rivers' music will play. Then we will do the marble race, and then an extended. It was a record-breaking show for so many reasons. We will break another record with our longest YouTube stream of all time, and we'll get into that box of Upper Deck, and Remo will be the breaker for us, and we'll react to it. I am in on this box as well. We're hoping to get the 1-of-1 Gold Burst Bedard rookie, of which there is a $1 million bounty for as well. Connor, you get into the cards at all?
I collected them a bunch, and my dad really got me into it, buying hockey cards and stuff. He was a collector growing up, and yeah, they've made a big comeback here recently. So I have binders full of just like most of them throwaway cards, but I've got some. Yeah, for sure.
Nice. Well, I just try and get all the Jets, like the Jet rookies and whatnot. I think I still have a big stand. That was the one that I bought on eBay. I said, well, I got to get them all. I didn't have a Stanley, and it was in like it wasn't in series 1 or 2. It was in like an update that they did. So, but anyways, we will do on that. But anyways, listen, just while Remis gets this podcast up and we're getting ready to do the marbles, some interesting stuff from Chevy there, including mentioning that at one point he had put him on the table and thrown 2 first-round picks at another NHL GM in the hopes of improving the defense. Now, important to know that was not this season, but it was in the past. And I'll be honest, that just goes to show how Chevy's feeling it today, because I'm not sure we've ever had any sort, even though most of the other details were left out as to when and who it was, a very interesting little tidbit from Kevin Cheveldayoff.
Yeah, I posted the clip on Twitter, and people are they're already throwing out their predictions of who it was and what year it was. But yeah, like you said, Chevy was feeling it. You could see the media was trying to get that answer out of him, and he was laughing about it. He was feeling good. I mean, he made one extremely notable, massive addition today, and then a great one as well with Colin Miller. But yeah, I thought that was a great media session from Chevy. We also learned about Rutger and Elias Salomonson. He said that he's had talks with his agent, but not really business-like talks in terms of Rutger. And then Salomonson, I'm paraphrasing, but he said something along the lines of, yeah, we're trying to get him over here as soon as possible. And yeah, maybe he'll be on the Moose next year. Rutger could be a player for the Jets in the playoffs. Maybe not with Toffoli in the mix now. But regardless, I thought that was a great media availability. He was clearly in a good mood after a good day in Jetsland.
I'll be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if Elias is on the Jets next year, and so is Rutger. I mean, both of these players, I mean, especially if you see the way Elias has, moved forward. Again, it's important to note, he hasn't been playing junior hockey. This isn't like a guy coming out of the OHL. Right. I mean, he's playing in the top Swedish league. And I think it was our buddy Avko Cup who fired it out yesterday. I mean, he's so great follow because he is on all of the prospects and he's grabbing clips. There was a play yesterday of Elias Salomonson going basically through the opposing defense, didn't score, got the puck back on the rebound, moved it around to one of his teammates, who then set up a goal. And the coach of his team, they panned to the bench afterwards and had sort of a sly smile. I'm not saying that there's not a chance that he'll play with the Moose, but I think we saw the fact that they paired him up with Josh Morrissey last year in training camp, I think gave you a pretty good idea about the way they feel about this young man. And he's just continued to have, I mean, I think a lot of people that pay close attention to Jet prospects maybe helped his cause for being NHL ready as much as anybody this year. But as far as Rutger goes, you know, as he said, I mean, the way they go about it, I mean, they're not leaning in trying to get a player's head away from what they're trying to do right now, and that's win hockey games and move on. But let's face it, it was noted, and shout out to John Liu for asking, it was noted that just in touch with the agent a couple days ago, and they're going to see what happens with the playoffs and then engage. And if I had to bet, I know Ken had said on the show a couple months ago, he thought it was 90%. We'd had other people say 50. I think it's closer to 90 than 50 that he signs this year, gets into a game. And then as far as what happens in the playoffs, I think everything is on the table. I mean, at the end of the day, he'll be a player that'll be available to Rick Bowness. And if Bones thinks that he can come in and improve the team's chances of winning at the expense of somebody else that's been in the lineup, that'll be a decision the coach makes. But that's another young man that has a very bright future and is very much in the mix going into next season.
Yeah, and also the off-ice impact. Like you went through all the on-ice things. They could be a better team with Rutger McGroarty in their game one, round one lineup. What if he is better than Alex Iafallo when he comes over? Like these are possibilities, and maybe Rick Bowness sees it the same way. I think the odds definitely went lower today with Tyler Toffoli coming into the mix, another forward, and maybe Rutger. His odds might be a little bit slimmer on getting in and playing impactful minutes. But yeah, I remember speaking with Scott Wheeler right after the World Juniors, and I was talking to him, and he said that the Skellefteå staff, the coaches for Elias Solomonson, have been more impressed with his development than any other player that they've had on their team. He's taken the biggest leap, and I'm sure the Jets and their amateur scouts and the guys in that organization that keep tabs on their prospects have been incredibly impressed with him. And playing him with Morrissey in training camp is definitely I'm not saying like he's going to be on the top pairing next year, but it's definitely a sign that they like what they've seen. He's coming along at a pace maybe faster than they thought originally. And just like Dylan Sandberg, who was a second-round pick, he could be a second-round pick who gets accelerated into the NHL lineup next year, especially with a few pending UFAs on Winnipeg's blue line.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, if everybody's healthy, just back to McGroarty for a minute, you know, he probably is on the outside looking in if everyone's healthy and things go as they have been. I will say this, 0 chance Alex Iafallo is getting pulled out of the lineup in the playoffs. I mean, this is a guy that is, oh, man, absolutely. I mean, listen, who's moving up to the second line right now? I mean, like I would say, as much as I just defended Appleton earlier this show and said, you know, he is consistently, you know, fit well with those guys. I mean, to me, that role or potentially a fourth line role, certainly not going to be Morgan Barron, I don't believe. I mean, Morgan Barron is another guy that is capable of playing more. But again, you know what? It's fun conversations to have because of all the possibilities that the Winnipeg Jets have now that Tyler Toffoli is in. And I caught that just at the end. Apparently, Chevy just mentioning that Gabriel Vilardi, they didn't seem to be too worried about a long-term injury or anything like that, a possibility for Monday, but ruled out for the week. And I guess back here in Winnipeg, did I catch that right?
Well, that's what I heard too, because Ken reported last week that he was going to travel with the team. I'm pretty sure Rick Bowness said that. And then I don't know if Cheveldayoff like misspoke or what he was saying at the end there, but he said he was just in the other room working out. And obviously Cheveldayoff's in Winnipeg. So I'm not sure how much we should read into that or if he is truly in Winnipeg, but yeah, that's news. And earlier today, if you're just joining us, Ken reported that Rick Bowness said Gabriel Vilardi is expected to skate Monday, or they're hopeful he can skate Monday. So that's positive news on that front. It doesn't seem to be a long-term thing, and he can hopefully get back on the ice in the next couple of days. But we all thought he traveled with the team, and Cheveldayoff just basically said, yeah, he's just in the other room there working out. So Gabriel Vilardi, all eyes are on him and Tyler Toffoli getting into the mix over the next couple of games.
Yeah, well, I'll say this, not that this was supposed to be a backup plan for Vilardi, but if that is the case, then obviously players like Rutger and players lower in the lineup, you know, that opportunity might happen. And listen, any team, I mean, just look at the history of the Stanley Cup playoffs. You don't go through 4 rounds of Stanley Cup playoff hockey without having some guys that miss games. So it's going to take all of them. Craig Heisinger, back in my Moose days, say, hey, you need 8 to 10 defensemen to win a championship. And, you know, how they line up once Colin Miller gets here will have a pretty good idea, I think, over the course of the next 2 weeks or so. But come playoff time, all hands on deck, and whether you're in the press box, it could just be a matter of one game before you're playing a very important role in the Stanley Cup playoffs. All right, everyone's still hanging around, over 1,000 in here. This is awesome. So if you're new here on Winnipeg Sports Talk, if you popped in for the trade deadline, you've been having fun hanging out with everybody, Friday shows, right around 3 o'clock when we normally finish, we do what we call a marble race. And Michael Remis is just getting the pot up, and Remo will be back in here. We'll play our theme music from the one and only Tristan Rivers music. And then you go in. We close it up earlier on so we could get ready with Chevy, but we just ask you to put an exclamation mark marbles. You just have to be sub to be eligible to win. We give away a Winnipeg Sports Talk hoodie each and every Friday to our winner. And for today, we're going to be giving away for second place a pair of AEW tickets to the big wrestling card coming up in Winnipeg in early May. It was originally supposed to be on the 10th of April. It got moved back 3 weeks, so it is now on the 1st of May. And then once we're finished, as Howard Ginn, shout out to my friends out in Qatar, and once we're finished getting marbled, we will end up breaking these 12 packs. We got a box of Upper Deck, the brand new Series 2 that everyone's going crazy about with the Connor Bedard rookie. We'll see whether we can hunt down one of those. Best case scenario, it is I think it's called the Cracked Gold 1-of-1 exclusive, of which there is a $1 million bounty, and I believe that's USD as well. We're partying big time tonight, even though I'm sick, Connor. If that 1-of-1 gets cracked tonight, there is going to be a special anniversary celebration that might go for a few days.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to talk about how we're splitting the pot then. I mean, it's your guys' birthday, it's your 3-year anniversary and all that. But if we pull a $1 million card,
you're here. You'll get cut in. You'll get cut in on
okay.
Something. We'll have a nice WST bonus. For you if that,
would be nice,
if that happens. The gold outburst. Oh, and Dan Milburn's here. Right on. So Dan, as we know in chat, as the Earl of Eli. Dan, in chat, fill us in. You cracked, I think you bought a case, you got 3 Bedards. One of them was a numbered Bedard. Let us know what that one is there. Which of the I'd love to know what that was and sort of what the I was kind of seeing. There's a red one that's out of 25. There's some others that was out of 100. I couldn't really tell when I saw the picture, but let us know about that one, and we'll go it. Huss, can you talk about the reported trade that Ullmark vetoed? I will be honest, I am not familiar with that. Did you hear about that one at all, Connor? I basically been on the air all day, so it's been. I'm sometimes the last one to hear before these guys tell me or someone drops it in chat.
Yeah, I've been kind of behind the scenes here looking at stuff. Frank Saravalli reported that there was a trade between Boston and LA that would send Ullmark to the Kings. Obviously, he's a pending UFA, I believe, and last year's Vezina Trophy winner. And apparently it was vetoed in some way. So
PLD.
Yeah. That report that you brought up earlier on the program, though, Frank Saravalli also reported it. So clearly there was some steam to it. Maybe PLD would have been the main piece coming back to Boston. I don't know. But anyways, that would have been the biggest deal of the deadline if the former Vezina Trophy winner got traded for Pierre-Luc Dubois, and probably more, like much more on top of Dubois because he's having a down year, as we know.
How are we doing there, Reem?
Just loaded it, so podcast is good. So I have the marble list of names here.
Okay, did you put me in all caps? I've got a major double or nothing bet with a couple buddies in this one.
You're in all caps, yeah.
Okay, perfect. I feel we need it now. Just the Dubois contract. While we're sitting here looking at this, where's Dubois? So 8.5. Oh, and it doesn't seem like he has a no move at all.
It kicks in on July 1st, I believe.
Oh, okay. So now it doesn't show.
Yeah, right now is their last chance to move them, and now they're locked in, I think. So
how funny is that? Yeah. I think Boston had interest in him before. You know, they're looking at moving the center. I would just say that his Value has decreased a little bit over the course of this year. What a wild story. We'll have to get Bernstein on next week, Reem, to talk about that. All right, the wait is over. The anniversary edition of Marbles is about to drop, but we can't do that without a little Tristan Rivers music for the people in the chat. Let's fire it up, Reem.
I'm just gonna do the OG one, original.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
All right, marbles time. How many marbles today, Reem?
4 or something. Let me just bring it up.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
There's a lot. So I closed all my tabs. Really hopeful my computer can handle it. Let me just double check.
kidding.
So I did add in, there's 422 marbles. So I added in Kevin Cheveldayoff,
Yeah, Chevy's
Tyler
getting one.
Toffoli,
Okay,
Hustler in all caps,
thank you.
and Colin Miller.
Okay, perfect.
There's 422 marbles.
I'm going head to head with Bozeman and Ross. And what I won against them in our snake draft at the Kraken game on Tuesday is being double or nothing. I think Shorn is probably pulled over somewhere on the road to Minneapolis watching this marbles race, and I'm not sure where Ross is right now, but he's ready to go. Again, thanks to everyone that jumped on. Hey, what's up, Liz? Liz mixing it up with the BLD. I love it. I love it. Yeah, this is a record-breaking marble race. We've barely been over 300. So 422 is a massive one. And shout out to all the new subscribers. There obviously is some first-time marble racers today that are joining us. And again, you don't really have to do anything. You just watch it and see where your marble ends up. We'll have the full standings at the end. But first place, just going to need to send us an email, winnipegsportstalk@gmail.com. We'll get your size and hook up at some point to get that to you. And again, if you do finish second, we got a pair of AEW tickets for you as well. And all caps Kyle, I see there. Kyle, if you... Hey, Hustler, you take bets on marbles? Well, I have a side bet with a couple friends. I have a couple friends that bet each other head-to-head $20 every single day. They keep track of it. They finished 20-20 for last year overall. What do we got here? Is this the slippery slope?
Yeah, I figured anniversaries,
one of the
time
best.
for slippery slope.
Yeah, one of the best of all time of the main ones. All right. So the break is coming up after this with the upper deck cards. This is WSTOT, I guess, as it was today, because the podcast is up. This is YouTube exclusive, if you will. Over 400 of you. Good luck to everyone, especially all of you first-timers in the marble race. Let's drop them on WST on our 3rd anniversary. Here we go. Oh my God, that is so huge. Like that.
There's a lot of marbles in there.
Holy Tomatoes with the nice start. Dan Milburn, he picks up the Bedards in the break. He's right there at the top. Becca Dawson, Holy Tomatoes, Dan Milburn, Troy Month, and Kochi right away. There's a lot of work to do though in the slippery slopes. We're going to get onto the skis a little later on. Watch out for these balls that could potentially bounce you over the top rope. And here we go into the big funnel.
Oh, they're going over the side. Crazy.
Oh, because there's so many.
Yes. That is wild. I've never seen that.
We've lost a few. Oh, I do not want to see my marble go over the top. There's a lot riding on the line today for this one. There's so many marbles in. I am having a tough time seeing who is in first. It really doesn't matter until we come through the bottom of this slide, and then we get fired up to going onto the slopes on either side. T. Will actually, I think, is in the mix right now. This is such a huge marble race. Holy smokes, Reem. Shout out to your computer for being able to handle it.
Closed all the tabs.
I'm not sure this game is meant to have 422 marbles. But here we go. Who's that in first?
Mitch Rezanov is in first. Troy Mask in second. Oh, now Troy's in first.
Now everything changes because everyone gets logged up. And there's going to be a lot of people to get thrown over the top too because there's not going to be enough room for all the marbles on the skis. Look at this. It's just an absolute slaughterhouse right now. If you didn't get in there with enough time, you were out. More. Boom.
Oh my God. They're all going over the top. There's just too many marbles here, Huss.
Yeah, too many marbles for the slippery slopes. Well, we'll see who can survive. The top group, the leaders, are right now heading. Okay, they're beyond. Now we're moving into the next stage. Cowboy's right there. Jet set. Who's in first?
Warren Monroe is in first, but looks like he might get past here. Seeds of Wonders in there. Mike Ladarny. They're going down the skis here, trying to get into the bowl. Here's Warren Monroe.
Here we go. Warren Monroe has the lead. Will Warren Monroe be our winner in the biggest marble race of all time? Yes, he is. All right, now we have to see who is next. We'll go through a full rundown. I mean, I have a feeling this could be a push in our bet today because there's so many marbles that just got thrown over the top rope or were unable to complete the race. There's still more. Doug Phil just got popped. Epic marble race today. The slippery slopes. We almost should have done the funnel. Because the funnel would have been able to handle all of them. But there we go. Oh! Is that Tico Napoli?
You want to do, should we do one more? You want to do another one?
We'll do a vote for everyone. Warren Monroe. Congratulations. Well, let's first go through the results. Howard Ginn, first marbles, all the way from Doha, Qatar. Right on. Chris, you believe you made it through the gauntlet. All right, let's roll down here. So Warren Monroe first, Seeds of Wonder second. So Warren Monroe, hit us up, winnipegsportstalk@gmail.com. Let us know your size and like of a hoodie. And I'll be in touch and we'll get you set up. Hold on a sec. Seeds of Wonder, send us an email if you want to attend AEW Wrestling at Canada Life Center. Congratulations. All right, so Jets number one. Chris Vermette, nice work. Mike Ladarny, Joe Desharnais, Howard Ginn. Woo, look at that. Benjamin Gann. There's your top 10. All right, Tristan Rivers Music with the top 20 spot. Schwartz, Tony Pop, Justin Fung. Fertani, 37th. Beating Amanda, last week's champ. It was an International Women's Day, and it was funny. I saw Amanda at the game, and she's like, I can't believe on the celebrating women in sport that they didn't have something congratulating me for winning the marble race last week. Oh, Hustler, I finished. 49.
There you are.
That could be bad news for Bozeman and Ross. I think I just doubled up on those guys. Keep her going, Reem. Roscoe, Bozeman did finish 93rd, but I'll be sending you an invoice, buddy. Have a great weekend and in Minneapolis. We'll miss you. Mike Irvin. Chevy came in at 114. There's Amanda, last week's champ. Sorry, no back-to-back Amanda. 116. Oh, and there's Ross. Wow, we all finished, but I beat you guys both. Cha-ching.
So what do you win now? What's the bet?
$80. $80 from each of them.
Oh, like real dollars.
Yeah. Yeah, like we had a bet where we did a snake draft where we each picked 2 players from the game against the Jets and the Kraken. I had the first pick, so I took Connor. Then he took Scheifele. Ross took Ehlers and Monahan. Shorn took Morrissey, and then I took Nino. It was $20 a goal, and both Connor and Nino scored, so I was up 40. And then they said, okay, well, let's double or nothing on the marble race, which we just did. And it's amazing that we all finished the race, frankly, with how many got banged out. But
169 of 422 finished.
Yeah, so it wasn't even 50%.
And now I think so. I saw something about Seeds of Wonder not wanting the tickets. I'm not a huge fan of doing the tickets with the race because not everyone is in Winnipeg or can go. So.
You know what? Hey, listen, I wanted to put it out there, a bonus spot. Well, I'll tell you what. If you want, why don't we get this same group and throw it into the funnel, and the top 2 in this race, if they want them, we'll hook them up with AEW tickets. How about that?
No, don't. Here, I have like hats or a toque or something. Like, don't do the tickets. I don't like not in this.
Yeah, but there's some people that would love it. Or you just give them a choice.
I don't enjoy giving out tickets in Marble Ring. I'll just say that.
Yeah, but you have all sorts of quirky things. You used to not like doing pre-tapes, and now it's like the best part of the show.
Yeah, but you can't contact the people.
Well, it's up to them.
Fine, whatever. Whatever.
But anyways, do you want to do another one in the funnel with this group?
Well, sure. Should I just do the same one, or should I have more different entries? Or say, hey, same one?
Yeah, just like the same group. Let's just throw it in the funnel.
Okay, sure. Where's the funnel? And so what are we doing here? What's the prize?
Well, it'll be a choice. You said we've got hats or something like that.
I would give, we've had so many super chats. I would give away a hat to one of our hats to whoever wins. Like,
exactly. You know what? Today, let's do top 3. And if you want AEW tickets instead of a hat, it's up to you. The top 3, you let us know. But I've got the tickets. We were saving them for a big day like this. So like someone like Kyle was like, I'd rather finish. I hope I don't finish first. I want to finish second. So it is a viewer's choice, if you will. Top 3. We're going to put this entire 422 back in the funnel. And the top 3 are going to win either WST merch, not the hoodie though, because we don't have enough of them, but t-shirt, hat. Remis will be on that. It'll be up to you. You can let us know. And it'll be on you to email us at winnipegsportstalk@gmail.com like Warren Monroe did because he won and he got it done.
He said, Seed of Wonder says, I appreciate the offer. I'm 700 away, so give the ticket to someone in town.
I got you.
See, that's why I'm not a fan of giving away, because not everyone who listens is in Winnipeg. You know what? We don't need to get. Here's the funnel.
It's all good.
We don't need to debate.
Special bonus marble race with the biggest field of all time. And I think the funnel will be wild for this because, there may be so many marbles that just people naturally get thrown over the top. I just want to see the start, frankly, for this because it is going to be wild. Again, so top 3, either AEW tickets or something from the Remis Tickle Trunk. Here we go.
All right. So many.
This is nuts.
They're going in. I don't even know who's in. It says Matt Heim, but I see T-Bone, former winner. Here, I'll move it over so you're not covering it. You got Ken 007, Lego guy.
Right on. Here
What's
we
the
go.
211 is the record. Tackleberry. It's got it. Oh, Warren just emailed us.
Right on, Warren. Appreciate that.
I'll get back to him.
Yeah, or just send it over to me. I'll send it to him, and he can set up a time to pick up.
Yeah. Oh, baby. Look at this.
It is tight. It is tight. Like, anything can change right now with all these. Like, this could be a record. Did you say there's a record time on this, 211?
Yeah, 211.
I wouldn't be surprised with this many marbles if there could be some sort of a... Look at this. They're falling over and getting into the next one. This could be a record-breaking time. Is that Kenny's water bottle there? The magic of Friday marbles on WST. Some marbles are getting thrown out. All right, who we got? Oh, Tyler Toffoli. Tyler Toffoli's in second. Can't wait to. We'll go down to the rink tomorrow. Hey, Tyler, you won the marble race. You want to go to AEW on May 1st? It'll probably be in the playoffs at the moment, but who knows? It could be an off day. The building won't be done. All right, first, second, and third. K9, Pat Rathwell, and Delta Blues 007. Oh, Zach Wynn fourth. So close, Zach. So K9, Pat Rathwell, and Delta Blues. If you want, send us an email, winnipegsportstalk@gmail.com. If you would prefer to go to AEW and get a pair of tickets for the wrestling event, let us know. Otherwise, something from the WST Tickle Trunk from Michael Remis, hat or t-shirt or whatever he's got there, will get you set up and you can pick that up at some point. K9, yeah, what was the time there? Did K9 break the record?
Find out in a second.
I guess we'll find out in a minute.
Yes.
That is a record-breaking time. Did you mute yourself, Reem? Hello? Michael Remis? You still there?
I had to unplug my microphone, plug it in.
You said the record was 2:11, right?
Yeah, this was a record time.
Look at that. K9 with the all-time record for that track. Amazing. Yeah, baby. See, K9's fired up, going to wrestling. Right on. So, yeah,
Nice.
K9, just send us an email. Pat as well, and Delta Blues 007. And K9 will just give us all your info, like your name, email, phone number, and that, and then we'll send you the tickets in the next couple of weeks when we send them all out. All right, well, that was fun. Another record for today. Yes, it's a record-breaking day all around. Unbelievable. Yes, and we are over a 5-hour show. This is the new flu game after 2 years ago. Oh, Button has predicted the Cup final, Florida-Winnipeg. Can you imagine? Jets versus Maurice in the Cup final. I mean, you can't even write that. Like, that's... Just thinking about that is would be absolutely amazing. All right, so I think Remis, Connor, and I are going to end up coming on the screen here at the bottom, and Remis is going to set up his expert breaker setup with a top cam, so he can crack these packs we bought and see if we've got one of them. Toffoli deserved better. Yes, he did. That was the all-time greatest marble race win, Tristan Rivers Music. Yeah, Tristan did. It was a way more legit fastest record than the time I finished a marble race in a matter of seconds. Yeah, that was a very strange one. That is for sure. Was your marble on? Why don't you fill us in on what's going on?
I'm trying to get my camera, set up here.
Okay.
I should be good to go. I'm just going to put it on here.
Perfect.
Huss, let me ask you, what's your best hockey card?
Ooh, well, my best card, I've got I really sort of got back into it the year that Line A and Matthews came out. So the Line A, the Matthews, the Marner rookies that year are good. But I mean, my favorite one is the Hellebuck because he's the man. Yeah, the Young Guns Hellebuck. And that, especially, that's a good time to buy right now. If you want to get in, people are sleeping on it because when he wins another Vezina and a cup, just think about how valuable that thing is going to be. So
exactly,
I would say that.
Nice.
I would Dustin Nielsen's huge card guy. Like
really? Okay.
DJ, and he does a lot of packs. I think he got a case. Did 6 boxes one day, 6 boxes the next day of a group we call the Crack Pack. I know Dan Earl of Eli goes in that one as well. I've been in a few of the breaks. But this is a fun. K9, thanks Huss for overruling Remis. Hey, listen, we just want to take care of the people. Whether you want to go to, we're taking care of everyone that's taking care of us so well today. So K9, you want to go to wrestling? You're in. Pat Rathwell, rather have a hat? We'll take care of you that way. But I'm glad we did the extra one, Connor, because the funnel with that many, like just, because it's not a one where there's a lot of marbles that get thrown out. So when you have that many marbles in, the chances are someone's going to put together an incredible race. And K9 set the all-time record.
Hey, Huss, you don't have to defend this decision to me. I'm all aboard the second marble race. I mean, people get to go to wrestling. People get hats. Let's do it. It's a record-breaking day. It's a big day, anniversary. Why not? Run it back. I like it.
Dan Milburn, it's 6 boxes tonight for Crack Pack. That's what Dusty's doing tonight. Maybe I'll have to put that in. Okay, Pat, you choose the hat. Great. Just send an email at winnipegsportstalk@gmail.com. And and our friends at Aikens Lake are there. What's up? Is that Pitt? Too bad we didn't get Pitt in for it. Pitt, record-breaking day today. Much like I'm going to be setting a record-breaking day at Aikens Lake at some point this summer, beating my old master record. I had one, and then another at another trip. But there's a thing, Connor, at Aikens, the Century Club, which I've never done. We've come close a couple times. 4 walleye totaling 100 inches. So you basically have to average 25. A master is 28. Okay. So, if you can get 2 25s, a 24, and a 26, then you're part of the Century Club. I do not have the Century Club yet. Only a 28 and a quarter inch walleye.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. I'm ashamed to admit this, and it's not like I have a massive sample size, but my family's pretty big campers, and every now and then we'll go fishing.
Dad's got a sweet rig.
Yes.
I've seen that.
Every now and then we'll go fishing. And I have never caught a fish, despite like my little brother, who's 13 years old, having caught like these massive walleye and all this. Yeah. So we're in the boat fishing, and everyone around me is catching fish, and I've never caught one in my life. And again, it's not like I've only been once, and it's not like I go every weekend, but still, I'm at the point where it's like, come on, what are we doing?
Chances are, like, what is this just not working for you? Well, exactly. I would be lying if I said that I would have done anything successful on the waters if I wasn't at Aikens, where the fishing's so damn good, and with a very expert guide to sort of help me along. But I do have friends, actually a couple of my buddies were out on Super Bowl weekend at out on Lake Winnipeg. And they got some crazy setup where they had TV inside. They were there with kind of overnight thing. And guess who popped in to say what's up and see how things were going? Hellebuck.
Yeah. Well,
those guys,
when in
him,
Winnipeg,
Slamberg,
right?
those guys, they're out there all the time doing the ice fishing. Oh, yeah. I just saw the box.
Okay, you want me to open this?
Yeah, let's get going.
Okay, I'm gonna take off the ticker. Also, we don't need it anymore.
Yeah, the ticker's good. First ever box break. Upper Deck Series 2.
There. All right.
Richie stoked for cards. This is funny. I will find Connor, do you ever watch breaks like on YouTube or whatever?
Yeah.
I found myself just getting absolutely sucked in. I'm like, especially during the pandemic. People were doing that, and I would just sit there with nothing to do and watch people open packs of random cards for hours and hours and hours. Hey, hold on one sec while you get this ready. We won't be right back.
Okay.
Remis, what's your best hockey card?
Alex Burmistrov Young Guns.
Wow.
Graded 10, of course, on a necklace.
Thousands.
Obviously. I think I got that one on eBay. Special sent to my house. I actually have a Dennis Bayak autographed card. Here, let me go get that one. That's my best one. No, I don't have anything. I don't think I have anything good. No, I got a Kasperi Kapanen autograph card that I pulled. That's the only auto.
Money.
Rostislav Klesla gold autograph from 2000. I got that. That's maybe I might have that somewhere.
No clue who that is.
You don't know Rusty Klesla? Come on, Connor. I should use him in Puckdoku.
You said from 2000. I wasn't even alive.
Oh man, don't date yourself too much there. All right, here's the box
Chat is
here.
hilarious right now. The chat is hilarious right now. Lynn Reimer says we should be finished just in time to raid KNR. This is after hours. This is WST after hours.
Yeah, should I crack a little brown jug for this one or what?
Yeah, I was going to crack a little brown jug, but considering the way I'm feeling right now, I will do one in spirit. And hopefully I can sleep for a few hours, and then I'll see. I'm a game time decision tonight. I'm still not ruling myself out for the game. But we may do it. All right, so what? There's 12 packs.
Yeah, 12 packs. Sorry, my headset keeps cutting out. That's the one sec.
Headset keeps cutting out. Weird. OPG Gretzky rookie. Ben Howard. I love how Helly goes and pokes around other people's shacks to see how the fishing is. He's definitely a fisherman, definitely an American. Eh? Crosby YG graded 9.5. Whoa.
Well, he asked me my bet.
Amazing.
That's good talk. Where do you get your best card? Again, I got the Rusty Klesla gold autograph. That's up there for me. All right, should you open this thing? I'm trying to get the right angle.
Yeah, let's get going.
That's good. Yeah, it's good.
We've been talking for over 5 hours, so I'm be lying if I said I wasn't somewhat excited to finish the show. But I'm also excited to see these. We promised we were going to do it, and
let's see what happened. See what this Bedard card looks like.
Oh man, check out all these packs here. Oh, I just knocked over my coffee. Good thing it's empty. It is 4 o'clock.
All right. Ooh, tough one for the Manitoba rink. So Brad Gushue scored 1 in the 10th to beat Reed Carruthers' rink. So Gushue moves on to the 1-1 game. And Botcher beat Mike McEwen 8-7. So it'll be Botcher and Carruthers. Botcher and Gushue moving on. McEwen and Carruthers now play against Dunstone and Cooey tonight. Let's see if they've said who's going to be playing who this evening. It doesn't say there so far.
There. Check that out. There.
All right. Right on.
Now people know where they are. Yeah, it's a coaster.
Very nice.
You know, it's smart because when we pull the 1 of $1 million bounty card, it'll work out great on the stream to have the WST thing right there. You don't
Yeah,
want to clip
exactly.
it out.
I mean, it already is up there too, but
That's true.
Okay, ready? Are we gonna do this?
Yeah, show it to the camera. There you go. Yeah.
I'm never
This
good
is
at opening
very
these.
professional.
Trying to be.
Professional operation.
Trying to be professional. Hey, we got a comment today. Someone's like, I really like your stream. It's really professional looking. I was like, yeah. All right, people are telling me to be gentle with the cards. Okay, ready?
Absolutely.
How do you open? What's your preferred way? Do you rip or do you pull?
Yeah, that's what I do.
You do
I go
this?
to the top and open it, and then
Okay, here we go.
open it like that, and then pull them.
Pretty nervous here. Pretty nervous. Don't want to bend anything. Okay, ready? And now what do I do? Like this?
WST box break. You know, I'm gonna tweet this out right now.
Okay, you want to tweet it? Okay, because our first card, Nicholas Delorier.
Wow.
Want me to keep
Hot
going?
start.
Or are you going to tweet?
Yeah, well, it's just the first pack.
Okay,
I'll be able
got
to-
TJ Oshie. How's it looking for everyone in the chat?
Can you see it okay, everyone?
Can you see it okay? I'm using my GoPro as a second camera. We got a Jordan Binnington. Oh. God. My heart is racing here. We got a Victor Olofsson. He was
I think
rumored
you
to go
gotta
to
lower
the
your
Jets.
expectations, Remo.
My expectations is the $1 million one of one Bedard. Okay. Oh. Okay, you want me to keep going?
Yeah.
Do you like this and guessing who it is? Who's this guy? Can you guess who that is?
I cannot tell from where I am.
Alex Newhook.
Oh, Newhook.
There's some blue thing. Ready? It's the insert here. It's instinctive Jordan Binnington.
Boo!
Oh. Tough start. Tough start.
I did love that whoever was putting together Team Canada today on the start of the TSN trade deadline show.
Yeah.
It was Carlo. Did not have Binnington on the team. He had Aiden Hill. The third goalie was Montembeault, and who was the other
Stuart
one?
Skinner.
Yes, Stewie Skins.
Yeah.
That's right.
This is
Yossi?
Yossi Deep Roots. What's
Deep
that?
Roots.
Oh, Zegras portrait.
Those are bizarre. I think that's the one. I think it was the Bedard portrait clear cut that Carlo picked up on that stream that we saw last time.
We got
Braden Point. That's a cool shot.
That is a cool picture. Josh Norris, Justin Falk, JJ Paterson.
All right. Not much in that first pack, but just saves the best for later.
Yeah. Okay. Put it in a pot. Now, what do you do with all your commons, Hess? What do you do with them?
We usually stick them back in a box and do nothing with them, and then eventually go, "What the hell am I going to do with all these?" So I don't know. We'll give them to you can get Evan, working on working on hockey cards.
I'll pick out all the Jet ones, maybe. He knows Kyle Connor Hellebuck. I got him this book, has hockey superstars like a couple years ago, like 2020, 21. So I read him all the things. All right, the next one. Ready? Yeah. Riley Smith didn't get traded at the deadline. Do that, right? Here we go. Nick Schmaltz. He's been on a bit of a heater. I got him in a couple fantasy.
This is something that would not have worked back in the radio days. We're not even sure how much it's working now, but it definitely would not have worked in the radio days.
You could do play-by-play of a Bedard case. What do you mean? You could do play-by-play. I think it would work for sure.
We just got a Ross Colton.
It would for sure. Ross Colton. Who's this? Oh, Jeff Carter in the stadium jerseys.
Oh, the Pittsburgh Pirates jerseys, yeah.
Mm-hmm. People saying I need white gloves. What's this?
Whoa.
Philip Forsberg PC. Is that good?
Well, it's one of those inserts. I don't really know.
Yeah.
If Dan's watching, Dan can tell us if anything's good.
Is Dan here? What's this?
Yeah.
Oh, Canvas Vitek Vanacek. He just got traded
to the Sharks. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, and we got a honor roll Walker Doer. getting the major stars here.
We're heating up.
Adam Pellick and the reverse retro. That's a nice one. Dan says good hit on the Forsberg one.
Oh yeah, Dan. What is it? What are those PC ones?
Okay, Robertson. We got Andrew Kopp.
Hey, we like Kopp.
Jets legend Anthony Cirelli and Malkin. Hey, a couple of good comments.
Gino.
A couple of good ones. So should I pull out all the hits?
Yeah, sure.
Like, do you care about this Walker Doer honor roll or Vitek Vanacek canvas?
No, we care about our Philip Forsberg. Keep an eye on Dan Milburn in chat. He will give us the lowdown. If we want to learn about this Upper Deck series and check out his feed, the Earl of Eli, to see. I'd love to be able to show you what the Bedard rookie looks like here. I guess we haven't had a Young Guns yet.
We haven't had a Young Guns. And we should mention there's a big convention at the convention center, Pegspo, tomorrow, if you're into that
Cards
sort of
and all
thing.
that. I'm sure Dan will be there.
People have tables. There's like game-worn jerseys there too. I know. I saw the Gold Eyes tweeting out a Bobby Madrich jersey. I don't know if you can buy that or not, but I was like so in for Bobby Madrich.
Bobby Madrich, like he was the pioneer of neck tats. Like remember, he had neck tattoos before anyone had neck tattoos. Badass dude, hell of a player. Ended up going to the majors.
Yeah, he's on Seattle. I picked him up in fantasy too that year. I was like, man, Bobby Madrich, I watch him with the Gold Eyes. I'm in. Someone says we had a Young Guns canvas. I don't think so.
No.
Oh, I knew it was gonna come, Huss. A lot of comment on my arm hair, on my delicate hands. So I'll just ignore all those. It's fine. All right, what do we got here? Billy Husso.
Kopp sucks. BA, what are you talking about? Kopp's a good player.
Yeah, I'm a big Kopp fan. He's been on the show a couple times.
Got us Morgan Barron, a first rounder, a second rounder. Basically, two of our top prospects are from that trade as well. I wouldn't say that he sucks.
There you go. Rasmus Anderson.
That's a guy I would love to have on our team.
Brock Nelson.
He is a pain in the ass to play against.
Yamamoto.
Tyler Yamamoto.
Where's he been? Where's he been
Seattle.
this year?
Yeah, Kraken.
He's not playing tonight, is he?
That's a good question.
Okay. Distinctive Tristan Jarry.
Oh, Tristan Jarry. I thought that was.
I will say, Huss, I don't have a good record at Young Guns. My best Young Gun is Mikey Anderson that I've pulled. Mikey Anderson and Scott Sabrin are my top Young Guns.
I was at the card store last year.
Yeah.
And I bought, this is pre everything going sideways with Dubois, maybe 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And they had they just had a box of whatever the Upper Deck year that the Dubois rookie was.
Mm-hmm.
So I bought just a couple packs and I actually pulled the Quinn Hughes rookie. So that would be up there with one of my better ones. Owen Tippett. No, it was Wade Allison that got traded today.
Yeah, we got a Igor Afanasiev honor roll and a Philip Forsberg deep root. So if we got anyone got Nashville in our box break, would be doing pretty well.
No doubt. Philip Forsberg.
And there's Anthony Mantha got traded. That's a nice jersey there.
Love
Everyone's
Seattle's jerseys.
Markstrom and
didn't get traded.
Jaron Govich. All right.
That guy was a lot better this year than I expected. Speaking of Toffoli.
He scored a
Sharon
couple
Govich,
the other day, Sharon Govich. Man.
Dude, he's been awesome. Like,
okay. Is that 2 packs?
Yeah.
Oh my God, we got 10 more to go.
Yeah, we got 10 more. I think there's 6 Young Guns in a
Okay. I got to hurry.
Yeah, Sharon Govich has 25 goals. He actually scored 24 2 years ago 25. As well.
Ooh, Luke says still no Jets. I guess we haven't got a Jet in 2 packs. We got some former Jets in Andrew Kopp. All right, here we go. Let's go with Kelly Yarncroke. Oh, Gabe Vilardi. It's a nice Vilardi card. Those are good jerseys.
Yeah, and the purple and gold Kings jersey.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's cool.
Okay. Braden Schneider. Who's this? Jonathan Berggren. That's not Connor Bedard. Okay, this
Meyer in the suit.
it's called Swagnificent. Sure.
Swagnificent.
Okay, this is Ecliptic Adrian Kempe.
I will say they've got some pretty cool insert cards this year.
These are cool, but oh, Kevin Korchinski, Young Guns. Oh my God,
that's not bad. I mean,
that's
the fact
pretty
that it's
good
on the Blackhawks, but not a Bedard.
I
is
saw
whatever,
Young
but-
Guns Blackhawks. I was like,
oh God.
I was like, oh my God. Oh, my heart. Do I put
already
it
had
in
my
a
flights
sleeve?
booked for a vacation.
That'll be good. And Korchinski,
he's good, man. Okay.
they used
He's good.
that was the pick that they used that they traded for Kirby Doc, I believe.
He's got some. There's
I
DeBrincat.
Speaking of DeBrincat, I thought it was the DeBrincat trade.
Oh, that could be
completely
it.
wrong?
Sorry.
Trevor Moore. Logan O'Connor.
Let's see.
Shesterkin. I'll take Korchinski.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, wait. Dan Milburn says suit card is a case hit. What does that mean? Is that good?
Oh, that means there's only one per case.
One suit card?
Yeah.
Of course, we all made fun of it, and it's actually good.
Hopefully Timo Meyer has a good year next year, I guess.
Hey, the New Jersey people will be looking. It was a disappointing year for them. He'll do stuff in the prize, and some people might just really like the Swagnificent set and want them all.
Ooh, MC Stormy says turn off slow mode. I guess we don't have like 1,400 people in here anymore.
Yeah, good idea. We still somehow have 590 though, which is we appreciate everyone hanging out. This is overtime. We've just hanging out.
We've never done an overtime show. It's kind of fun. I do have to meet my family for dinner. I'd be there, but we can do this.
Yeah, waiters -1 for Huss, +1 for Connor. So what was the Kirby Doc trade?
I believe he was a late first. Like he was like pick 21, and they just on the draft floor made that deal.
Let's see. Canadians acquire Kirby Doc after trades with Blackhawks Islanders.
I'm just refreshing the podcast to make sure it's on. Goes on.
Canadians used they traded Romanov and the 98th pick to the Islanders for the 13th overall pick. And then the Habs traded the 13th overall pick and the 66th overall pick to acquire Kirby Doc.
Right.
In the 2019 draft. And Doc he was drafted 20 in 2019. So I guess that was the 2021 draft.
Yeah, and DeBrincat was traded for the 7th overall pick,
and that was the
to Ottawa, who ended up being Korchinski. Yeah.
Dude, Travis says that Korchinski card is worth $35.
Okay, well, that's good. We'll hold on to that.
Should I put it in a Young Guns top loader?
Definitely put it in a top loader.
Okay. Do you put it in a penny sleeve and then a top loader? Or
I do, yeah. Well, listen to Dad. I think that's probably the way to do it, though.
Okay.
Connor. Oh. Murphy.
Connor. Oh, a Blackhawk named Connor?
We're getting there. We're getting there.
We're all around it. We're all around it, guys.
We're all around it.
Oh. Brady Shea.
I'm going to take my headphones off.
Josh Manson. Sergachev. Okay, DC's Kucherov. Is that good?
Ooh,
It's shiny.
it's very
Hart Trophy
shiny.
candidate.
Default.
Okay, Ryan Bodman says always penny sleeve first. You guys, penny sleeve, then
Thank
top.
you.
Okay, ready? Connor Zary Young. That's pretty good. Zary Young Gun.
Actually, yeah.
Another Connor.
He's another
Yes,
Connor
yes.
Young Gun. Jeez. Okay, well, that's actually a good pull. I was like, look, if we don't get Bedard, I'll take Zary. Leo Carlson's in here too. Let me put this over here.
Hey, I just switched my to my speakers. Is that screwing up the audio at all?
No.
Okay, good.
Maybe a little actually. Whoa, Travis says Meyer swag card is easily 1,000.
Come on.
No, 100. Sorry.
Oh,
That's.
Well, we'll see if we can make back the box. Who knows what else is going to be in here?
Okay, wait. If you're gonna go no headphones, wait 1 second. Let me try this. How about now?
On if I need it. We're just bugging me. I've been wearing them for 5 hours.
Okay, you're good now. I just had echo cancellation. I had to turn it on.
Perfect.
Okay, we got a Frank Vetrano. Didn't get traded, Vetrano.
That's right.
And then who's this? William Nylander.
What? Is that a weird?
It looks see-through because it's. I got the filter on.
Oh, I got you.
Hold on, let me.
Is that the green card? The same.
Yeah,
pads?
he's wearing the green jersey. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
there it is.
That makes more sense. Okay, there.
Hey, shout out to Eric Shorlifson. Happy 3-year anniversary to you all. Can't wait to celebrate more. Also hoping we can get a Michael Remis baby in the chat going. Definitely for AEW.
There is Mark Stonehus.
Yep. Get well soon, Mark. Hope you're feeling better. Maybe not necessarily available if we play you in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Draisaitl on his ass celebrating a goal.
That's a nice picture, actually.
Very cool.
Georgiev.
I don't know about Colorado's goaltending for the playoffs.
All right. Well, that's that pack. How many more do we have? And people are noting we haven't got any Jet cards.
I know. Weird.
Great. Where's that Zary? So we got 2 hits. We got Zary and Korchinski. Those are good. Not Bedard.
And the Timo Meyer, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The Timo Meyer. Yeah. That's the case hit. There it is. The Timo Meyer in a suit. Oh, looks. I think you got it at F Apparel.
That's right. It's exactly the F apparel line. Swag.
He's got it when he's in Winnipeg.
Or swaggerific.
Is it? I might be swagtastic. I'm not sure. We haven't got a Jet yet. Everyone's like, "Where's the Jets?" Everyone's trying to bet. Scott Westman says first Jet card 55. We'll see. We got Velarde, but he wasn't in a Jet jersey.
Clear cut. 1 of 1.
They have autograph cards in this. Can we pull one? I pulled a Kasperi Kapanen once in a Upper Deck Series 1. All right, Darnell Nurse, another Blackhawk Kurashev.
The Blackhawks do anything other than trade Beauvillier?
No, they didn't. They don't have any players.
Yeah, there's no one that can make another NHL team. They're not trading Bedard or Korchinski. Nick Backstrom. Yes, he's done.
All right.
Swagoo.
All right, Bastion. There it is. I think is this the part where we get to the young gun?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, there's a Jet right there.
Tyler Toffoli. Look at that.
Well, that's bizarre. He's in the Calgary uni?
Yeah, it's 2 teams ago.
Dan, you're going to have to fill us in on this one.
That's a Dazzler.
The Foley Dazzler from his time with the Flames. Weird.
Right. There's a PC Kaprizov.
What are the PCs?
I don't know. Personal collection? Is that what it is?
I have no idea.
Oh, Fraser Minton Young Gun.
That'll be overvalued simply because he's on the Leafs.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got 3. I think there's 3 more in the box.
Okay. Marty Natchez, Cole Caulfield and the Baby Blues, John Carlson, Jesper Bratt.
Jesper Bratt, a mainstay of my fantasy team, which reminds me, how am I doing this week?
I actually have to set my DraftKings lineup tonight. I haven't done it because we've been doing it. Oh, I got her young. I put them right into the penny sleeves, or oh well.
Yeah, I mean, just put those in. You can do them afterwards.
So we've got 3 young guns.
Is this what, the 6th pack or 7th?
1, 2,
packs in total.
3, 4, 5. I think this is the 7th.
Okay, so we're halfway through. That makes sense. Halfway through.
Yeah, we're halfway through.
We got the Timu Swagoo.
Yeah,
Stewie Skins,
Henrique.
New Oiler.
Essa Lindell.
Lindell.
Martin Fevery. Ooh.
Whoa. McDavid, monster season.
Wow.
Is that good?
Insert. Well, it'll be one of those inserts. They'll probably make a ton for McDavid.
Okay, we got a Instinctive VTech Van. I think it was our second Vanacek insert.
Yeah,
we got a canvas before.
By the way, he got traded right at the end of the day
Yeah, to San Jose.
to the Sharks for Capo Kakinen, who could not make a damn
Kale
save.
McCarr.
That's the new version of the UD portraits where they're dressed
Yeah.
up like ancient war guys. I mean, what's the point?
There's a Bedard one of these, though. There's a Bedard portrait. So I saw the C. I was like, oh, Jared Hayton, Warren Fogle, Hedman, Heiskanen, Obey Kubel.
Obey Kubel. New Jersey. What's going on in the chat here?
I don't know. It's your boy Bruce has got to go. He's going to the Ministry concert tonight.
Ministry tonight. Where's that at?
Yeah. Burton Cummings.
The Burt. Well, it's 4:42. You're going right now, Bruce? You're going to start pre-gaming? There a big tailgate outside the Burt with Ministry fans?
I don't know. We haven't got one player in a Jet jersey.
Sooner or later, we have to.
We don't have one player in a Jet jersey. Ryan McDonough. Okay. Bill Dano. Emperor. Bolton Pareko. Burakovsky. Okay, here we go.
Ovi?
Ecliptic Ovechkin. Is that good?
Any Ovi's good. Legend. He's going for Gretzky's record.
Oh, young gun Billy Sweezy? Who's this guy? You heard of this guy?
How do you spell his name?
I thought it was Sweeney, but it's actually Billy Sweezy. I thought it was going to be Voronkov.
Sweez, E-Y. Let's check him
Yeah,
out.
never even heard of this guy.
Billy Sweezy. He was a four-year defenseman at Yale, and he plays for the Cleveland Monsters.
Okay, never heard of him.
Cracked one, Jake McCabe.
Yeah, Jake McCabe.
That's like the cracked ice. I think that's a version of it. Those ones are. Is that numbered or no?
No. We don't have any numbered cards. Jordan Martinek, Timo Meyer, another not in a suit though. Brandon Saad.
Joey Panks. I could never
Vince
live
Beck.
with myself if a Bedard gets pulled and I am not here. Why we still the crazy thing is we have not lost anybody. There's still 590 people here. We love you. Thank you everyone for
Yeah, this is awesome. The post stream.
Well, it's been fun doing this before. We do usually have to end because we need to get the podcast up right away. But
I think it's up.
This was a perfect way to do this today for the mega show.
It is up. The link is in the description.
Perfect.
So Spotify, Apple, go on there. Leave a review. We don't really say rate and review, but that helps.
That is great. If you go to the podcast thing, 5-star rating and this show is really good. We love it. Listen to it all the time.
Travis Boyd. We haven't had one player in a Jet jersey.
I know.
Eriksson Ek.
We got Toffoli.
Steven Lawrence. Yeah, we got Toffoli and Velarde. Chandler Stevenson. Is this Instinctive? Logan
Thompson,
Canvas, Darcy Kemper, Cup champion.
He is a Cup champ.
Superstar, Devin Levi, honor roll. Now, this isn't a rookie.
And he's also not a superstar.
Not having, yeah. Morgan Riley. Jakob Silverberg. What else do we got here? Matt Zuccarello. Nico Sturm.
Okay, now will we get a Jet in a Jet jersey before the end of what do you have? 2 packs left or 3?
There's 3 left.
Us looking forward to meeting you with Bannon. Jeffrey Bannon, great dude. Great dude. Yes, discovering an untapped WST revenue stream, card pack opening vids. I mean, at some point, we could. A lady at the post office gave me some strange looks while I was watching on my phone.
That's pretty funny.
I love it. I love it. So we have 3 more or 2 more?
3 more. 3 more.
All right.
So we haven't got a Jet yet. Like, what?
I know. And we have 4 young guns or 5?
4 young guns. You got Fraser Minton, Connor Zary, Korchinski, and Sweezy.
So I think we should have 2 more. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, but I think there's 6 per box.
I don't know what I did with the Sweezy card. Do you think that's going to be worth a lot?
No, I don't think you'll be losing any sleep over that one.
No, you might not even be worth a plastic wrapper.
Thought it was Sweeney, but a typo, but it is actually Sweezy. Saros. Okay, someone wanted a good goalie. There's Saros.
Yep.
Skinner. Mike Hoffman. Spencer Knight.
The Sharks didn't find a taker for Hoffman today, I see.
Another man. You got Nashville. So many Nashville inserts.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see. Saros.
And this is Letang Roots. Okay. Oh. Young Guns. Who's this? Hugh McGing?
It said Hugh McDavid. I'm like, oh.
I thought it was McDavid. No, it's Hugh McGing.
How do you
heard
spell
of this
his last
guy?
name?
McGing.
Let's see.
5th round pick from the Blues in 2018. Has played 6 career NHL games.
5 games this year and 42 with Springfield.
Kairu. Oh, there's a Jet. First Jet.
The Pionki Tonk man.
Yeah, there it is.
We didn't get shut out of Jets. Nice.
Oh, that would have been embarrassing if we didn't get a Jet. Yorkstrand. Michael Amadio, Philip Gustafson. This is a nice
What's Pionk
picture.
to score tonight?
Yeah, I was just about to say anytime goal scorer, Neil Pionk.
I sometimes will make strange wagers. By the way, that WST exclusive is actually plus 600. Connor goal, Scheifele and Morrissey point, and Jets to win. Player goals. Neil Pionk.
Wait, I don't know what he did with...
I'm betting $10 on Neil Pionk.
I don't know what he did with our Sweezy card. Oh,
I
well.
wouldn't worry about it too much. I'm sure it's in there with the other ones.
Okay, 2 more packs, then I got to go for dinner. My family's going to be mad at me. Just tell them I was working. I had to work late.
Yeah, hey, big day at work. Little did they know.
Big day at work.
I take it Leah's
Tough
not
day at the
regularly
office
in
right
the
here.
stream. Be hilarious
She's
if
what?
Leah had like an alias in the chat and was just like shit talking you every day.
He's never watched. Unless they're watching right now while waiting for me. No.
Yeah, where the hell is he? What the hell's going on? Oh, we got JVR. Here's
Ristolainen.
Squeezy. Yeah.
Leighton Keller. Chris Kreider.
Cool pick.
Nino.
Yes.
There it is.
Right on Nino.
Dude, we did just get a super chat. Shout out to Sinner Betsy. Congrats on 3 years from Maui.
Aloha from Maui. Right on, Sinner. Enjoy the game tonight. I don't know. I guess it's much earlier there. So, yeah, you'll be.
Middle of the afternoon.
It was a big day today. Tyler Toffoli's a Jet. Colin Miller as well. Marner?
Yeah. Oh, we got another young gun. Ty Cartier.
That one's actually not too bad, I think. He's in the NHL. Is it like Cartye?
Kartye.
Y-E?
And a canvas McKinnon. Not bad.
Oh, nice.
Nice picture. Look at all the...
Ty Cartier. Was he never drafted?
Ty Cartier?
Yeah.
Hey, Theodore.
Great season with Coachella last year.
Oh, look at this one. Kyle Connor in the Heritage unis.
Yeah. Nice. You knew it was bound to come. You knew it was bound to come.
And then Artem Zub.
Is this the last pack?
We got one more pack. I don't think it's going to happen in this box.
No, I don't think so either. But hey, you never know. Stranger things have happened. You still got to open it up.
Misplaced that one young gun. All right, ready?
Yeah.
Last one.
Ready.
Okay. Here we go. And we've almost been going here, Hester. We started at 11. We're approaching 6 hours. Marathon stream. Marathon.
All the days. Okay, here we go.
Jersey.
On Jersey. Hubie.
Huberto. That's a nice picture, Mitch Marner.
Mitchie. With the booster juice in the background.
Kent Johnson. We got Michael Pizzetta, director of boards. Did you know that?
I wasn't aware that he was on the board. Director of boards.
Okay, we got what's this?
Whoa.
Who is it? Fluorescence. Owen Beck. I'm familiar with him.
Oh, recent second rounder, I believe. Montreal last year's draft.
And then Simon Edvinson. I think that's it, Huss. Oh, Trouba. The dream is over. No $1 million Connor Bedard. 1 of 1.
Wow, Owen Beck. He just played that one game last year. And then he is back in junior. Yeah, he's scoring a lot of points with the Saginaw Spirit. Oh, yeah, he was the first pick in the second round.
Yeah.
Of the 2022 draft. That was the Slavkovsky. Well, I don't know about you. I'm exhausted. I'm glad
I'm going to go have dinner. Wait, there's one. No, we don't have any packs.
Well,
You want to send us home here?
550 of you hung out with us until the end of the box break. But in all honesty, we can't thank everyone enough for the generosity, all those super chats today. But most of all, just the incredible support of WST. And this is a super fun day. Cannot wait for this game tonight, tomorrow, and Monday's show. But holy smokes, it's been a wild 3 years and very fired up moving forward. Have to thank all the sponsors that make the show happen every day. Everyone in the chat, podcast listeners, even though this is the first ever YouTube exclusive. And Connor, you were here for a history-making day. I mean, record setting and everything, a marbles record, everything with the exception of getting the $1 million Connor Bedard card.
Yes, and it would have been nice to end the show off with that. But I also want to extend my congrats. I know I'm technically a part of the team, but I haven't been here for all 3 years. I'm the new guy, so congrats to both of you, 3 years. And I'm super excited for what we've got coming forward here.
You bet. Remo, where are you going for dinner?
My in-laws, they're waiting for me. They might even be watching. Hey, I'll be leaving in a sec.
Yeah. Well, just shy of 6 hours. Wow. But hey, I think everyone got what they wanted today. Chevy was cooking. Tyler Toffoli, let's go. Colin Miller as well. Listen, Monday's show is going to be big. We'll break down everything from the weekend. I'm sure we'll hear more from Tyler Toffoli and Colin Miller. And Monday's a game day too, because Ovi and the Caps are in town to take on the Winnipeg Jets. So we will have lots for you on Monday. In the meantime, everyone, have a great weekend. Enjoy the game tonight. Say what's up to IC and KNR for us afterwards. Huge thanks to Connor Hrabchak. A great shift he pulled today. Michael Remis, and most of all of you. For a record-breaking trade deadline / anniversary day, I'm Andrew Paterson. Thank you for supporting WST. We'll see you Monday. Go Jets, go.
Oh, my God! Oh! Shut it down! Let's go home!
Thanks for tuning in to Winnipeg Sports Talk Daily. Make sure to subscribe on YouTube and your favorite podcast feed at winnipegsportstalk.com.